Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonation radio show. I enjoyed the night off last night. That was so great. It's great to have a night off. Thursday night, I just made up my mind about doing these shows on Thursday night. And I might cut it down one more night a week. I might just not do one more other night of the week. I'll just get maybe Tuesday night. I'll call it quits and everything like that. Just cut down, wind down on this for a little while. Everything. So anyway, welcome to joining us tonight. I'm not going to sound somber tonight. I'm very happy and upbeat. There's a lot going on in my life and everything like that. So I have a lot to be grateful for, a lot to be happy for. So we're going to celebrate happiness tonight. Happiness. And those of you who are with this program or with this platform, I thank you for all your support and everything. I saw they had demonetized Afro Think Tank, right? He said he's getting so much support that it crashed in his Cash App. I mean, that's friggin' utterly amazing, But the thing is, I asked myself the question: why would they demonetize somebody like Afro Think Tank? But you look at all the garbage that you see online all the time, right? And I'm not the biggest Afro Think Tank fan, right? But I will say this. When you got people like him, what the hell is he doing that somebody will report him and demonetize? Could it be that he's talking about black nationalism and Pan-Africanism and all stuff like that people don't like hearing? And so it's just waking people up with his knowledge. He's a brilliant young man, And so I'm saying, like he rightfully said, man, he goes, look at, you got people like Tariq Nasheed, Charleston White, saying all kinds of vile, disgusting stuff about black immigrants, and Charleston White talking about black Americans ain't shit, whatever like that, talking about he wants to join the Klan, all stuff like that. But he's online, he's getting monetized. But God forbid someone like Afro Think Tank has an alternative opinion. Suddenly he's getting the platform to demonetize. Well, he didn't get the platform, he got demonetized, So it tells me if they could do that to Afro Think Tank, I'm not even looking forward to becoming monetized. I know it's not going to last. If they get rid of somebody like him, you can imagine what they're going to do to me, when the time comes, So, but I roll with the punches, if you want to demonetize your platform, and I live by what I say. It's the white man's platform. He makes the rules and stuff like that. So if you don't want to monetize me, I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to fight. I'll say, hey, look. Why? Because we should have at this time had our own platforms. For the life of me, I don't understand certain things about our race, man. And there's an old saying in the Bible. It says, "When I was a child, I was innocent. The world's my wonder. I did things, I saw things as a child, right? But when I became a man, I put away childish things. I had to think like a man, right? The fact that we have all these black men and women still using white people's platforms and complaining about the same goddamn thing after all these years. I mean, okay, you couldn't build a nation in Africa. You couldn't follow the garbage movement. We couldn't build great institutions, banks, and everything like that. But do you tell me we can't even fucking come together and get a fucking online platform? I mean, that we imagine if we had our own version of StreamYard, YouTube, and everything like that, that we control everything, that we wouldn't have to worry about white trolls showing up. I'm sick and tired of turning on TikTok, and I got some message for some white supremacists. Now you got these white supremacy babes running around talking about, oh, keep the race pure. I don't date black. Who the fuck cares if you don't date black men? So in other words, basically, next thing you know, you're gonna see these clan porn, clan chicks, pornography and stuff like that. Fulfill your clan Nazi female stuff like that to your freaking incel weird fucking white supremacist men online and whatnot. This is just insane. So I'm just like, man, So the bottom line is this: I don't know about what happened with Bob Marley. I need to call in and tell me more about the story. I don't know about that. I can't verify to see how he did that. to him and whatnot. I don't know. People say a lot of things. I'm not one for conspiracy theories. If it was true, it could be just, well, it could be true, but I don't know, So I'm not here to discount it. I'm not here to validate it. I don't know about what the CIA did to Bob Marley. I don't know. There's all kinds of things. Well, the CIA, man, the CIA is behind Diddy. The CIA set Diddy up, I don't know, because Diddy was about to. You ever see the Negroes? Diddy was about to buy NBC. Diddy was about to buy Sony Records. That's why they got rid of Diddy, because like this, Bill Cosby, he was about to buy NBC and whatnot. That's why they got rid of Bill Cosby and whatnot. Everybody was about to buy something before they it's not what they did, whatever like that. It's because they were trying to buy something, You have a person that's a serial killer, whatnot. He gets arrested, murder, found guilty, and everything, and then they say, nope, he didn't really kill that person. See, he was about to buy Fox News, and then they set him up when it made it seem like he killed like 20 people. Okay, it is what it is, Yeah, I got the video on my channel with the CIA whistleblower. If it was a CIA whistleblower, he'd be dead, man. He wouldn't even. CIA knows how to cover his tracks. I do give them that. They know how to cover their tracks. I never see anybody that was if there's a whistleblower, Yeah, they was trying to buy Nickelodeon, and then things went south and everything sour. So, like I said, man, I can have a PhD in Negroology, So like I said, there's nothing that the Negro does that shocks me anymore, surprises me. Yeah. So we basically understand each other. I have a PhD in Negroology, and I understand my Black folks, well. And I know what's best for them, even when they don't know what's best for themselves. I know what's best for my people, Now, tonight's topic. Now, when you have a topic like, would the world be better or happier if African Americans just forgot their history? It's going to get hot tonight. What's going down in Colorland. We're going to rumble tonight. It's going to be a Friday night rumble in Colorland, So stop what you're doing. Hit that like button. Share and subscribe. Tell a friend. Get on the phone right now. Get on your text message. Get on your email. Send them the link to the show. Tell them that the College Genesis is on tonight on YouTube, and this is a place to be here or be nowhere. You want to do it. It's the right thing to do. So do it. If you know something's the right thing to do, telling somebody about the College Nation show so they don't miss this valuable information. Now, I've been dropping jewels from the College Genesis. I'm going to have my next show tomorrow night is going to be jewels from the College Genesis. And I'm just going to collect some of the best jewels I've had over the last year on this platform and basically just talk about all of them. The other night, I dropped a jewel. I said, look, I believe when you talk about nation building, if you don't believe anything I say, or just what you do is you look at a person's values, what they value, what I value, I believe every person in a nation, right? If you want to build a nation, its legitimacy is based on how well you take care of everybody. I believe that. I believe that no person should be a millionaire or billionaire until you build a system where everybody has the basics. Everybody should have a basic chance for an education, not no goddamn school fees I see in Africa, Everyone should have a basic health care, basic dental, Everyone should have access to cheap, affordable, efficient transportation. Everyone should have running water. Everyone should have constant electricity. I don't care if you have to move heaven and earth. I don't care if the old saying, moving mountains, it's impossible. I don't give a damn if you got to move mountains. That's what you got to do. Why? Because when you do that, now you can write a constitution and say, we gave you this. Now you can have a social contract. You could say, okay, we're going to give you this, right? But we're going to arrest this. You know what arrest means? Arrest means the individuality that people have. Like I said, I don't know if Black people are ever going to be civilized to build a civilization. I'm seriously starting to doubt that. Everyone's loud, everyone's crude, everyone's mean, Everyone's threatening. Everyone's basically selfish, self-centered, and everything like that. Nobody wants to delay gratification, and no one knows how to manage expectations, and no one wants to basically work together to build anything, And so I asked myself, so see, when you look at other races of people, you could look at the fact that when you see what they build right now, you could tell them when you build civilization, that's something that's in your DNA almost, in your soul, in your psyche, in your spirit, that allows you to do these things constantly. 1,000 years from now, the Chinese, Japanese, these people are still going to be advanced. 1,000 years from now, the people who are poor right now, who are backwards and everything, are still going to be backwards. I mean that. I try to come here and basically say, look, I don't have all the answers, right? But I am somewhat enlightened, you know? And I would think that people would listen to me and say, hey, look, Colin's not perfect, whatever like that. He doesn't know everything, but, well, I do, but, he doesn't know everything, but, maybe he's headed in the right direction. I don't know. I can't help. I can't like that, but let me broaden my mind. But nope. I don't get that from people. I get people want to fight me on every little damn thing. Everyone is friggin' back foolish, and say foolish, dumb stuff and everything. And sometimes I get tired, man. I am tired, man. I just want to rest. I get rest. I'm really tired of this movement. I'm tired of fucking race. I'm tired of racism. I'm tired of black people. I'm tired of white people. I'm tired of Asians. I'm tired of Hispanics. I'm tired of Africans. I'm tired of Black Americans. I'm tired of fucking everybody. Really, I am. Because all humanity has done is disappoint me all my life and disgust me. I want a better world. I want a world where people are a world that's just. A world where it's just, where everything. So getting back to this topic tonight, would the world be better off and happier if African Americans just forgot their history? It just seems to me much of the conflict in America is the history of slavery and the history of Jim Crow, all the bad things that happened to Black America, right? And also the things that the stuff that transpired with us in America is so devastating. The number of Black people who are opting out of their identity, who say themselves a Native American, we're not saying slavery didn't happen, because it's just so painful. People just want to forget. So would everybody be happier if we just forgot that where our ancestors came from Africa, we forgot slavery, and just move on, just take on a new identity, Would Africans, immigrants be happy? Would we make the Africans and the Caribbeans happier? Now they can go around white people and not have to worry about being asked about slavery without thinking you're going to offend us and all stuff like that. Will we make everybody happy if Black America just forgot its history and just said, we're Americans now and blah, 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 and whatnot, Because that's what the first thing the Black immigrants do. Is they tell everyone about their immigrant story. Oh, I'm an immigrant, like Winston Sears running for governor of Virginia. First thing in her campaign or commercials, as a child of immigrants. Why the fuck is that? Why is that necessary? Why? Because she wants to make sure that she has a different identity, because nobody wants to take on the historical identity of Black America because it goes against America. Because basically, like I said, if you're African American, the world's basically saying it's almost possible for you to love America, Well, I look. DK says, "Why would you give a damn what other people think about?" Look, I'm trying to make everybody happy. DK, I'm trying to make everybody happy. It just seems that African immigrants and Black immigrants, in particularly, don't freaking like us talking about slavery. They say we should get over it. They say we should move on. We should pick up our pieces and whatnot. We should basically, white people ain't that bad and all stuff like this. America is a great country, the greatest country. And you got some Captain American Negroes here. They want to forget like that. I don't know. Look. Bottom line is this. I'm saying like this. I'm trying to make peace here. Because I said we can't freaking know. Should we basically just forget about it? Just stop talking about slavery. Stop talking about Jim Crow. Stop talking about segregation. Forget about reparations. Forget about Africa. Forget about all that stuff. Forget where we came from. We're foundational Black America. We were never slaves. We were already here for slavery and whatnot. Why is that a possibility? Would that make everybody happy, DK? But everybody say, "Oh yeah, now it's cool. Now it's all time," So Rico says we ain't forgetting shit. Well, the bottom line is this: there's a good pressure of the world to make you forget. Who else gives? Well, obviously, black people do. You know, it's not even just white people, bro. It's black people. We get a lot of. Aren't we causing problems for the black immigrants here? Us talking about slavery all the time, it embarrasses them because they got to talk around their white friends and say, "Hey, look, I know what Reverend such and such or Nation of Islam." So but I ain't one of them. I came here from Aruba. My family owned land in Aruba. My land, like Kamala Harris, went out of her way to say she was Jamaican, blah 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 blah. But she want to use the title of African American like this. So we're gonna have a good conversation. Like as you know, you got DK fired up right now. You got Rico Merrill fired up. So I know how to pick these topics, don't I? Just when you thought you was getting away from me, you thought that call was finished, whatever like that. I always come back with topics that people like, God damn, man, I never thought about it like that. I make you think. So it is what it is. So. Yeah, because you're still this Pan-African. What's wrong with the Pan-African world? The Pan-Africans want us to forget about slavery too, man. We got to look at Ibrahim Traore as the Messiah, forget about the fact that we don't have any fucking land. We have no infrastructure. We had no say-so. 500 years of nothing. 500 years, no government of our own, no self-determination, no nothing or not. Should we just forget about it, and just sit here and just live off the white man's system and basically just become good Negro Americans? That's a good question, man. So, that's what it seems like black America's pushing towards, I see more and more of these fucking wabos and pretendians popping up. I thought it was going to die out, but it's getting worse, There's people that really want a new identity, DK. They don't want to they don't want to identify with their ancestry, because they got white friends. That's what integration did to us, right? Because you got to move off in the white suburbs and whatnot, and slavery makes white people uncomfortable. You already says that's only Nigerians saying that. Those people are myopic. The reason they can't build a viable economy. Cops, I blame all black people. Look, I have to do all black because when I got Winston Sears, who's running for governor, she's Jamaican descent. The first thing out of her mouth is, as a child of immigrants, she always makes every fucking time she talks, I'm a child of immigrants. Why the fucking say? She's like a typical black woman in America, I'm a child of immigrants. Get the fuck out of here, No, I don't think that. I don't think. I think he. I think Russia has more respect for Ibn Traore than the West does. The West thinks his country are their personal property. You know. So it is what it is. Kyle, you seem like that's want to accept by these dusty black. Look, there are peeps, the immigrants, the black immigrants are our peeps, man. We got to make them happy, man. We got to make the black immigrants happy, man, because, they coming over here working hard and whatnot, they don't want to be considered a bitter, angry American Negro, why not? So we can just forget about slavery, maybe we can all get along, Yo. Now, why is Audrey taking shots at DK, man? I said we're gonna have some peace and harmony tonight, man. Rico, man, they're all our peeps. All these people. I don't care if you're from Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana, Jamaica. These are all our peeps, man. These are all our peeps. My peeps from the Congo, my peeps from Rwanda, my peeps from all these places like this, Or to go back to your mud hut. Woohoo. Come on, DK. That wasn't nice, man. That wasn't nice. Audrey doesn't live in mud hut. She lives in Banana Island, She may have a generator in the back, not 24 hours of electricity on the grid, but she lives in Banana Island, man. I could attest for that, man, So well, anyway, folks, we're going to have some fun tonight. This is an interesting topic. And when I open the lines up, man, I want people calling in, talking about the topic. If you're not going to talk about the topic, I'm telling you right now, I'm getting you rid of you. You know. Ooh, five. So I told you, man. Audrey's balling out of control. She lives in a 5-bedroom house in Nigeria. Woohoo. Woo. And Audrey got constant electricity and whatnot, so she must be doing good, man, because she's always on the show and whatnot. I live in Ohio right now, I wish I lived in 5 bedroom. No, she said I don't live in it. She was just joshing me. Yeah, but Audrey, I wish you can get that 5-bedroom house. If you want the 5-bedroom house, get that 5 bedroom. I wish every Nigerian a 5-bedroom house. That's what they always want, a 5-bedroom house. Black Americans want reparations. Nigerians just want a big 5-bedroom house. Nigerians will do every fucking thing in the world, go around the world, scam, black money, drugs, anything to get that 5-bedroom house, man. What the hell? Kidola got a 5-bedroom house. Kidola, yeah, everybody in Nigeria got a 5-bedroom house. Kidola got a 5-bedroom house. Everybody got a 5-bedroom house, man. I'm like, wow, man, Nigerians be balling out of control, man, with those 5-bedroom houses and whatnot. A white person named it the country nigger area. Wow, come on, DK. Man, come on, DK, man. We can't be crude like that. Those are our peeps. Nigerians are our peeps. Yeah, man. Nigerians got it going on, man. They be having those big ass houses, in Nigeria. I seen them. They got those big ass houses, man. I said, what the hell you need a big house for? Got black bull. Wow. Dark Migo, man, that's mean. He said Kidola house got black mold, not a good 5-bedroom house. Woohoo. Come on, Dark Migo, Money for sacrifice. Yeah, Nigerians love that money, bro. They love that money, bro. They'll go to any length to get it too, bro. Nigerians love money. So comparing Russia and the West to being insane tells me history of geopolitics not strong suit. Dude, man, Yardy, if you want to come up here and debate me on that, first of all, Russia never had slavery. Russia never colonized Africa. Russia had never any colonies or territories in Africa. That's right there. So the bottom line, the Russia is a friggin' balance to the power of the West. So anybody basically says Russia's the same as the West, you're secretly working for the West and trying to friggin' undermine this. But please don't come on my platform because I know you're nothing but an agent, of the West. Anybody with any common sense will tell you, even though I don't like China, I don't like Russia, but I would never tell anybody to basically say, oh, what you want them to, so what do you want them? He has to choose one of the world powers as a fucking, as an ally, He has to choose one of the world powers as an ally. So either you take Russia or you go back to France and the United States, Well, I hope you agree with me. If I said the thing wrong, I apologize, But I hate that. What I see is a lot of people going around making Troy out to be a puppet. I don't think so. When I listen to this man speak, man, he's not no puppet. He's somebody that simply wants the liberation and the dignity of his people. I have no problem with Troy whatsoever. Somebody, a young man that wants to better for his people, I have every respect for. How do you think we watch Africa and Wild and Out on TV? Ooh, that was a tough. That was a mean one, Audrey. That was a mean one. Actually, much of the stuff he's in African Americans is not uh, 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 television. It's on the internet. Black television is one thing. What you see on the internet is something else. Everything. The dangerous thing, the most damaging thing, is when they basically, it's mostly Nigerians, and I had a couple of Liberians too, hating on Traore, just people just putting up stupid stuff online and whatnot. I'm like, man, who are these fucking people, And the bottom line is this, if he's right, he's a man who stood up for himself, stood up for his people, and stood up for Africa, man. You got to give him respect for that, So, but yeah, but back to the topic, would the world be a better, happier place if we just shut up, if Black America just shut up, Candace Owens wants us to shut up. That's all it is, The guy Jay calls him, this guy Jay that calls him on my show, Colin, just shut up. You're making white people upset by what you say. Shut up, You know? So what you call everybody wants to shut up. They want black people in America just to shut up. Why? Because everybody wants to come over here, get this money, And also, there's another thing too. Like when you see people like Umar Johnson, like let's examine this, right? Most of the people online you see snow bunny hopping is fucking black immigrants and Africans. These guys, man, black American men don't do that. We just told my fathers, those of us who come from fathers and family, whatnot, you tell them, look, man, stay away from white girls, man. You're gonna get yourself in trouble, right? Africans don't tell you white girl is a prize, and they celebrate when you bring a snow bunny queen back to the village and whatnot. I've seen videos, man. They make the white girl out. Oh my God, they just love it. The aunties are braiding their hair in the village and all this kind of stupid shit like that. And then we point out what these people did to us. Y'all just shut up. These are good white folks. They bring milk. They bring foreign aid to us and whatnot, So just y'all shut up or not. Forget about slavery. Forget it happened. That's what Mr. Michael Lawale wants, He wants us to shut up, because it annoys him, Afro dumbass just wants us to shut up. The blacks. He calls us the blacks because we always talk about color and race and whatnot. Just shut up. Just shut up, you blacks. Just shut up. Be quiet. Don't say anything, Just be a good Negro, While we come over here and do our thing and whatnot, See, we came over here on planes. We ain't come over on slave ships, And so it is what it is, folks, So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is, Chuko just wants me to shut up. You're right. Like, look at Audrey throwing Chuko under the bus, Audrey, that's not nice. You're throwing Chuko under the bus. I've forgotten all about it, man. But since you bring him up, yeah, Chuko. Chuko just wants us to shut up and enjoy the white man, what the white man gave to us and whatnot. You ought to be on your knees, Kala, man. Because you make it hard for all of us, man. We like toe licking the white man's toes and whatnot, And you guys always talk about slavery and everything like that, man. You guys are messing our game up, man. We want to bootlick, when we come over here, Chukwo, Chukwo, just shut up, Kala. Shut up. Shut up about slavery, shut up about slavery. Just be quiet. That's what Mr. Chukwo wants. That's what Mr. Michael Lawale wants. Just shut up. Shut up. Yeah, I say only the impression fashion change slightly. Yeah, but most people outside of America don't think there is such thing. I mean, I heard it many times. There is no white supremacy. White supremacy is a myth. Racism doesn't exist. But you can only say that when you don't have any history in America, So should black America just shut up about slavery to make everybody happy? Would everybody be happy? I want to hear from you tonight. Particularly if you're a black immigrant. If you're a non-African American, I really want to hear from you tonight. Should we just shut up about slavery? Just forget about it, move on. So I want to hear from you guys tonight. We need to, don't need help from these people who are happy to get $20 an hour at a job. Many people go build a village in Liberia, Kala. Shut up, princess. Sit down and shut up. So princess is one of those ones that just shut up, Kala. Just shut up. Shut up, man. I am so sick and tired of him. Yeah, it's another thing. Should black America, like I said, when I changed my name to an African last name, I was really trying to I under the guise of Pan Africanism, as I told myself, right? But what it really was, I was trying to erase what happened to my ancestors. I was trying to erase who I was. And I kind of regret that now. Because I figure now, like, damn, I was ashamed. When I was growing up, I was ashamed. I started studying African culture and history and whatnot, and I wanted to be Africa. And I thought Africans who were living in Africa were so lucky because they had their own names, culture, and everything like that. So I was ashamed of my heritage, and I was ashamed of being African American. And so therefore, but it was masked and cloaked in Pan Africanism. But I was ashamed of who I was. I was ashamed of my ancestors. I was ashamed of my heritage. And so, like I said, I learned to embrace who I am and love who I am for the first time in my life. I'm loving who I am, and I'm at peace with what happened to my ancestors and everything like that. But although I'm in peace, I will never forget. That's just me. I will never forget. So if it makes some people uncomfortable, so be it. So, so it is what it is. Use your knowledge. It says, use your knowledge. Where the principle said? We'll scroll up. I gotta see what he said. Use your knowledge, connect history not to nag, but see, that's what I said, nagging. So in other words, if African Americans talk about their history, they're nagging. They're nagging. That's see. I see. Don't I know my topics? Do I know? See, people don't say I have mastered the science of doing these shows. I hear what people say in the comment section. I hear what people say when they jump on the line and whatnot, and that's how I build my topics on the show. They think Black America are just naggers. You just nag all the time. I was shaming her too, so I understand. Yeah, everybody was. Everyone was ashamed. We were taught by these Afrocentrics to be ashamed of our heritage. We were taught by new groups like the Nation of Islam to hate who we were. To hate our heritage, hate who we were. Tell us there was something wrong with us or whatnot. We got to become a Muslim. We got to become an Afrocentric and all stuff like that. We were taught to hate ourselves. But we mask it as culture and all. We mask it as Afrocentricity and all this kind of stupid like that. So I'm gonna give everybody a chance to call in. Call in. Like this. So it is what it is tonight. So it is what it is. I don't call them Afro's think tank no more because I realize now I gotta stop this stuff, this beefing and stuff. I admire Afro Think Tank, man. The guy, man, one of you has 20,000 subscribers, that's a remarkable feat. No, 50,000 subscribers. For a Pan-African, that is remarkable. He's probably the number one Pan-Africanist on YouTube right now. Maybe, Dynas got 118, but I guess Dynas is still number one, but but Afro Think Tank, because he does those really in-depth analysis shit like that. He's really freaking really smart, really smart, real brilliant, man. He's a really brilliant young man, not as brilliant as me, but I like him, I like him. I like what he's doing. I'll support him, So like, by all means, listen to Afro Think Tank, listen to Afro Think Tank, listen to that guy. He's really knows what he's talking about. He really has your best interest at heart, Rico says, I wasn't ashamed. I saw those hungry Africans with flies on their heads. I was ashamed of them. Yeah, but there's an awful lot of Africans who don't have that. And yeah, there's people like when the Biafra War, when I was a little boy, and I was like 5 years old, the Biafra War was going on in Nigeria. And when we used to play outside, we used to get so skinny in the summertime, whatnot. My father was like, man, I got my children a bunch of Biafrans, because the image of at the time of Biafrans starving and whatnot, Biafra war was going on. And we used to send money. Our church used to send money to the Biafra relief fund or something like that when I was a kid, Christian missionary shit, Now, Principe's going there with Rico. I mean, why does Principe feel like he always got to take up for Africans? I don't know about that, Go get some off, bro. Whoa. You know. Yo, so Principe says African Americans, they're saving building African American. I don't know, Principe. Can you name one institution you guys built? You know, any HBC colleges and whatnot? You know, we built like 160 of them. Have you guys built any colleges yet? Do you guys any television stations? You know, we got Byron Allen has like all these television stations and whatnot. We got Tyler Perry that has movie studios and whatnot. I mean, what are you guys contributing to the community, man? You know, I like that. There's always mythical contributing immigrant here, you know. You know, so I don't know, man. Everybody thinks highly of themselves. We're coming here to contribute to Black America or whatnot. All they have to do is get rid of the thing, you know, stop nagging on your ancestors built. You know, wow, man. Yeah, so it is what it is, folks. I can tell you this is a hot topic, you know. I can say like Nigerians, well, yeah, but Nigerians will never have a TV station in America. I know that, you know, that will never happen here. So, so that's unfortunately, you know, fortunately, unfortunately, you know, so I was ashamed when I saw it, like, oh, come on, DK, man. Don't be talking about my Liberian peeps, man. Those are my peeps, my peoples, man. You know, Liberians are my peoples, my peeps, you know. Now, what if Elvis heard you say that, man? What you would hurt Elvis's feelings when you say something like that, man. That's not right, man. Talk about Joe Bus naked and child soldiers, man. Elvis was one of those, you know. And he's still traumatized, you know. But yeah, folks, we're gonna have a good show tonight, you know. I don't look down Africans. I see they are going through. I wonder how I might deal with that situation. Well, Africans look down on us. They think because what we see online is black people complaining about everything. You know. Yeah, I said that Elvis was probably a child soldier. You know, general, but Elvis naked. It'd be funny. Sometimes I'll be online and I'll be in these Liberian groups one night. And one motherfucker was like, dude, man, I recognize you. You came into our house and raped out during the war. Man. A lot of these people, look, this was George H.W. Bush led a lot of these Liberians in America. A lot of them committed atrocities like crazy in Liberia. And people are like, man, these motherfuckers, this motherfucker raped my family, man. He stole my property. He did it like that. He's on fucking he's in the chat room right now. And the motherfucker, next thing you know, the dude deletes himself out of the group. Oh my god, he crack. It's not funny, man, but you know, it is what it is, you know. Africans have been misled and kept in the dark by their leaders. No shit, you know. We Caribbean Africans add doctors, Uber drivers. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. There's doctors and Uber drivers all over the place. Okay, I guess we're not doctors. We're not like that. My cardiologist is a fucking name's McCrae, and he looks like George Foreman, whatnot, you know. So, but yeah, I guess he must be an African immigrant, you know. I say, Dr. McCrae, man, although you look like George Foreman and whatnot, I know you're an African immigrant because you can't possibly be an African American, you know. Oh my God, these people, like I said, this is freaking crazy, you know. These people think that we were just sitting around waiting for them to come here and rescue us. Now they come over here. Not only do they want to come over here and bring their tribalism shit into our country, they want to come over here and tell us to forget our history. You know, y'all nag too much. Y'all talk. I mean, yeah. Well, this is why we got this platform here. This is why this is probably the most important platform on YouTube because we go there. I say the things that everyone else is afraid to say. You know, I go there, you know, I go there and say things that people refuse to say, people refuse to discuss on that. I will go there, you know. Oh, I'm not doing no hate tonight, Steve. I'm not hating no one, you know. It's all love here tonight, you know. Oh, Audrey's taking a shot at Haitians eating roast cat, you know. No, I don't think they're eating the cats. I think they're using them for rituals. They have these rituals there. And similar thing happened in Florida back in the 90s, right? There was these animals turning up dead. It was like goats, chickens, beheaded and whatnot with blood all over the place. And these were these Haitian rituals. It was happening in Miami and back in the 90s, you know? And so now when people say cats are going missing, I said, I remember that. It happened in the 90s, you know? You know? All right. I guess you mean cat has a lot of protein. Yeah, I know. Yeah, if I'm a savage man, I'm gonna get my protein by eating a cat. You know, okay. Yeah, yeah, they use chickens a lot. You know, yeah, cats have a lot. I know early stories of freaking continental Africans. Man, they eat anything, man. You know, they eat rats, they eat cats, they eat everything. You know, you know. Yeah, she's a Nigerian. She's saying you eat cats, bro. Personally, how do you like that? See, it's not just us talking shit about you. It's that Nigerians are now talking about you. Bush meat's good for you. I'm gonna delete you, Steve. Say that again. I'm gonna delete you. Like that's another thing. Please don't come in here. If you're here to play around and troll with me, you're gonna be gone. If you like my show, support what I'm doing. Okay, that's fine. But if you're gonna come in my chat room and act stupid and say stupid shit when I'm sorry, I can't friggin' deal with you. After what happened the other night when I made up my mind, some people I'm just gonna get rid of. You know, I really am. You know, had a lot of feedback from people like Hustle Smart, Simply's, and Bomani and whatnot. And basically, I got to take drastic measures, man. I cannot happen what happened the other night on this show to ever happen again. You know, I said I'm not going to have anybody antagonizing me and stuff like that. I'm not going to have anybody disrespecting each other on the line, stuff like that. It's not going to happen no more. You know, it's just a meltdown. There was a meltdown with Honey Flower and all these other people like that. You know, I should have stopped it. You know, before it started. That was my fault. You know, but I'm always thinking in my head. This is what I always think. We're all black people, right? So sooner or later, people are gonna say, "Okay, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry," and then people make up and apologize. But I'm realizing now that's not the case. You know, and then I said this tonight. What leads me to the topic tonight? Maybe it's because we just hate ourselves so fucking much. You know, Audrey Bomani is actually doing tours. He's doing professional work. You know, he's got people on his property. He got 50 properties under development on his property. You know, so the bottom line, you can say whatever you want about him. He's still there. You know, and we're gonna do this tour to Liberia next year. You know, we already did one tour, and we're gonna do a tour next year. You know, so so the bottom line is this. You know, well, I wish everybody was like you, Black Manosphere. You know, Era Black, whatever your name is, you know. I wish everybody like this. No, I'm not emotional. I just don't like people saying stupid shit in my chat room, you know. Dumb shit, you know. You want to play around, go to another person's channel and play around. I'm for fucking serious talk. As I said, all I want is people to fucking come in here and give me serious. So show me that show me that you're a mature person. If I'm saying something and whatnot, please freaking add to intelligence to the conversation. You know, I am so sick and tired of childishness and foolishness. You know, I'm a very serious person, folks. I'm a very serious person. You know, and Black First says when you invite third world refugees to your space, what do you expect? Well, actually, Steve he says he's one of us from North Carolina, but I don't know. The jury's still out on him. You know, Kemi, should you duty whining? Shaking body with some slander, Haiti. Woo. So these people are 20 years out of village that are cultured as us. Yeah. Yeah. It's sad, but yeah. Why should she put some respect on Haiti? Why don't Haiti develop, right? I don't know what it's gonna take. Well, like this. Black Manifest said, I'm a beacon of love and light. For black people, that's because I want sometimes it's more than words. And yeah, man, I love that spirit, brother. You love your people, man. I love it, man. We need more people like you, brother. Love themselves, love their people. We need more people like that. Now, Rico, that's not fair, man. What was they speaking before the French gave them a language? They were speaking Schnagalagalaga, So they had to learn some sort of authentic Latin written language and whatnot to get an idea. How were they going to run an island speaking Schnaga-laga-laga? You can't do that. They had to speak French. They had no choice. Kamala would have done the duty while in the White House. This was Carla and Rico. What do we say, Principe? What do we say? I didn't say nothing. Feel the love and power, strength of intelligence, full spectrum of black. Yeah, no, but most black people don't like intelligence, man. They sit there when they have somebody intelligent talk there, and they come around your spaces, joking and laughing and acting foolish and whatnot. I never get any fucking intelligence. I want intelligent people to fucking call my show. When I want to talk to intelligent black people, right? I'm so sick and tired of idiots, man. You have no idea, Makes me want to quit this movement, right? I said, this is all there is, man, Yeah, people are just fucking stupid and dumb and ignorant and freaking foolish, childish and whatnot, So I don't know. I don't know where this movement's gonna go, to tell you the truth. One little simple thing like we need our own fucking platform, We could be making millions of dollars. We could be building something great among ourselves and whatnot. We would imagine if we had our own platforms and whatnot, we wouldn't have to worry about, for example, when I look at friggin' TikTok, right? I remember back in the days, right? This is something I always wanted to talk about. Back in the days, my first webpage, my second, actually, I had Ning site. I was part of a Ning site. Ning site was exclusive. People would join the groups, they get kicked out, so it's private, right? So I was part of all these independent social networks. So that's what I thought the movements go. Everybody, you get your own social network and everything like that, and you could be among people of like mind, right? You could shut off the whole world. Matter of fact, the sanity was when I was in these certain Ning groups or whatnot, and basically I was there every night posting and uploading and stuff like this, and I'm talking and communicating with other black people when it's like all the foolishness did not exist because we didn't let people on like that, right? I didn't hear about what was going on. I didn't want to know about what some white supremacist said or whatever like that, But here, when I get on these platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and all like that, there's always somebody posting some shit that I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear. Don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about what fucking some redneck has to say about me, I don't want to hear it. And so why would somebody black be reposting with some white person? Where did he get that in the first place? Because there's a lot of black people, they can't stay off white people's sites and pages and whatnot. And so they go over to the white pages when all that racist shit, when not, like the fucking the Nick Fuentes. I shouldn't even know who a Nick Fuentes is, And they take it and they bring these motherfuckers to your For You page and your timeline and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, I miss MySpace. Because when I turned on my computer, right? I turned on my freaking computer and I turned on my page, right? I only saw what was on my page, and then I go to somebody else's page that I'm friends with, and basically I would see if they had the page open, I was a friend, I could see what's on that page, right? There was no news feed or a For You thing screaming down my thing. Now that was when you had to get all the way on your computer. Now you sit there on your phone, right? And you get these notifications. Somebody says some stupid shit on the page. Let me for example, what I'm talking about. Let me pull up my Facebook, right? That's another app, another thing I'm gonna freaking delete too. Facebook, Let me scroll down. Okay. Somebody basically put an ad, LT1 marketing. It says smash and forget. In other words, somebody basically like, these are chicks you could smash and forget. Why am I seeing this on my fucking timeline? Why? I'm not friends with this LT1 marketing. Let me see. Am I friends with this person? No. So if I'm not friends with this person, how did this person come on my goddamn page? You know why? Because somebody paid for this, right? Because Facebook has advertising. This is an ad, right? I have no say so about what comes on my fucking timeline, Facebook. So we don't own Facebook, Because how do I talk for hours? Because I'm good. In order for you, the first rule of talk, is just to speak. Speak. Some people can't do what I do. Some people just turn on a thing and they be like this. Oh no, here comes Chukwo. I knew he would come here. It's like ringing the bells, bringing Satan's bells. Call if they bring. Oh, I missed it, man. Everybody calm down. Nobody post, man. I'm trying to freaking like this. Scroll up, Kala wants segregation. I never said I want segregation. It says Kala. Let's see. It says Kala. If they bring back reparations, then you kick you out of that white neighborhood you live in. Now, first of all, they're never going to give you black people reparations, whatever like that. So whatever. That's stupid. Master, don't let Kala speak at work. So he's here. Look, first of all, I'm my own master. I work for myself. I work for myself. I can say what I want. I can do what I want anytime I want. That's literally me and all you people that punch a clock. I work for myself. I could go travel around the world when I want to. I could get up and leave tomorrow if I wanted to. But I can do whatever I want to do. I don't have to. I'm not restricted by what I say, whatever like that. Black people to truly have very old history that comes from community structure, nuclear family, home like this, aka EBT. Yeah, I'm traveling the world with an EBT card. Okay, I'm traveling the world with a fucking card worth $200 a fucking month. Yeah, EBT card. That's what I said. So you got ignorant people like Audrey, aka EBT. You're gonna travel with EBT card. That's how so fucking stupid some people are, People think you got an EBT card, whatever like that, you're gonna fucking travel or do anything. The only thing you could do with an EBT card, right? If you're a single mother with children, that's the only people that get EBT. A single woman with children, with infant children, young children. That's it. That's the only people that fucking this. They don't take EBT. I'm a man. Do I like a fucking women than you? Men don't get EBT cards. I have money. I have more money than anyone that's fucking called into this show. Yeah, I know it takes too much disrespect. That's why I said I'm timing people out for the night. I'm getting rid of people. All right. Didn't I just warn people that I was not in the mood tonight? I was not gonna take this. I'm not gonna listen to anybody. So, Audrey, you're gone. Audrey's gone. And who else? Audrey's permanently banned. You know. Who else? Who else got something to say? I just get rid of you. N1, you're gone. No, I think I'll put it to a vote. If you want N1 gone, folks, put a one in the chat room. One in the chat room. If you want N1 gone. N1 in the chat room. If you want N1 in the chat room gone, you're sick of listening to shit. Put a one in the chat room. One. I need 5. No, 2. I said 1. I got 2. Come on, 3 more. 3 more so I can block this dude. This is a democracy. 3. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. All right, and when you got a reprieve, bro, Okay, what you call Audrey, you're gonna get that count blocked too. You're gonna get that blocked too. Michael Awali 1, so that's 4. I need 1 more. The bottom line is this. I want fucking people to call my show, and I want people to friggin' talk to me like you're talking to an intelligent person, and I want people to talk to me with respect. And I want you to talk to my guests on this platform with respect. I've seen now that if we ever tried to build a nation, we kill each other. We would. After what I saw heard the other night, I went back and listened to the show and whatnot. If these people were all in a room, man, there will be fucking knives coming out, and that's unacceptable. I don't get everybody what they need to do. If somebody says something, you take 5 minutes and everybody cool off, right? And then count to 10, whatever you gotta do. That's what they would say. Go in the corner, count to 10, and say, okay, I didn't really mean what I said, whatever like that, So, so yeah, Kidola was fucking ridiculous. I should not freaking let that go on. That was my fault, because I was so busy fucking cracking up over fucking what he said. Kidola cracks me up. That's the only reason why I let him on, because he's fucking funny, And sometimes a laugh is not even worth it anymore, Same thing with Lewis, These guys crack me up, but I can't do it no more, I can't have that level of disrespect and whatnot. I don't like what I'm seeing with Dynasty's show. It's devolving into that, I mean, the bottom line is this: if I was a white supremacist and I'm listening to all this stuff like that, and I'm like, these niggas, I'm the enemy. White people like say, I'm the fucking enemy. I'm causing all these people problems, and these people are fucking hating each other. I look at that's like I say, me as a person as outsider, right? I'm looking at people from different parts of that. I look at Africans as all the fucking same, I do. I don't freaking look at Africans like, oh yeah, well you're East Africa and you're West Africa. To me, I'm a Black American. To me, you're all the fucking same. I hate when people do that to me. I had a guy I told you about a couple of years ago. This guy tried his best to recruit me into his genocidal fucking problem with the damn against the Tutsis. I said, no, I like Paul Kagame. I like Rwanda, right? No, those are fuck Kala. You're a Bantu set, I know that. I understand that. But that don't mean that I think that all Tutsi should. This guy was talking literally extermination. Really. Talking extermination of another black race, No, I asked him, so you have no smoke for the Belgium, you have no smoke for the Canadians, you have no smoke for the damn British, you have no smoke for the French and whatnot, but you want to destroy the Tutsis. Why? Why did a Tootsie girl break your heart or something like that, turned you down and whatnot, This guy was just incredibly, I'm just glad, man. I don't know. That was under my old Facebook account. I got another. She is back. She got another account. I can't bring him back. The other account she just did is blocked. I can't unblock nobody. Once I block somebody permanently, there's no way of unblocking somebody permanently. Somebody can show me how to unblock people. I don't know how to unblock people. That's permanently blocked. You could unblock somebody from the calls. I could unblock somebody from the calls, but the chat room is different. Once you block somebody from the chat room, they have it so the person can never come back. That's why I think seriously when I'm ready to block somebody, and seriously that means you seriously fucked up. If I say stop talking shit, whatever like that, I don't know why people think that I'm playing games. Why I think this is a joke. I'm not joking. I don't get on this platform 6-7 nights a week or not. I'm trying to build a movement that I take very, very seriously. Now, if you don't take this seriously, right, then you got to go elsewhere. You want entertainment, go someplace else. Now, if you want to contribute to this or whatnot, you want to critique me, criticize me, and debate me, hey, I'm all for that. Everybody knows I'm all for debate. You want to debate with me? Hey, look, you have a right to debate me because I'm talking on your behalf. So you have every right to critique what I say. That's what I believe. But you don't have a right to disrespect me. You don't have the right to disrespect my woman. You don't have the right to disrespect my family and stuff like that. That's when you're crossing the line. When you do that, you're crossing the line. And you people are grown. When you're crossing the line. So it is what it is. Black man says the language is love. Oh, I love Black Manosphere, but dude, man, this kumbaya shit, man. The language is love. Maybe I could get like him, man. Love, peace, and happiness. I said like this. I put a thing, right? This girl put this video out, right? As a black girl, so I said, and I put down love, peace, and nappiness. The girl wrote back like, who the fuck you calling nappy? I was like, yo, it's a song. Love, peace, Lost Boy, love, peace, and nappiness. She got offended. I said, love, peace, and nappiness. You trying to say I has nappy? No, just a song. Because the way she was dancing, I was saying love, peace, and nappiness. And she got, oh my God, how dare you, Carla, man? I'm like drunk off of a friggin' I had drunk, I got literally punch drunk off a Dynasty thing where people are actually going in on talking about how does Dynasty track these people? He's a Pan African, go to Africa, right? Yeah, he got all these friggin' we were already here with Native Americans. The one guy put a picture of Cherokee Indians. I said was that Marsha, did you see that comment I said those are like don't like Negroes of me. That really I didn't even read the next guy's comment. I know he was pissed when I wrote that, you know. And so I'm like this, where does Dynas get all these people from? Where does he get all these friggin' people? I'm like this. If you ever come on my platform on Facebook, anything, talk about you was already here, that you're a Native American, you are gone. I don't want to hear anything you have to say, you know. I don't know Dynas all about drama, but damn man, this is I just can't do it. I'm not going to legitimize in my eyes to these people. You have a full-fledged conversation with a Negro, talk about he's a Native American. I am not going to do that. I'm looking across from a Negro or not with nappy head and whatnot that look like they came off the friggin' off the Congo. Just sailed down the Congo River, talking about you a Native American. You know. Yeah, that is true though. How's Kidola come here with his white wife and talk about who is African or not? That's just is beyond reproach. You know, So it is what it is. He has too many rainbow people. I don't know. Danny's supposed to have a guy Shaw, man. That dude's talking about he wants to beat up Hustle Smart, Anthony. I'll meet you over there. I'll come down to Atlanta, blah, blah, blah. Imagine being threatened by a gay guy, man. That must be the worst thing in the fucking world. You're threatened by a gay guy, man. That's freaking crazy, man. It's just like Saucy Santana got mad with DJ Academics. He said, well, I'm coming there. I'm gonna bend your ass over. Man, Saucy Santana said he's gonna bend DJ Academic over, man. Oh my God, man! He's gonna bet. Imagine the sight of that, man. So he's like, I'm gonna bust those cheeks open. He threatened DJ Academics with rape, man. That's just. Oh man, like I said, I can't give a friggin' show to this to this degenerate shit. That's why one thing I am glad, folks, is I don't have none of those people that call in my show or not, because the bottom line, first thing you're gonna do is get hung up on. Don't want to hear anything you gotta say. I mean, look, if you live your life, hey, look, to each his own, right? But I have the right to have my space. In my space, that's not tolerated, in my space, But if you go someplace else's space, like I don't care what Dynas says, whatever does when that's his space. He chooses to tolerate that. That's on him. I can't do it, So that being said, it's been an hour. So let me open up the lines, right? I want intelligent conversation. I want somebody to ask me. Well, I really want the black immigrants to call tonight. Because like I said, if I could reach enough consensus, I might say, something, I'm quitting this whole thing, man. Because our immigrant brothers are basically upset. They think we're naggers and we're always nagging about everything or not, because we're getting in the way. We're getting in their way with the white folks, you know. Pan attract the freaks and degenerates of the black world. Yeah, it does. Pan African friggin' I don't know, man. Degenerates are fucking idiots, Everybody's some sort of degenerate or deviant, You ever notice that in the Pan African world, So fucking deviant, man, Yeah, I want to go to Africa. I'm a Pan Africanist, man. I'm from the Hausa tribe. The reason why I chose the Hausa tribe is because they allow you to marry a 12-year-old girl or not, man. That's what I always wanted to do, man. Now, if I did that in America, I'd be called a pedophile. But since I am now, my name is Ross Moisture, I can go to friggin' Nigeria and marry a 12-year-old under the guise of culture and heritage and history and whatnot, Like this. Has somebody that I love very much, that's coming on here tonight. My brother from another mother. What's up, Dave?
What's good? Good evening, Kyla. How you
How's
doing,
it
man?
going? What's on your
I've
mind
been I've
tonight?
been working, man. I just been working. Sorry, Kyla, man. I just
It's
been
all
working.
good, man. I know, but when you come in, you give 100%. I know. I like it.
Yeah, man, I think this comes from they want us to forget about our history because they feel that we're in the way of their opportunity in America.
The opportunity to get next to
Yeah,
white people.
yeah. So by having that African American history in America,
You there? You there? Yo, Dave. Dave, you might have to hang up and call back in. Dave. The CIA got Dave. Yeah, they got rid of it. Now I got another person up. Next person up, Steve. What's on your mind?
What's up, Kyla? I was just calling in. Wait, what was the title again?
Man, read the topic, bro. Right up on the top of the screen there.
Oh, okay. I see. Would the world be better? Hold on. I mean, I can't see it in the stream yard.
All right. The topic is, and let's stay on topic. Would the world be a better, happier, and better if African Americans just forgot their history? That
Uh,
I'm just
ye-
asking for your opinion. You don't have to agree with me. What's your
right,
opinion?
right, right. I would say. I mean, it's hard to say. Yes and no.
Yes or no? Like how?
I I mean, I see too many of us use our past as a reason not to do anything today.
Oh, so you're a Captain American Negro. Okay, I get it.
No, I'm not a Captain American Negro. I'm gonna tell you, like I said the other night, we are in a better position right now in America. Unfortunately, we are in a better position right now in America than if we would have stayed in Africa, and
So,
that's
in
the
other
truth.
words, basically, if when the white man comes and says all the murder, you know how many people died? Let me ask you, do you have any idea how many people actually died in the Holocaust coming over to America? You have
No, tell me.
about they said people who were lost. The transatlantic slave trade. It only like 500,000 came back to North America, right? But
Correct.
millions of people crossed the Atlantic, right? Didn't make it across the Atlantic. About 10 million people died. That's genocide. Just so they could build. Matter of fact, without the transatlantic slave trade, this Western Hemisphere would have never developed. It would never develop. It would have never developed, and stuff like that. And not only that, the lives that were lost, the thing like that. Can you bring those lives back? So we just forget them. They're just trash that you walk on. So
No, but Kyla, I'm just saying that I see too many people. We listen. All right, listen.
hold up. Well, the thing is though. So what do you do about it? You cannot forget that. You know, and the
I
pain is there, and the pain is so great because people like listen to you. I mean, look, this is my opinion, right? That people are now saying, you know something, I don't even want to be black no more. I mean, I had a freaking the reason I thought about this topic today is because I was on Diane Samir's Facebook post, man, and the number of people, black people, right, who are now opting into you go on TikTok, opting into this. We're not Africans. We never came from Africa. Slavery never happened because it's just so damning and painful. We never healed from this. So if people never hear from this, you know what you got? You're going to have YNs. You're going to have all these people acting crazy. That's why you have people flipping out all the time when that black people are so violent and so dangerous, whatnot. Black people are dysfunctional. You know, so I'm just telling you how it is because we haven't dealt with what happened to us, and we're told to forget. Now I'll say like this. Now, if we just forgot, right, and say, look, let's erase it, take our new identity, maybe we say we already care because slavery, identifying with slavery is just so painful, that
It's not
it's
painful. It's not painful for me.
because you don't have any conscience. That's why.
No, that's no. What I mean by it's not. I understand.
I'm just listening to what you're talking about. I know I mean, no offense to you. I'm not trying to diss you or nothing like that. But it seems like you got a lot of white friends. You seem like you got
No, I don't have a lot of white friends.
it sounds like it. You sound like one of those guys that basically have white friends, and look, there's nothing wrong with that. Look, when it clouds your judgment. For the fact of the matter is this. White people never forgot about slavery. They constantly remind themselves every day with their commencement in the Confederacy and whatnot, what they did and their triumph over you as a race. You know, so if they never forget, right, they refuse to forget, because they say that's one of their biggest victories in history is the white triumph over the black race in these North America. So they don't forget. Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Colin? What's up, panel?
All right, go ahead.
Are you getting me, Colin?
Yeah, I get you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was chewing. Give me a second. I mean, in regards to the topic, right? I mean, your history is what makes you. What's the thing that motivates you, the things that carve out the lane in which you can find success. So, of course, nobody, regardless of how great or how terrible your history is, should never forget your history because that leads you to your future. So, I think the question is almost redundant to ask, but we as Africans, especially me, I'm not offended by African American history. I think it's inspiring. I think, quite frankly, again, you know, unlike you, Kala, who pisses me off all the time, but African Americans are great people. They came from some of the worst, conditions. So, one of the worst history, and they overcame. They still have issues, but they've also have a lot of success. I've always said that, and I always say that. Now, on the individual level, when you have Africans like myself and others who come on your platform and challenge you when you're spewing hatred or just false information, it's not that we don't, it's not.
Give me an example. I want to correct this. You know what I'm saying? Give me an example of the hatred I've heard. Maybe I
Yeah,
know.
when you call African primitive people shit
I call
slingers,
look. I
living in
call look.
in house made of poop,
Look, I
all
did
of
look,
those shit.
look. I didn't call all Africans. You know that's not true. My wife's freaking African, right? My family in
No, but
Liberia.
you distinguish her. You say that she's not a native. She's a
No,
American like that. So that puts her a step above the other people,
some of
right?
my boys that I trust with my life in Liberia are natives. Some of my peoples in Liberia, mostly actually native Liberians. They're not even American Liberians. They're natives. So it's
I don't.
not that, but they just see things like the
Tyler,
way I see it.
Tyler, don't worry about Elvis. He not from America. He don't know that everything you saying coming with love. So
Yeah, I
he
know.
don't.
Dave. Sometimes I don't want to get on you because
Get on me, then, nigga.
you're
Get on
my
me,
you're my
nigga. Get
boxer
on
brother. I
me.
don't
All
want to
right,
get
It
all
on
don't
you,
right, all
matter.
right,
but
all right,
You
all
don't
right.
know.
Let's not have that tonight.
You don't
I get
know,
it. I get it.
bro.
I get it.
Everything Kyler come from was love, man. This
I
Yeah,
how
mean, Dave,
everybody.
if Kala is calling your mother's people primitive people,
they are
shit,
primitive free. They
I'm not
play
calling
all primitive
everybody that.
free.
I'm not saying
yeah.
that. I never
But
said that.
tell it to your mother, Dave. The next time you see your mom, kiss her on the cheek and tell her she's a
But hold on.
primitive woman.
Does
Her people are
anybody
shit slingers. She come from a long line of
look,
primitive
Dave,
people.
from everything you heard of me, right?
But
About like
it's but it's coming with love.
yeah.
I'm saying
Are
it
you
with
are
love.
you are you retarded or something? Well, if somebody is abusing
Yeah,
you,
I'm
that comes from
retarded.
love, you
I'm
idiot.
retarded.
What's wrong with you, man?
I'm
Okay,
retarded.
and also what I'm learning too is, I'll be honest with you, I've learned a lot of the last couple of days, right? You know, I learned that uh something, because when you're in America, you're African American, right? You're so used to like being able to say whatever you want to say, whatever like that, and you can't offend nobody because you have no power, right? And I'm learning now that I have to really watch what I say about certain things because it really hurts people. Because some of the stuff I say, so I'm gonna try my best not to say things because I know, even though I know, like Dave said, I'm saying it in love and I don't really mean it, right? Something like that. Because I
You
talk about Black
don't really
Americans
mean
the
it.
same
I
way.
know Kyler don't really mean it.
Tyler, you think when Africans say stereotypical things about African Americans, they're
Well,
saying it with love?
some of the stuff they say is
Nope.
true.
Nope.
No, they're not
Okay.
saying it because they're not
Oh, they're
understanding.
not. Oh, they're not saying it with love, but
No,
Kyler's saying it with love when he's doing the same kind of
Elvis,
rhetoric.
You don't understand.
Some Africans say some stuff. I understand that they're talking out of love. They're talking out of, these are people over there. I don't really get that. When an African says something about us, right? and a white person said white redneck. So it's two different things. I don't get all offended. I'm not an FBA person. I get offended. That's just something they observe, you know, stuff like that. But when it really comes down to, I learned this when I'm in Liberia, right? I learned this when I'm in Liberia. When you all get all together in a group, right? The bossa man may say something about the Pelly man, blah, blah, blah. But we're all fucking sitting there having drinks and talking about shit, right? We're talking about the NBA. We're talking about this movie, that movie. We're all fucking black, you know? And so that's a freaking difference, you know? So I understand.
Not understanding it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're all
Don't
black.
really understand it. So, you know, it's coming from a different social and political environment.
Right. So therefore,
You're not
if I
understanding.
say stuff and whatnot, you know, I expect people like, okay, yeah, we're all black, whatever. Like people can say something about Black Americans all the time. You know, I don't get offended if Africans say stuff about Black Americans. I say that's the observation, but you understand something.
Dave was raised in a Liberian household. He ate the same food that most of us eat in this country. He spoke the same, you know, his mother spoke to him the same way our mother speak to us. But this idiot thing that he's different than us because, you know,
No, I don't think
allegedly
I'm
his father
different
is
from you.
African American, which I don't
I go to
believe.
like. How will I think I'm different from you? And I go to
No,
Liberia.
you think you're African American and you're not, bro. Your culture is
I
Liberian. Your
am
mother.
American. I'm born here, but I'm born
Yeah,
here.
just being born here don't make you
Hold
African
on, hold on,
American,
hold
you
on,
idiot.
hold on.
Hey, yo, Elvis,
No, no,
this
no.
is
Let me explain something to you, Elvis. My social and political view is African American. That's all
What are
I
you
know.
talking about? Who raised you, Dave?
Even though my mother raised me, but I've living
Your
in
mother
America.
raised you, bro. You was raised in a
Living in
Liberian
America.
household.
Living in
he's probably
America.
more New
You're not
York. He's probably
understanding.
New York.
Hold on,
Dave's
hold on.
probably more
You're
New
not
York.
understanding. You're not understanding, Elvis. You're not understanding. It's many of us over here, like Nigerians and Ghanaians that's over here, bro. That's born here, and we see things from an African American perspective.
Yeah, but I don't
We
make you
see
African
things,
American, bro.
It doesn't
but
matter. It doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't matter, bro. We
It
don't
doesn't
see
matter.
No, what makes you your ethnicity is your
it.
blood, not
It
your outlook.
doesn't
What's wrong
matter,
with this
bro.
dude?
I know people. I know Nigerians who's born and their moms and pops born and raised Nigerian. They see things from an African American perspective. They will never go to
Doesn't
Nigeria.
make them African American. They can't go and get
They don't
reparation.
care.
First
Their
of all,
lineage is not African American.
Elvis, let me say this: African Americans are not going to get reparations. So what's the big deal?
Fine, but
They
I'm
don't
just saying. I'm just saying, Kyle.
That's just something. Look, let me tell you something, Elvis. Don't buy the Kool-Aid, right? That whole reparations thing is just a thing to divide black people. We're not falling for it,
you,
right?
you understand me,
We
Colin? It
know
kills
for a
me.
fact. Remember the
People like Principe and Elvis. They will never go back to their countries. But they talk about people like me who I'm not this, I'm not. I go back home every year. I go back home. I do work at back
Oh, that's
home.
your home now. I thought you're African American, Dave.
I'm still home.
I go to
Home.
Liberia every day, man.
That's the motherland.
The
Like
That's
reason
the
I get it because you're
motherland.
fake, bro. You're
You know,
trying to cosplay, man. Be who you are. Be a proud Liberian and stand on it. Don't try to put yourself in the African American shoes.
you don't see things. You'll never see things from my perspective because you wasn't born here, bro. You wasn't born through the struggle.
Whatever you say,
What
Dave.
going on, bro?
I'm proud that I wasn't born here.
So
Fine.
yeah, so you
Elvis,
going
I'm
through,
gonna
Yeah.
say,
all you know is rebels and shit. You know what I mean?
See
Wartime,
that?
bro. You know what I mean? You
I
know,
mean, Dave, shut
you
up.
know,
What do you know
trying
about
to
Liberia outside of war? When was the first time you went to Liberia, Dave?
you know American
Now,
culture like
I
that.
go
You
to
know what I mean?
Okay.
You
Liberia
know how it is
because
out
that's
here.
my
Right?
child. Look, every group of people, right? This is another thing, right? About Liberia, right?
You still go back home.
Like, I was talking to Val Thomas, right? Him and Cynthia Blanford, right? You seen that, Dave, right? You know,
Yeah.
beautiful couple, man. They should be the first couple of Liberia. He should
Oh,
run.
you be saying so many insinuatory things. Why should it be the first couple of Liberia?
What I'm saying like this, I'm saying the way he was telling me, now he's my elder, right? He said, look, he goes, we as black people in America, right? And I said, this is one of the things that Liberia is one of the things that the world just want us just to forget. You know, they want us to forget that our ancestors were dissatisfied with America and once sailed over to Liberia and actually erected a republic. They didn't go sit on the coast. They went there, erected a whole republic there, got diplomatic and recognition around the world. That was remarkable, right? Now, some people will say, no, we should just forget about that. We're all Americans. I can't forget that, right? Just like I cannot forget what happened to my ancestors in America with slavery. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of people in the world that, like said, there's a lot of people in Africa, like they want us to forget that we didn't just come from America, right? Come from Africa to America. We also have a history of returning to Africa. Liberia, Sierra Leone, even in places like Ghana. South Africa. African Americans have been all over the globe. All over. There's African American communities all over the globe.
Colin, quick question.
Yeah.
How many African Americans actually want to leave America?
So no,
Zero. I say
that's not the
zero, bruh. I
that's
say
not the freaking
zero.
point. That's not the point. The point is the fact that there are
Some
some.
won't go.
You
Yeah,
know,
some leaving, some
doesn't
leaving.
matter. So it's not something.
Nah, Kyla, not to cut you off. From when you posted on Facebook, those 6 people, it's gonna grow. It's gonna grow.
Oh yeah, of course it's
It's
gonna grow. Of
gonna
course it's
grow.
gonna grow. It's growing. I think, like I said, that's what
It's
I'm
gonna grow
focused.
because
I'm
the
telling my
word ain't
movement
get
around.
out yet. The word ain't get out yet.
The word's getting out there. When I'm gonna push that idea that look, we're gonna work on it together. If you want dual citizenship, permanent residency in Liberia, we're gonna have places you could link to and whatnot. And unlike other countries in West Africa, you could actually own deeded property in Liberia. That's yours. So that's gonna be one of the sales pitches. So I know Liberia, this repatriation movement, Liberia, and also when you listen to Val Thomas talks, right? He says, I look at the history of Liberia, I look at what the culture and everything like that. He goes, we share this land with indigenous people, but he goes, make no mistake. He goes, this is my home. This is where I'm going to die. I'm coming back like this. And all of a sudden they're leading a movement of African Americans rebuilding what our ancestors started 200 years ago. So it is what it is. And also the government of Liberia is saying, something, we have an obligation. Because this country's constitution, a constitutional obligation. Because remember something, the term being a Liberian was something that came in the 70s when people tried to national. There was before the 1970s, anyone from all over Africa, all over the world could just settle there if you were black. That's all it was. It was like a safe haven for black people, a refuge for black people around the world. Then it became an identity: who's Liberian, who's not. That's when after the coup. Then it became who's Liberian, who's not, who's a real Liberian, anybody black Liberian, So it's just sad. Let me get Big Black on. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yeah, I don't think, I think there's a bad perception of people that quote unquote are conscious, right? People that, believe in Pan-Africanism, that these guys are just complainers and they, that the white men, the whole, no, most Pan-Africans, they're actually well off, they don't say that it's nothing that we can do. The people, the rhetoric that you hear, that rhetoric actually comes from the people that are not conscious, that are not Pan-African, right? I mean, you could talk to a gay.
But there's a lot. Let me ask you a question, Big Black. Now, I've heard Pan-African strikes like Brandon say many times, black people make excuses, and he said many times, you should shut up about slavery, forget about slavery. That's an excuse for black people not doing nothing. Brandon says that all the time to this day. And so basically, we should just forget our. Even Dinah says it sometimes. He mocks black people who say, "Look, we have a history here in America."
Tyler, and you used to be right there with them. I used to be on Dinah's show when you guys, all three of you, were talking like that.
And you know something? I may have, and I was absolutely freaking wrong. Because I'm reflecting now. Over the last year, that's when I thought there was this Pan-African where it was actually going someplace. Then I realized now that these people right here, after that's before I actually went to the continent, right? And then when I go into the continent, and when I went to Liberia, a few times, I'm saying to myself, what the hell do I got to be ashamed about? That's what it dawned on me. I have nothing to be ashamed about, because I said to myself, I'm seeing people across the world who are trying to talk and look like me. And basically, you go there and all they know is about Martin Luther King, let's say, Malcolm X, and all stuff like that, Garvey, and all stuff like this. They know everything that goes on in Black America or not. So I guess I said to myself, I guess being Black America ain't so bad. That's what I said. But after I went to Liberia, I said, I guess being Black American is not so bad. Before I went there, I was like, oh man, we need to forget this, man. Yeah, you're right. I was like that. Until I went to the continent and found out that, hey, being Black America is not so bad.
Tyler, that was after you've been to Liberia at least once.
No.
Hey, Tyler, let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me just one quick question. Have you ever been ashamed of being Black American?
Of course I was. Yeah.
Well, that's where me and you differ. When I have never been ashamed to be a Black American.
Well, I was more conscious than you were.
No, I knew about Africa. Like I said, I'm not a Pan Africanist per se and
No,
whatnot.
I will say
I,
no. I will say no. I said I was ashamed the fact that I was so ashamed that I changed my name. You know, you have you ever? I said like this. So I'm like this. I was like this. You're down in Wilson, North Carolina, right?
yes, sir.
Not an hour or two down the road is Elizabeth City, right?
Right.
My family comes from, and
Hmm.
Windsor, North Carolina. And oil in the Windsor, North Carolina area, there's certain plantations down there. The Overton plantation, the Speller plantation, the Clutch plantation, and the Johnson plantation. All these plantations, right? My family have roots in them, right? And you know, down there, I don't know if they have in Wilson. I think they do, right? They have still got old plantations where the white family of the Johnsons, whoever like that, can meet with the black families, right? I hated that so much when my family used to come down there. I say, leave me home, right? They used to go down there and meet the white folks who descended of the people who owned us. They used to send me into rage, you know? I wanted vengeance. And when I say you never wanted vengeance, you know, I did. I wanted vengeance. If I had it in my power back in those days to exterminate every white person, I would. I
Okay,
had
Colin, let me say this, right? I
That
think
sounds a little radical.
even yeah, even
no,
though
no,
I
that's
disagree
I
with
said
you,
I said you're not me, you
But
know.
hold,
one second, Colin. Even though I disagree with you, Colin.
I
let
wanted
me say
vengeance
this
for
real
my
quick. I wasn't done talking real quick, right? So, Colin, on that particular note, I don't think you were ashamed to be African American. You ashamed to just wear, the slave master's name.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
that's
also
not
I was
ashamed to be
ashamed of the
African
fact that my
American.
family was so proud of these names. They were just so proud of them. I was hated it, you know.
Well, that's you ashamed of that, but you're not ashamed of that's
I
not
was
being
no look.
ashamed to
I
be
was
African
ashamed.
American.
I was ashamed because of the fact that when I used to talk to Africans back then, when I was younger, I talked to Africans and they used to always tell about their proud history and all stuff like that. You know, they used to talk about their tribe and their kingdom. And I said I wanted that. And I said I wanted to have a tribe. I wanted to have a history and whatnot. You know, I used to study. I used to start studying the Mali Empire and stuff like that. I wanted to be anything but a black person from America, you know, and I
But
hated myself.
I wanted to touch on something that you were saying excuses, right? Just because you're saying what something's being done to you, that's not an excuse. That's just telling the people what's being done to us. That's not an excuse.
Yo,
So now,
Some people use it as a crutch, though.
right now, I'll give you the example right now. If somebody's every day you go outside, someone punctures your tire, right? But you don't know who it is, right? When you find out who it is that make you saying, okay, JoJo down the block is punching my tire? Is that an excuse, or you just okay? I'm pointing the finger at who's doing it, right? That's not making an excuse. Now, the excuse is when you say, well, there's nothing I can do about it, then you're making an excuse. So just calling out what's being done to you negatively, that's not making an excuse.
no, I'm not saying, yeah, you're right. I agree with that. But I'm saying my whole thing was, it was not just the history, right? It was a future, right? I said, is this all there is? You know, this all there is? The same, like I said, I'll go even further, right? I never friggin' accepted the fact that the same people who enslaved my ancestors, I had to look up and said, this is your president. You know, I never accepted that. You know, I said at the time it was Bill Clinton. He was supposed to be the first black president. I hated him. You know, I said, look, he's white. He's a devil. You know, I don't want no fucking white devil governing over me and whatnot. And I was up to the point where I almost violent because some of my friends, they were so violent. They were 5%. They were so violent. They were ready. We were at the time we were talking about raging an all-out race war against white people. Right? And one of my friends almost killed this white guy. You know, lucky I lived because they wouldn't give my friends a death penalty. You know, they set this white guy up with his girl and whatnot. They almost killed him. You know. But I said, and that's when I backed off. Said, "Nah, I can't. This is too extreme for me." You know, but that's how radical I was back then because I was so angry. You know, I was full of hatred and anger. You know, and so, like I said, the only thing I could do was, you know, because every time I heard my name, it just reminded me of slavery and what they did to my ancestors. So I changed my name. You know, I changed my name. You know, I studied African history. I picked it. I studied the.
And that's the point I wanted to make, right, Colin? You're a smart guy. I don't agree with most of the things you say, but I think you're relatively smart. I'm sure at that age, whatever age you was when you changed your name, you should have realized then that your name doesn't make you. You make the name.
Yeah,
things
no,
that you
no,
accomplish in your life.
somebody else's
Give your
name. Somebody, and also, let me tell you. Oh, let me cut you off. Right, I had this one when I was in grade, the sixth grade. Right, this is upstate New York. Right, I had this one teacher. Right, he was a coach. Right, and he was a substitute gym coach. Right, for a time. Right, but guess what? He had the same last name I did. Right. And then my friends would say, joke with me and say, "You know what that means, right?" I said, "Let me guess." He goes, "No, I'll tell you what it means. It means his ancestors owned yours, right?" And I used to have white kids used to mock me and say, "Yeah, it's too bad, Lisa, that man, fuck Lincoln, man. If it wasn't for Lincoln, you would be in my house right now, you know? You'd be in my house cleaning up or not." The kids used to mock me like that when I was a kid, you know? That's what I had to go through, you know? And that hatred was seething in me for years, you know?
But
And
Kyla, didn't a lot of African Americans choose their last names after slavery?
No, they only did that to basically look for their relatives, you know, because they said if you're a lot of times after slavery, the biggest thing African Americans wanted to do was find their family members because white people are so evil. They sold us off. They didn't recognize that we had love when they would sell family members off on that. The slavery after slavery, black people spent the next 3 years locating family members that were sold to different plantations, and all they knew was he had this last name or this name. That's why they would name our kids these names so that would sting like Nicodemus and stuff like that. You know, if you name somebody John, you know it's like a million John. But you name somebody Nicodemus, that's why black people chose these type of names. You know, that were unique. So if they ever broke apart, they could find each other. You know, that's how strong the love we have for each other. We want to find. And they said a lot of times when slaves ran away from each other, they were just running away to see their family. Their mother was sold away. You want to see your mother again. At all costs, you want to see your mother one more time before she dies. Whatever. The stuff they did to us in this country is unforgivable. I'm sorry. It's not forgivable. You know?
Well, Carla, that's not, that's not hating yourself as far as like,
like I said, I'm just saying, no, I'm not saying like this.
I mean, I applaud you for changing your name. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people put like this that want to change their name, but they don't want to, you know what I'm saying, upset their family because
I did. And my father broke down in tears, but I'm sorry I had to do it. My father broke down in tears. He said, "You're my oldest son, you know, what am I do?" I said, "Well, it's up my brother, you know, and my brother's kids, they have his name, you know." I said, "Yeah, my brother's carried on my father's name, you know." I said, I can't do it, Dad. You know, I'm sorry. I want to be free. I want to be free from this white man, his spirit, this demon that freaking possess our family, everything like that. I come from something else, man. You know.
right. I feel you, but that's not negative. You know what I mean? That's not negative.
I think a lot of people who are not from our lineage, they don't understand that. They think I'm negative when I say stuff like that. Like Chuquo. Go ahead, Chuquo.
Thanks for having me up. You don't think this is just an issue of degree? Like, do you think some people, knowing your history is important? History,
history is who I am. What happened to me is who I am. I'm a continuation of my history, you know?
Exactly. But the title of the show, should Black people forget their history? And I don't think that's a feasible thing. In order to understand,
but it seems to me that
you got to let Chuko finish his sentence, please.
All right. And in order to understand the full context of where your people come from, the arc of your story, you have to understand the full story. You cannot, just delete that story out of your mind, like, and pretend it doesn't exist. I think you have to think what happened with Black Americans in America is an inspiring story of perseverance and overcoming. Black people really did expand the democracy in America and make freedom an absolute and open doors for people who weren't Black people to have civil rights and civil liberties. So I think that's an important part of the story. It's
well, let me ask you a question. What if Black people did not want to do all that? What if we just wanted to be free? We didn't want to open these doors for people. We didn't want to change America. We never asked for none of that shit. We just wanted peace. None of that stuff ever brought us peace. We did all this stuff for everything. I think that's why you see Black people saying they're not getting involved with this thing in Mexico. Where are the Black people at? Because Black people, I think, first time in our history, we've had enough.
Nothing's stopping us from leaving America right now.
What? No,
nothing's stopping us from leaving America right now.
Black people in America, but with mentally, psychologically.
Well, there's something stopping you from leaving, brother.
No, hold up. No, I'm saying this. You can't just get up and just leave. You know,
Yeah,
black
you
people.
have roots. You have family. Some people have
Oh,
kids who are in
black,
school.
yeah. Also, when I
Mm.
say leave America, I'm talking about strategic, mental, and psychological withdrawal. Like
But Kala,
back in
you don't see a
'94.
dichotomy. Sorry, you don't see a dichotomy here. Black Americans really are the richest, have the highest standard of living and
Oh,
material wealth of all on average of all black people in the diaspora, but they're simultaneously the most unhappy. Like,
yeah,
why
because that's
not
why I said.
deliver
That's why I
happiness?
said you could gain the world, true quote, but you lose your soul. Something was lost in us, right? In slavery. See, the bottom line, if you don't have that ancestry and whatnot, we cannot forget our ancestry. You know, what happened to us. You know, and sometimes, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's natural for people to want vengeance? You know, white people do. Everybody is human. You wouldn't be human if you just say, you know something, I want to strike back at these people that
But
freaking, because
vengeance
hold
for
on, hold on. When you hear white people online mocking black people online, talk about
mm,
slavery and we gotta bring back slavery and all stuff like that,
I
and it,
don't care what no white man says about me.
because you're not me, you know, you sound
You
weak.
right.
but Kyle, you want vengeance for events that you didn't experience. You want vengeance on behalf
Oh,
of
my
your
ancestor, yeah, but
ancestors.
I am a freaking, I am a descendant of my ancestors. I cannot look. I'm not saying that I get it, but I'm saying I'm. Let me put it to you like this, Chuko. It's not like I'm gonna go out there and do something. You know, it's crazy, right? But
Right, right.
somewhere in my human soul, right, says that, you know something. If there was some sort of disease that wiped out every white person, I would not fucking lose sleep. That's what I. That's what I
But
feel. And is that wrong? Of course, it's wrong.
but
It's
Kyle,
And
evil.
one
I will
question.
say this, Tuku, too. Tuku, you
Chuku,
gotta be careful because
Chuku, let me say this, Big Black. Chuku,
black people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, 70s, they've experienced racism, a lot of racism. Like my parents, my parents grew up when there was black and white water fountains. You know, the 70s, 60s. That's not too far.
yeah,
As you
let me say, Big Black, let me say this, right? And I think Chuku, that's why sometimes I think, and again, I'm not trying to come at you guys, but sometimes I think you guys are being insensitive when you say some of the things that you say, and maybe you don't even realize it.
like our parents, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure college
Big,
parents.
Big Black, I was speaking, Big Black.
But I'm just saying this real quick. I'm just want to say this something. Our parents witnessed Martin Luther King died. They was alive when Martin Luther King died.
And
So
my
it's,
father too, he was alive when
All
that
right, so
happened.
here's a point I'm making, right? Look, when you say that a person can't advocate for justice for their parents or their ancestors because it didn't happen to them, that's almost offensive to say that, Chuku. Even as an African, we have people who commit atrocity against our tribal groups,
Mm,
and we held onto that grudge or we held onto that pain, and we either
mm.
wanted justice or we wanted to avenge them. So if you think African Americans are different, that the things that their ancestors went through, or something like what Big Black is
that's
saying,
something like
that even
we
their
don't want us to
parents,
be human being. We're just
yeah,
only people.
even their parents or grandparents went through less than 100 years ago. They shouldn't fight for getting justice or getting vengeance, the dignity of their forefathers. Come on now, I don't think you meant that. Maybe you just said it and you didn't think about it.
Remember, you guys ever seen the movie Godfather Part Two?
Of course.
Remember the part when they showed young Vito Corleone and he was like, went to the Don. His father had insulted the Don, right? And he had his father killed, right? And the Don killed his Vito's elder brother, right? And the mother went to him and said, Don, such and such. She goes, "He's my boy Vito. He's 10 years old. He'll never give you trouble. Or not, just bear. It's only one son I have, right?" He looked at her and he looked at her, put his hand on her thing and said, "No." He goes, "He will never do nothing to you." He goes, "When he becomes a man, he's going to want revenge." You know, because
Right.
why? Because that's something in the human spirit that, look, yeah, you got to avenge your ancestors. You got to, but by saying black people shouldn't even though we're not going to do it, right? The fact that we feel like that, and that's why we're a little apprehensive about white society and America in general, is to say we're not even human. It's human nature
Kyle,
to
let me
say,
ask, what would vengeance even look like? Are you do you want to enslave white people in the same way
no,
you
no.
want?
I'm saying this is what
What,
vengeance look like,
what
right?
has to happen for you
Hold
to
on.
let?
Vengeance looks like this. Vengeance like this. White people need to start respecting black people's space, right? They don't have no respect for us whatsoever. You know, uh, when we say we want something, whatever like that, they feel like they're entitled to whatever we do. They're entitled to our music. They're entitled to everything. What's for us, Juco? What's for us? They basically take everything from us. Our music, our swagger, our style, clothing, whatever we have and whatnot, our history, everything we have. They make money off of. They monetize whatever like that. We don't even have our own space. I tell you like this. I even look at freaking things like DJ Vlad and whatnot. It's like, dude, man, hip hop is something that we created and whatnot. You're getting fucking rich off of something we created. They don't have any
Lord
regard for
Jamal went back to him. Lord Jamal. He went
yeah.
back
So,
to
so
Vlad.
people understand this, and this is where the racial tensions are coming in this country because they got their spaces that we cannot penetrate.
But
Look
what
how
does it
mad
look
they
like?
got when Beyonce won the Country Music Awards. How dare you?
That's because Beyonce is not real country, so that's why
Oh,
they
no,
got upset.
it's not even about that. You got people that come in and win awards and hip hop awards and stuff like that. So the bottom line is this: it's not
The
like
question,
this, but the bottom line is this: the way they get offended. It's like, okay, you can say Beyonce did, but some of the comments I heard. Some of the comments I heard from them were not, no, she needs to stick to R&B. She needs this, and they make a point.
Kyler, that happens on both sides. Remember when Macklemore won the album of the year, and
Yeah,
black
yeah,
people thought that Kendrick Lamar should have won it? You
yeah. It,
know,
it,
Exactly.
happens, it happens on both sides. But what I'm saying
right?
is, so why can't black people have anything for themselves?
but
They
Kala,
even talk about
Kala,
the Black Panther is going to be a white guy. They're talking about putting
right.
the cast of white guy as Black Panther.
But Kala, let me ask
They
you, what does
I ain't gonna lie,
what
that Beyonce, that's like Willie Nelson coming over and winning hip hop artist of the year. Yeah, no, that's yeah,
but
she
let
was
me ask
bold
you,
for
Kala,
that.
what does this racial justice look like? What will it look like when black people have achieved racial? How would
Okay,
your life
I'm saying like
differ?
this. Let me ask you a question, Chukwo.
Uh,
Now, somebody like me, I'm gonna say, so you may not take me seriously, whatever, like that. But I think this idea that black people in America, right, can basically let me say it like this. Tell me what you think. Do black people in America have the right to have their own worldview outside of what white America thinks? Right now, Donald Trump, his Africa policy is he wants to get rid of Traore. He wants the United States to friggin' take control of the Congo and stuff like that. And what do you think Black America's thinking about that?
They don't have a
I've
thought
heard
on
a
it.
lot.
No,
I've
no,
heard a lot of
hell, you get it from me.
people
Okay,
support.
we got black people on the panel. Dave, what do you think about that?
That's horrifying. That's terrible.
Big
It's a
Black, what do you
smack.
think about that?
It's a smack in the face.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's
That's some
BS.
Right,
bullshit.
and that's the majority of us. But we don't friggin' have a voice because we never had a government. We never had the. You don't tell me it's justice. That fact that one race of people could dominate us, when I even dominate our ancestral homeland, dominate everything. We look the tension between Black Americans in Nigeria is orchestrated by the white power structure. They want to keep us fighting against each other over who's better and one up and stuff like that. That's not fucking us. I see Nigerians as my brother. These people constantly pitting us against each other and stuff like that, right? They don't want Black America engaging in Africa and whatnot. They don't want that. So I'm saying if we say that Africa is our motherland and whatnot, and you got a lot of African Americans over the years that helped bring down apartheid in South Africa, have done missionary work, everything like that. The American government does not like anything we go do. Like, let me give you an example. We were against the sanctions on Cuba. Jesse Jackson went down and saw Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro came to Harlem in 1995 and spoke, in the Harlem Abyssinian Baptist Church. We're saying Fidel Castro is a friend to us. Who the hell the fucking white man tell us Fidel Castro, he's an enemy of America? Okay. Just like, who knows? Kim Jong-il would decide he wants to be friends with Black America. Should we basically say, no, America's this? This is what I'm saying. We're sick and tired of America getting in our way. And just because we live in this country, we're sick and tired of being a fucking slave, that we don't have our own mind. You say this about Kim Jong-un. I'm saying I don't see him that way. He's a man trying to protect his people, or whatever like that,
But
So
Kala, let me ask you: is your American citizenship a valuable asset, and the fact that you're undeportable as a result of
So
the
what?
fourth.
So what? So what? Yeah, but hold up. You could gain the world. Yeah, you give me the world, but I lose my soul. You know, that's a price that you pay for that 14th Amendment, that citizenship. That we're not. I don't feel like a complete human being. One thing I say about this: when I go to Liberia, I'll say this about Liberians. Y'all may look at them people like they're poor, whatever, like that. But one thing, when I talk to them and I see them smile and they're laughing or not, they are fucking free. Dave, am I lying? They are really a free people. You
Yeah, they
know,
Collar,
can be what they
you
want.
just said, Collar, you just said you don't feel like a complete human being.
I said I don't feel like a complete human being because I don't have any say so over anything that happens in our country. You know, I
Okay,
have
let
no.
me say this real quick. It's not about revenge. It's even just the. It's mainly about just being able to defend yourself. You know what I mean? And like you say, have your own nation, and
Hold up, hold up. Check us
We
out.
can't
Check us out.
like you're right, Kyla. We can't even do what white people. White people can get away with certain
Check us
things that
out.
we
Remember
can't get
when
away with.
Betty Shelby blew Stanley Crutch's face out right there on the camera? You know, right for the world to see. Blew his brains out, you know, because he was a big, scary black man. She blew his brains out, and the state of Oklahoma rewarded her, let her off, and rewarded her, right?
yeah,
And we're freaking so powerless, we can't do nothing about it. The anger black people feel, the rage we feel when that, and we're powerless, right? Because we choose that passport, we choose comfort, we choose things. That's why I said we're conflicted. You know, we got all these things. I admit, we got all these things, high standard of living on that. But when we look at stuff like that, you know, either we basically say, you know, something, forget it. We're just gonna look at the next police shooting and stuff like that, and just look the other way because we can't do nothing about it. Megan Kelly just actually told this one pastor, right? He goes, "Sir, but you're not gonna be able to do nothing about it. If there is a police shooting, you can't do nothing about it. What are you gonna do? You can't keep marching. What do you think your marching is gonna do? You know?" And the guy
But
would just
Kyla,
say, sounds so
Kyla,
broke,
like
you know. So,
you
but
you benefit from being a citizen in the greatest country in the world, but you
yeah, but
suffer from
hold
being
on. Yeah, see, you don't
Let me
a,
say
freaking
this.
get it.
Let me say this, Chuku, because I'm tired of hearing him. See, Chuku, it's not our fault that we have, like African American, we have higher standards of living, but we deserve the higher standards of living for what we did been through. You know what I'm saying? Without us doing what we did here, America wouldn't be where it's at. So you saying like we just was just blessed to just we
Yeah, like
just
they
fell out
gave
the
us something,
sky
you know.
and then we start living good. I mean, the thing is, I think Africa, and to be honest with you, I love my continental Africans, but they need to start having a better standard of living. That's just because
Well,
okay,
man, we always look. Let me
okay,
say something, Big Black. Let me say something, Big Black. My whole life, man. You know what? I'm 1990, right? Ebony magazine had two front page cover articles, like back to back, right? Special report on Nigeria, the new African giant, right? Everybody in Black America wanted to see Nigeria emerge as a superpower that could rival the West. Or whatnot. And also, there was also Ebony magazine at that time was talking about black people from America coming home to Nigeria by the millions and helping build and stuff like that. Did we get that? No. You know, so we've been disappointed, right? We thought South Africa was going to be a better situation. We helped rally. We thought like this. We always want Africa, our homeland, to have our back, to be strong for us and whatnot. But yet, what we do is we get people coming over here like you, Chuko, passing judgment on us, right? Africa should
no
be our
judgment.
strength.
It's no judgment, Kyla, but okay, you suffer from being a racial minority group in America
Yeah, and,
surrounded by white
and the
people.
bottom line is this: look, the bottom we suffered that.
What you're
It's something
missing
we
is
didn't ask for. We did not ask for that. You know, we didn't
but,
ask
but
for
here's,
right.
here's how you sound,
Not
Chuku.
saying you,
Just we should be thankful
just let
because
me
we could have
land.
been in Africa. That's how you sound.
No, but
That's how
I'm
you sound to us.
you think that living in Africa would be a better deal, but it's not the
no. If
flex that
we
you
had
No,
to
think
no,
it is.
it's not.
build our own nation, if we
No,
fail,
what we're saying is we a lot of again. Someone said this last episode. If Africa had like the same standards of living as America, we wouldn't have to ask black folks to
black
come
will
on.
be fucking out of here in a minute. I know it. I know
Yeah,
it.
we'll
I
be
know
out of
my
here
people.
in a minute.
I don't think so.
But
No, I
oh
do.
yeah,
We know. I know my people. I know they will.
Be out of
Even
here in
the
a
most,
minute, yo.
even the
If
most
Africa was
bougie
fully
black person.
developed, we'd be out of here.
Give him a chance to have a. But you know what I mean? Why? They tell me why do you got so many African Americans moving to Portugal, Spain, Dubai, and places like that? Because they see. Oh, sorry. You know how many African Americans live in Germany right now, Italy, and places like that? Yeah.
Tyler, there's always that door. That door is always
No,
open,
no, no, no. I'm
and
saying
they
like
can
this.
always come
Hold on.
back.
So like hold up. Do you know how many African Americans went to during Leningrad, Russia? Do you still got African Americans who are farmers in Russia? You know, this idea that think that we just stuck here in America and this is the best we can do. No, yeah, African Americans all
Tyler, people leave, they go abroad, they live there for 5 years,
no, no,
10
no. You
years,
got
and then
people
they
permanently
and then they
settled.
come back to the
You
United
got a
States.
community.
But
You got a community in Dominican Republic. African Americans still there after almost
Yeah,
200 years.
that's different. What we're talking about
So what are you
in
talking about?
recent
You
time.
know?
No, no,
That's
don't say that, Kyler. It's almost like the same thing that happened in Liberia.
hold on,
We're
Michael
talking
Lawala.
about people who go to Ghana,
Hold on.
spend maybe 10 years there, and realize that they're getting sicker.
Hold on. That's the problem in Africa, right? Because if
That's what I'm
like
saying. So
in
that's why I
Africa,
say it's different.
look, I'm gonna say so when I'm saying, look, you missing my point, right? Yes, that I know that no African Americans are gonna go to Africa any larger because Africa is not developed, right?
Right. That's
Michael
fine.
Lawala says African Americans prefer white countries. No, they prefer developed, functioning countries. You know, if one African country was able to freaking match any European countries, African Americans would go there in large numbers.
It's not even about the development; it's about the economic sustainability of this
That's what
country.
comes for development. You
So
know,
if you go there for 5 years and you run out of funds and you don't have enough income coming in,
hold up. In any other country, you could sustain yourself. You know, in a
that's what I'm
country.
saying. So that's
Elvis,
why.
Elvis,
I
you're
know.
not
Look, I know so
realizing
many
once you
African
got
Americans say they got a
infrastructure,
good
you can
job in
make money.
Japan.
Once you got infrastructure, you can make money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
infrastructure.
it depends. But the point here is, Kyler.
No, no. Once you got
Look,
infrastructure,
it's
money
not.
make
It
money.
depends, David. Relax, brother. The point
Well,
that I'm
Once you got
making, Kyler.
infrastructure,
The point that I'm making, Kyler, is
you need to
Chuku.
develop infrastructure. You know, since you guys don't
Fine.
want to do that,
I
then
disagree with Chuku on certain things that he says. Tyler,
European.
let me make the point, Tyler. I disagree with Chuku on certain things that he says, but it's the same thing for even immigrants who are American citizens. They go back home, they go in there with a bundle of cash, and they try to do a business or they try to live off that cash. And once it starts to deplete to a level where they know they can't sustain themselves, they always know they can come back into this country, get a job if they're a professional, go back into the corporate America
Look,
and
I
make
know
money.
people, Elvis. I know people that are black people that's well off. They got money coming in every month and they
Yeah,
can
that's that.
still operate their business in America on remote, and they're living
Right.
overseas. You know,
No, that's what I'm saying. Those people are different. That's the point I'm making.
growing number of African Americans. You know, a growing number of African Americans can work remote, and they got businesses and wealth. When I
I
so
get it. Look, Kyler, even just on this YouTube space that you're on,
they
how
grow.
many people went to the continent after a couple years came back with their tail tucked between their legs?
I'm not talking about the continent because the bottom line, continent's not ready. You know,
Right.
the dude got black. Look, so the challenge is, like I said, this is what angers us, right? Why isn't our continent, our ancestral continent, right? Thing, because all you're doing is telling the white man, that we did you a favor by bringing. That's the worst part about all this, right? Of the African American, is the white people look at us like after everything they've done to us. They'll say, "Well, we could have left you in Africa," and for a fact that somewhere along the line he's telling the truth, and it angers us because are we really nothing? Are we really nothing? The white man did all this shit to us, made his wealth. He would not be anything wasn't for our bloodshed and our sacrifice and our sweat. We made him rich in this country. Mississippi was one of the richest regions in the world. Why? Because of cotton. The southern United States. Check this out. The reason why the Industrial Revolution happened, the southern states in America supplied the world with 2/3 of the world.
Yeah, slavery accelerated the industrialization of the United States. We know that.
America would not be the superpower it is right now if it's not for the African American labor, free labor.
But it's a double-edged sword, Kala, because this.
I tell you, disagree with that, man.
But hold on, the reason why you're able to look down on the continental Africans.
Your superpower part.
Hold on. America emerged at the 20th century as the most powerful, after World War II, the most powerful country in the world.
Exactly. After World War II, you just made my point.
Yeah, hold on. I know. Hold on. What I'm saying is this: America basically has so much wealth, right? So much power, right? In the 1800s, America had the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine said anything in this Western Hemisphere, right? You got to check any European power that comes anywhere in the hemisphere, north, south, west. This is our dominion. The manifest destiny. That's how powerful it was. That laid the foundation to America being a Pacific power and a land power in the World War One.
Oh,
World
that
War
stuff you're talking. No. Listen. First of all, America was
That's
broke.
that's true,
Hold
but
on, calm down, calm down.
if you don't know history and whatnot, So,
I
but
wouldn't even say anything if I don't know
hold up,
something.
instead of arguing me, man, what do you think
But I
about?
wouldn't even argue though.
Hold up, but the topic,
Carla, well, you know I want to debunk you.
the
You
topic,
always find a way to just.
Mike, the
It's
topic.
okay, it's okay. I'll leave you. But the topic you said. Well, anyway, America was broke in 1920. The Great Depression, they were broke, they were bankrupt. So all that
I
slave
know
money
that.
was
The
gone.
whole
The
thing is
slave money
America
was
still
gone.
had
It was
the
gone.
infrastructure.
American became wealthy after World War II when they took over the
I
colonies
know
from the
that. I
French
know that. But I'm
and
saying
took over resources in Africa and all these places.
you
That's how
don't
they
just
became rich.
you don't just become.
All right.
You have
Okay,
to
I've debunked that. Okay, let's move to the topic. Okay.
you have to have the infrastructure in place. You don't just bounce back and whatnot. If America had not had this,
The Great Depression, they were broke. They were ass broke.
it never
But
would
they had the infrastructure there. It was easy
Which
to bounce back.
infrastructure? Most of the
They
infrastructure
had
they were built.
railways. Oh, they had
You had
railways going through.
roads,
No, we're talking
bridges,
about superpower, the money, wealth, But anyway,
bro.
but let's
No,
leave
it
it. Let's
wasn't
leave it.
that broke. I mean, what are you
No,
talking
America became a military superpower before it became an economic superpower. Because when they dropped those two atomic
Exactly.
bombs,
It was after
that's
World
when it
War
became
II.
a military superpower.
I mean, what do
The
you
world
think the
superpower at that
scientists did?
time with the
Everybody still was
England,
there.
France, and Germany.
How did America build the largest military the world's ever seen? If they were
That's
so
after World War II, man.
no, I'm talking to fight the war. They had to fight 2 wars:
Yeah, but they have to work.
the European
Anyway,
and the Pacific theater. You know how many planes they had
Industrial
to put out?
power, Tyler. You had industrial power.
They had an industrial
That's
base.
how
They had
you
an
built.
industrial base.
Right. So I mean, without African
but
Americans, without African Americans,
Industrial power.
without
And
the whole cotton
it was
industry,
African
right?
Americans who had to go to Detroit and start working in those factories, dying in those factories and whatnot.
okay, you got a job. Good. Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. I know you. I know you're just suspicious, but what
Matter of
about the
fact,
topic, Mike?
Kyle, it's
But
without
anyway, let's get. I mean, so what's the topic? Repeat it. You said.
The topic is would people like you feel better, happier if African Americans just forgot their history, stop talking about it?
Oh, okay. We say would the world feel better or feel
Yeah,
sorry?
particularly you.
No, that's the deal. If African Americans stop saying something or whatever, stop doing something, I don't think anybody would notice. To be honest, because I don't think
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really?
nobody would notice.
The whole culture is centered around white people right now. The number one thing they talk about, white people, racists,
Really?
even immigrants, they always talk about when they talk about Black America, right? Everyone hates us. I realize
That's
that.
not true, man. That's not true.
Well,
The only
Tyler,
place,
you
hold
got
on,
everybody
oh my
hates us,
God.
right? Understand that?
everybody don't hate you.
Hold
Stop
on.
lying.
Hold on. Reason why they hate us is because when they get out there and like 4th of July and they want
What
to
is it hate based on? What hate? What is it?
everybody hates us,
Carla, it's what you have. It's only in your head.
No,
Everybody hates you.
no. Yo, Dave, what do you think, Dave?
Hold on, allow me to talk, dog. It's like you always on the only time you want me to talk is when I'm agree with everything you're saying. It's like you want an echo chamber, like, oh, whenever I agree, okay, Mike, go ahead.
Everybody hates us, man. So it's like this, so it is.
Okay, fine. That's what you
not true,
believe.
Tyler.
That's
not
on
true.
you. But what I can say is maybe
Everybody
people disagree with your views. That's all you can say. It doesn't translate to hate.
It is hate.
Right.
That's
You
not
can
hate.
disagree without hating somebody.
Disagree with you doesn't mean hate. It doesn't translate.
No, what I'm saying is this: people.
And I will tell you where I disagree. Let me speak from my own my angle. People like those of us like you regard the immigrant whatever. But I won't speak for everyone. I'll just speak for my community. This is where we look at things where we tend to not align with y'all. Is we have interest. Now let me explain something to you. Here's the deal. If you share neighborhood with somebody, if you live in the same neighborhood with somebody, someone is your neighbor. If you hate that neighbor to the point where you wish that neighbor to die, right? That you want to kill the neighbor. The last thing you want to do is tell that neighbor. It's not that if you're smart, you won't tell the neighbor. You'll keep it to yourself. Because once you tell that neighbor, now you put yourself in a position where that neighbor now will be thinking about you. And that neighbor now will no longer be we're going to be even, as if it was a bad neighbor, will be even a worse neighbor to you. Might even be planning to do something to you or be constantly trying to do something to you. So where we disagree with you guys is that you have this thing, animosity with whites, and you wish to do certain things to them. Like you said earlier in your show, like you want to wipe them out or something like that.
I said at one time, if they did
exactly.
that,
So that kind of thing, white people hear it a lot from Black Americans, and we Africans, what we're saying is, if we're gonna be living here, we're the immigrants, right? People in Africa don't talk about this thing. They don't even care what you guys say
Yeah,
to
we
white people.
understand. I
But
understand that.
Carla,
That's
let me
not.
land though. Let me get across. If I was in Nigeria and I'm hearing Black Americans saying they want to kill white people, I won't give a shit. But if I live in America and I know that these people who got so much power, where if we begin to do something to each other, they in a better position to do more harm to me than them. Now, whatever I feel about them, evil, and I wish to do to them, I'd rather keep it to myself. Now, if I'm one day find a position to do it, then I can go and do it or whatever. So when you guys are constantly expressing it out like that, and we feeling like, wow, this is something you keep to yourself until you find yourself in a position to do something and you do it. So we are more like, okay, these Black Americans are smart, and we're now trying to make it clear, like, look, you're on your own. I'm not with you on this. I may be with you to do it if we figure out a way to do it, but to be saying it and putting it out when these people here, I have to share neighborhood with them, I have to share country with them because I'm living here. That's where we disagree with you guys. Like, yo,
That's why I said to show tonight, Mike. And I know that you had to know that you was on my mind when I made this topic.
where we disagree, you saying things you cannot do.
No. I'm saying no. Look, I'm
You
saying
threatening white people and you can't do nothing to them. What's the point of you?
no,
So we immigrants should join you in doing that, right?
no.
Oh, white man, that white man, we kill white man. What the hell? What can we saying that shit?
Mike, you're missing my point. I don't expect that you guys, because that's not your history. That's not your story. This is something, like I said, this is an odyssey we've been on, right?
Constantly telling white man want to kill them and do something to them. It's not.
I'm saying
just emphasizing on that, bro. We're not
I'm not talking about killing anybody, you know.
I'm just trying to let you know where when we disagree with you doesn't mean we hate you. We just disagree with you.
No, I'm not saying you hate you.
But you said we hate you. That's what you said, and I'm explaining to you that
no. Yo, check this out. The underlying tone of America right now is anti-black. You know, that's it. And unfortunately,
I think you bring it to yourself.
Not true.
That's the problem.
Unfortunately, you know, you guys get caught up in this, you know, because there's a lot of black people who are just simply angry, you know, angry about his. And also, what do you think about this? Mike, a lot of people are so friggin' black people are so angry, right? Because we can't lash out at white people, right? They chose to just run the other way and change their identity, you know? That's why people are saying they're Hebrew Israelite or they're fucking Native American and whatnot, because you guys laugh, but the bottom line, they're doing that because the alternative is to be like me, angry, bitter, and stuff like that. Now, if you forget your history, forget who you are, you forget your identity, then you walk around happy when I don't know about slavery.
Maybe they didn't forget their history, but they learned forgiveness. Maybe
you don't need anybody to tell you what to do, whether to keep your history, erase your history. You accusing, the African want us to forget your. Africa does not have power to make you forget anything. I don't know.
I'm not saying you should.
You guys, you pick fight over nothing. Just same way you guys stop picking fight over Africans going to stop your reparation. You just the thing is, you people just like drama. That's what it is. Black Americans just like to fight. That's it.
I never supported reparations.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying your people just like drama. Whenever there's no drama, you create one. Even among yourself, when there's no African and white people in the room, the black men and black women stop drama with each other. Oh, the black man versus black woman. It's just your culture, drama. I lived in black neighborhood, and every day is the drama. Every day is the fight. And when you're trying to find out what's the fight about, oh, he said this about me. You look at me wrong. You got just
he telling the truth, like Colin. He's telling the truth.
Not true.
Tell the truth about what?
He's telling the exact truth. I went to school. I was around all black kids and whatnot. And they just like to start stuff with each other.
Oh yeah, like I said, Steve, you just out yourself. You're a fucking Oreo. You know.
Listen,
they're always looking for a reason to fight. And when I get around Hispanic, white, other race, they don't look for a reason to fight.
I'm around black people all the time. It ain't always like that. What are you talking about? Yeah, you go.
I'm not saying it's always like that, but
black American.
I never
always looking for a reason to start a fight.
Mike,
I'm not saying it's always like that, but it does happen a lot where we get around each other and we like to start stuff.
Have you been to a trailer park lately?
Somebody's gonna instigate.
Oh my God! I'm not worried about white people. I don't care about any other group of people. I'm not worried about them.
Don't worry about white people.
Just because you're not worried about them doesn't mean
you don't care. White people are dying of fentanyl overdose and some of everything, you know?
Unfortunately, rest in peace to them and whatnot, but I'm not worried about white people right now.
Well, here's the thing. Let me just say this. You're in a capitalistic society, so you tend to have more violence, in the poor class, and that goes across color, So that's what it is. It goes across that comes across color as
Have
far
you
as
watched
like violence.
lately?
You know what I see here? I see here that there are a lot of Black people who fall into this shared group identity of grievance and entitlement just to, I don't know if it's to milk white guilt or to him. I think this is part of the
Oh, let
situation.
me ask you, true
Right,
quote.
white guilt.
White guilt. What are you talking about?
Right. So,
Yep,
for instance, like everything, I
That's a,
can't do anything because of
that's a
slavery.
that's a
But
talking
hang on.
point they give you. They give you
No.
Black immigrants a talking point. See, that's
right.
that's what I'm going to talk
No.
about.
But here's what
Hold on. Let me ask you a
I'm saying. It's
question,
like
right?
the reason
Hold on. Let
why
me ask
the
you
reason why they can't
true quote.
achieve is because of racism. That's the only thing
Let me
that's
make
holding
a
me.
point. True quote. Let me make a point now. Cause you have the
Okay,
floor.
go ahead.
So, what about all these? You know something? Now there's Afrikaners that Trump brought over here. They're abandoned now. They're hungry. They have no food and whatnot. Now, he went over there and brought these people over here saying there's white genocide and whatnot. Didn't they play on guilt of the people and whatnot, this, that, the other thing? But how many times does anybody? First of all, we play on guilt. Nobody ever gave Black people a damn thing in this country. Nothing.
No, Carla, that was a unilateral decision that Trump made and brought him over here.
Yeah,
With his
so now
power.
basically they're sitting there saying like this, but why is it that nobody's jumping on them saying all these lazy people thought they were going to
Nah,
get?
but Elon assured their settlement. He said
Hold
he
on.
was going to build a little community for them and help them, assimilate.
And everything. Now, had those been the same people, right? And now this is what I say: they got your guys on brainwash. You guys don't even think to say, what the hell do they do to deserve fucking handouts? You automatically assume
Your friend, your friend Elon Musk, your political friend, he advocated for them to come. He uses money.
Yeah, but the whole thing, I'm saying that's after the fact, right? Now, what I'm saying is this: I have not heard anybody, except for a couple of people online, say, something. Wait a minute here. Why are these white people demanding handouts and whatnot? Isn't that what they say? Black people always
No,
do.
it's the hypocrisy, right? When Biden brought in immigrants and he gave them handouts to assimilate and adjust, you guys were against it.
I haven't heard any of these Black immigrants say, you know something, we're all wrong about this. It's white people the one that get all the entitlements and shit like that. We don't get shit, what the hell everybody like that. We're not sitting around waiting on white guilt.
So that would make you happy or what somebody have to say? Why is it so important to you what people
I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out there, bro.
Why these opinions really make you shape the way you feel?
My
I
whole
don't
thing
understand.
hold on. The question is,
You care about what someone have to say or what someone feel,
what's
with
will everybody be happy if we just shut up?
No, nobody, no one is sad that you talking.
I think
the only place you see me engage is maybe just because we're hanging on the show. On the real life, I won't even look at your side. I don't care. I don't really care what you're thinking.
Well, I'm saying my point, I'm saying in general, right? It's like when you talk about Black politics in America, right? Politics in America, what does everybody always say? Black people need to just get over slavery, shut up, whatnot. You're making us uncomfortable. We gotta get on.
I don't think anybody is hanging together somewhere talking about you giving up something or.
Well, Chuko does all the time.
Hold on, calm down. If you go to where Nigerians, hold on. If you go to shows where Nigerians are,
Chuko's a Nigerian.
We only say that on your show. When we're in your presence, you bring it to our face. You the one bringing it to us, and we give you our honest opinion about it. That's all it is.
I go look.
I'm not gonna go create a channel and be inviting Black Americans to come there for me to be telling them, "Hey, give up yours. Forget what you're saying, what you're thinking." I don't care what you're thinking, what you mindset is. I can care less.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this:
I'm not gonna create a movement to be telling you what to say, what to think, like FBA and all these guys.
Well, let me give you an example. Now, the woman who's running for Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Winsome Sears, who I voted for her. She basically is running for governor, right? And the first thing on all her political ads is, let me this I can demonstrate better than I can talk,
Can I ask Chuko this? Even if you feel in your heart that Black people are just playing off white guilt, what does that concern you?
I think it's damaging to the people who it stunts your ability to move forward. I think this notion that
No, it
you're a
doesn't.
permanent victim.
It really doesn't.
Being a permanent victim is not going to help you to compete on a level playing
That
field.
sounds nice, but Jews, you could make
That's
that same
reality.
argument for Jews that they're permanent victims, right? But they seem to be running.
Jews don't tell you they're permanent victims, man. Jews are peacekeepers.
Nah, Jewish people actually do stuff though.
Nah, they're
No,
busy
no, no,
winning,
no,
man.
no,
Yo,
no, no,
Jews
what
are
I'm
out
saying
there
is-
about the Holocaust.
What I'm saying is they
The only time they'll tell about Holocaust is when they want to go bomb somebody. They want to use it to justify bombing somebody. That's
You
it.
know what I mean? Yo, we grew up on Holocaust films and Frank, what you call
Allah. They use it as a propaganda
yes, they do. Yes, they
justify.
do.
Oh Lord, they use it to justify taking over the Middle East.
or whatever.
That's what it is.
What we're asking for.
That's all they do with all that stuff. They use it
No, but I'm
as
saying
a
that
propaganda to justify
they pull on
killing the Palestinians and taking their land. That's what they're doing.
They pull on heartstrings. They've been pulling on heartstrings. They don't let you forget. They don't let America forget.
But that's the deal. Jews don't. I have a lot of Jewish friends.
Even on YouTube.
Hold on, calm down now. I have Jewish friends, and they never bring up to me that I'm a victim, man.
As a consecrated, your page is going down. So yeah, they use it to empower themselves, right?
Yeah, maybe if you can do that, maybe I can know that you will make a
But
lot
you
of
don't
friends
think
on
black
the
people been doing that for the last 400 years?
Nah, I don't see it. Nah, I don't see it.
Yeah, well, how do you think we got?
Where's the power? Okay, where's the power? Where's the power?
That's cat. That's cat.
How do you think we got to this point?
Which point?
But big black.
Where's the power?
Out of slavery, all the way up to 2025, where
where's the power?
Yeah, black people have been struggling, and yes, we
you still haven't produced a black president.
We didn't forget our history, and that's how.
Yeah, no one is saying to forget. I mean,
but
that's not what we're saying.
We also have to remind.
No, we're talking about victimhood. We're not forgetting. Not forgetting history is not victim. It's
not reminding white folks.
Listen. Remember your history is not victim. It's not projecting victim.
Reminding ourselves, so we know not to repeat the history.
No, which is fine. Be black. I think you're mistaken. You're misunderstanding. Come on, check this out.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Remembering your history and talking about your history is fine. But when you're telling people that you be black, you're a victim. That's what people are like. No, you're not.
No, but see, here's the thing. This is the thing. There's a lot of things that's being done indirectly that you're not privy of. There's a lot of things you're not privy of.
Yeah, Mike. If you talk about that thing that's being done to you today, that
it's things that are done to you and me, but you're not privy.
No, what is being done to me? Be black, please tell me.
I hold on 1 second.
You gotta go.
It's a lot. Listen. It's a lot of things I don't even want to talk about, but it's things that I be doing. Just because you don't hear it out in the public,
tell me.
Hold on. Listen. Just because you don't hear it out in the public, just because it's not publicized, doesn't mean that.
So I need the public to tell me what's being done to me. I don't know what's being done to me.
See, that's what we're waiting for Africa to get to that next step. You see what I'm saying? To understand that. So they can.
You're not saying anything, be black. You're not even answering any question.
I'm being real because.
Well, no, don't be real. Answer the question.
Right now, well, we could go to the continent right now. Let's just take the continent right now. We know Nigeria's being a puppet, being a puppet. We know that your elites are being controlled by non-whites.
Lord have mercy.
Are they? Am I right or am I wrong?
You know you're wrong.
Oh, okay. So the elites are not being. So when America says jump, Nigeria don't say how high?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh, you know what I mean by that.
I don't know. Tell me.
Oh, you know. Oh, Mike, you know what I mean. Oh, my God.
Now you're going to tell me what I know.
Oh, but you got.
So when America says, everybody in Nigeria start jumping high. And tell me when that has never happened. When Donald Trump got on the mic, he said, Nigerians jump, and everybody in the country start jumping. Tell me.
Yeah, we doing backflips.
Think about all the sanctions of all the countries in Africa that has been sanctioned because they wanted to
they got sanctioned
cultural traditions.
Huh? Right? What?
All the countries that have been sanctioned in Africa.
Name one. Name them.
Zimbabwe.
And who else?
Oh, now I gotta go. Who else? We just start with Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe is not the whole Africa, man. Okay. Let's go to Zimbabwe.
Mike, okay. Let's go Zimbabwe. What have they been sanctioned? Do you know?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sanction means what?
Oh, now I gotta explain sanction to you. No, I gotta explain.
Well, sanction. Let me explain sanction to you. It's just me saying I'm not fucking with you. That's it. You can sanction back.
but when they have different, when they say it's a little bit more than that, Mike.
Yeah, explain it. Then explain it.
Means
You have to be able to articulate what you're saying. Nobody understands you.
Listen, sexual means a little bit more than I'm not fucking with you.
Then explain it.
Well, they can lock you. Certain sections can lock you out of certain industries, Mike.
Well, they say they're not fucking with you. That's what that means.
No, but it's deeper than that. I'm talking about.
Then explain what you mean by deeper than that.
Well, it's deep. Well, certain countries have pacts with other countries, and they can lock you out of certain industries.
Well, that means they're not fucking with you. So basically, it's not different from a white man that owns a grocery store in your neighborhood, and he say, "Be black, you over there, I don't like you. Don't enter my business. Don't come buy my groceries." So now you can't sit there and be playing victim. All you got to do is get powerful. And
no. It's not.
Hold on. What America does is
it's not just you can't buy my groceries.
That's not racism.
I have a pact with this other guy that has a grocery stores.
Yeah. So so the other guys also saying he's not fucking with you,
and all these other guys.
Okay, so they're saying they're not fucking with you. So what?
In your brain computer, it's like, okay, that's cool.
I'm not saying anything. What I'm telling you is that doesn't mean someone is control. Someone is saying he's not fucking with you.
That's called control.
They have a right to do that.
That's called control.
It's not control. No, it's not. You see, at the end of the day, you have a choice to make.
I need to get some act right, or I'm gonna be locked out the industry. Yeah, that's the part.
Hey, they're lock you out. Go do your own goddamn industry. Be black.
That's a form of control, believe it or not, Mike.
No, that's not control. If it choose to be control, it's not. Do the same back. How about that? Do the same thing to them.
But if you don't have that power, you can't.
Well, get power. God damn it.
Yeah.
Are you blaming somebody for being powerful?
Right, being powerful? But still, you have to recognize, okay, this is having a negative effect on your country. Right?
What the heck? Do the same back.
So you applaud the people that have a negative effect on your country? Or you award them?
You go what?
So it sounds like you're applauding the people that have a negative effect on your country.
I don't know what. What?
Applauding.
I'm applauding. Did I applaud anybody here tonight? What are you talking about?
If it has a negative effect, why are you taking up for it?
What am I taking up for?
He's not taking up for it. He's telling them. He's basically
throwing sanctions on. Let's take Zimbabwe for instance, right? And it's not. And we could even go into like LGBT rights sections just because of just the way they because their worldview of looking at LGBT is different than Western countries' worldview of looking at LGBT. Mm-hmm. That's not cool. You think that's cool, Mike?
That what is cool? Okay. That what?
Damn, you working with slow gases, Mike.
You asking me something is cool. I'm asking what is it that's cool? LGBT cool? Is that what you're asking me?
What when you come over here, it's cool. Okay, if you gonna come here, you lower your antennas. You lower your antennas. You don't want to get involved.
Involved in what?
Sit there and not only get involved, but then jump on the other side that's actually doing
involved in what? Be black. Involved in what?
Doing more harm to Africa than African Americans. You jump. A lot of like Chuck, he jumps on their side.
Which side?
Racist whites talking about, you all are playing into the whole victimhood thing. Woe is me. Just playing into that.
But that has nothing to do with white people, though. There's nothing to do. Be black. Be
black.
Calm down. Because my opinion is similar to some white guys' opinion, doesn't mean doesn't mean I'm jumping on some white guys.
By non-blacks, they're African Americans.
Hey, be black. If you're a white guy, be black. Calm down. Let someone else talk. Give me a second. Be black. If your white guy say the sky is blue, and I'm also saying the sky is blue, and you be black, you tell me that the sky is black. I mean, sorry, the sky is sorry. The sky is wait, calm down. You're telling me that the sky is what's the color of the sky?
What do I have to do?
Calm down. You telling me that the sky is red?
What did I have to do with
if I can see that the sky? Hold on, calm down. Because my opinion is saying the sky is blue because I see that the sky is blue, and the white guys also saying the sky is blue. Doesn't mean I'm supporting a white guy against you. It's just my opinion just happen to be similar to the white guy's opinion. That's all it is. It's got nothing to do with white. Siding with white. Everything's not always black versus white. You get what I'm saying? Opinions is just opinion.
No,
I look at things that I say because I do my own analysis. I look at them like, oh, this is what makes this. This is what makes sense. This is what doesn't make sense. And I come to have conversation with you, and there's no white man on the panel, and you're talking about white man.
Right now is like why a lot of people in the diaspora say that a lot of continental Africans are not race conscious.
Oh Lord have mercy.
But you wonder
can you define race conscious? Can you define it?
But you wonder why Africa is not industrialized.
Oh Lord have mercy. So when you become race conscious, you become industrialized.
Sit back, man. Sometimes you gotta stand
hey,
back.
Be black. When you become race conscious, you become industrialized.
Wrong. Because maybe you need to stand back sometimes. Maybe a lot of continental Africans need to just take a step back and say, we're doing something wrong. And if
be black. You need to make some sense. You need to try to make sense,
right? They have a whole different view, and they've been living around racist white people for a while. Maybe we need to really hear what they got to say. It really.
But I've been hearing you though. I've been listening to you.
Not just look at the diaspora and say, oh, they living so good. Why are they complaining? They living so good. I come from this so disparity. Oh, they're just ungrateful. Maybe they have something to talk about that you're not privy to. Maybe they have.
Well, you've been talking about it. We've heard you over and over, though. There's nothing you want to say that you haven't said before, Be Black. Be Black, tell me something new. Be Black. Tell me something new.
I'm saying that black people in general.
Be Black. Tell me something you haven't told me before. Tell me something I haven't heard you say before.
Hey, Big Black, I want to ask you a question.
I don't need to tell you something.
You told me, you said I don't listen to you. I've listened to you. I've heard you a million times. So I don't know why you keep accusing me of not listening to you.
A lot of people can listen with their ears, but not really listen. Not really understand.
Okay, after listening to you, then what do I do?
I can listen to somebody 1,000 times and forget that don't understand the message. I'm not really listening.
Okay, so now after I'm understanding your message, then what?
It's up to you to take it into your mind and really
Be black.
Really
After Be black. After understanding your message, then what? And what would I do for you? What's next?
You shut the fuck up and understand what's going on.
Step up and do what?
In this world.
So all you want me to do is just understand, nothing else.
The world is bigger than what it is. And a lot of things going on that
nobody gonna listen to you, bro. It's a rap, bro. Ain't nobody gonna listen to you on that, bro.
Big Black, let me ask you a question. What's the solution for Black Americans?
I'm tired of hearing that deal. It's a lot of different solutions. It ain't just one solution.
What are some? I'm asking a legit question. I'm asking an honest question.
And all due respect, that question is silly. I hear that question all the time. Ask the different people, what's the solution? There's a lot of different solutions.
Well, what are the solutions that you have? I want to know. I'm just asking.
I don't want to answer that silly question.
Doing nothing is like a thing. Look, we have to look at my thing is we got to stop listening to the same old crowd when that question history. Right now, we live in a point now, Big Black. I'm telling everybody, question everything, right? Everything that was fed to us, even the people we hold up as leaders, historians, like that, we got to look at it and say, something went wrong. We got to examine everybody. I don't give a damn. We have to do forensics, find out that all these people that we listened to or not, maybe they was working against us or whatnot. Because something got to happen. How this man has, how in the world that you have people now, the biggest movement in Black America is that people have forgotten their ancestral homeland, don't want any connection with, don't have no love for their ancestral homeland, and want to freaking erase their history and identity. Take on something else.
I don't think that's the biggest
failed in Black America. Something failed in Black America, right? That's why we got to examine everything right now. I don't trust no one,
I don't think that's the biggest movement. Looking at Dane Calloway's numbers.
Dude, I'm gonna say, I look. Diane Samir did a Facebook post, right? Diane is a Pan-Africanist, right? He was just simple post where my ancestors were not immigrants. My ancestors were slaves. No, we were Choctaw Indian. We're Cherokee.
Colin, I'm trying to tell you, there's a lot of crazy people online that you don't see in real life.
I'm talking. I'm hearing.
The thing about kind of like they allow people's.
So what I'm saying is this stuff is now spreading into the mainstream. Spreading into the mainstream, and people say like this. Ice Cube, look, Ice Cube, a major person talking about he's Native. We're Native American because of stuff he listened to online. Waka Flocka said it, so it's not just something online. This stuff.
So you think that's going to be an epidemic or some kind of problem?
Well, what I'm saying is the fact that it exists at all, right, tells me that there's something that went wrong, and I think where the root of it is we never really dealt with white people in this country. We never dealt
So
with
you
what
want to
happened.
blame white people for that one?
Nah, it's because a lot of
Yeah.
Negroes are ashamed of their history in America. Like I said, I was never ashamed of slavery. I don't have. It happened. It's unfortunately it happened. Whatnot. I was never ashamed to be a Black American my whole life. So
Yeah.
I don't listen. If people that claim they other things besides Black American, their ancestors didn't come from Africa and whatnot, I really don't care about those Negroes. It is what it is.
I'm gonna
Oh,
be real. I'm gonna be real, Carla, and let's be real. Those people that are doing that because there was no talk of that in the '90s. It was really no talk of that in the 2000s. There was no talk
right.
2000 on back.
But why does this bother you guys, man? Isn't America the land of the freedom of the brave, freedom of association,
No,
freedom of expression?
no.
I
No,
mean,
but
if
what I'm
one
saying
individual
is,
wake up in the morning, hold on, one
White man
individual
said
wake up in
something
the
hold on.
morning
Let me finish, Mike.
and say is
Let me
Pakistan
finish, Mike,
is
Mike, Mike,
alien.
Mike, Mike,
Why does that bother me? Why would that hurt my feelings? Why you
Mike,
guys?
Mike. We ain't trying to hurt you. What I'm just saying is,
No, I'm not saying you. You guys are hurt over some individuals saying they're Indians or whatever. If they say they're Indian, why don't you just leave them alone? If a Nigerian guy wake up tomorrow and says it's no longer Nigeria, it's Pakistani,
That's
I
another
won't give
thing.
a. It
Mike,
won't change the
because
price of
people that
my
don't.
goddamn bread. I
Hold on,
won't
Mikey,
care.
hold on. You understand something, right? Being powerless in this country, right? See, now if we were the majority in our own country, right? Do you think anybody would say that? No, because we sanctioned them,
Yeah, if you
locked
have the
them up,
same, if you
you know.
have constitution that giving freedom of speech,
Oh,
yeah, they
no,
will say
no,
what they want to
Constitution
say.
don't give you freedom. You can't just basically change who you are, change history. You
They're
know.
not changing anything. They only
No,
expressing
you can't change
they expressing
history.
fallacies.
You can't. You
It doesn't
can't
make
get
it.
on. Look. You get online and you got a following of hundreds of thousands of people who are now. What you're doing, you're messing people's minds up. You know that person
No,
who
no.
believes like that.
Anyone that minds gets messed up over. I mean,
Hold on.
over that
That's
kind of stuff.
giving
Then that's the
somebody
person's problem.
heroin. Yeah, giving somebody friggin' wrong information, and misinformation, and everything like that is cruel, and there's nothing you could do about it in this country because we have the white man's freedom of speech. No, we should have intervention. It's like someone says. When you see the number of black women out here doing this hoeing and this fucking shit like that, no, if we had our own society, you think we have our women, girls out here acting like this? No. You
That's
think?
only a small sector of Black
Oh,
women in America.
no. It's enough. It's enough. It's no more than a small segment. That's a lie.
No, it's just a small sector of Black
That's
women in
Carla,
America.
let me
a
say
lie.
this.
It's a
But let me
lie.
say this because
There's a
Mike
lot of
interrupted me.
people
I just want to say this, Mike Carla. The reason why you have this whole Indian movement is because they're afraid of because these black folks that most of them don't even believe that stuff. They're just going along with the flow because
Be black. You know, a lot of those guys are doing that stuff. They know
like
you're gonna be annoyed. That's why
hold
they
on, hold
do
on,
it.
hold on, Mike. Let me just
Like
finish. They're scared of people like you. They're scared of people like me. They're scared of people like Pan-Africanists on the continent. They're scared of
Why would they be scared of me? What am I gonna do to them that they're scared of?
scared of black
We're not talking
people.
about you. We're talking about
They're not scared of you,
It
man.
scares, it scares them.
when I say the
It
fact
scares them.
that
It
it's time
scares
for us
them
to consider
because
nationhood and
let's
partner
be
with the white
real.
America,
Let's be real.
terrifies black people.
Let's be real.
Be black. I had a conversation with be black.
Some
Be
black,
black.
some
Be
black.
black. Be black.
Let
You
me
remember
say
Mike
this,
TV?
I'll let you go.
Hey,
Let me
be black. You
say
remember Mike
Yeah,
TV?
Mike
say
TV
this,
is
Mike.
another one.
Mike,
Forget
Okay,
it.
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mike. Let me just say this. I'm being real. Some black people, let's be real, they still have a grudge of being sold as slaves. So when they see black people unifying globally, some black people unifying globally, that scares them. They don't. So they'll come up with this mythological. We were Indians.
I
Just
think well, whatever. Let me tell you this. You remember Mike TV? That one guy, Mike TV. They're always trying to push the Indian and also going after the African. Just he would say it's Indian, and then you go on African panels and be, hey, I'm Indian. I'm Indian. So when I had a conversation with him, we kind of got cool a little bit at one point, and he started telling me, say, Mike, you know what? I said this because I'm trying to engage the Africans. There's no other way I can, get their attention. So he he made it clear, and then some of them would say, "Oh, they keep saying it because it's making other people feel uncomfortable and it's annoying them." Some people there's a saying that hurt people, right? There's some people that hurt in their life that they have they're frustrated with their life, they're miserable. So what they want to do is look for ways to go hurt other people's feelings as a therapy for themselves.
I
So
agree.
what a lot of them do is go online. They know, hold on, calm down. Usually where they will go to keep pushing that they're Indian, usually where they know that people get upset when they hear it, right? Like someone like you, they know that you get upset. They will constantly come after you to try to push it on you. even if we show them all the evidence in the world, debunk, kill, debate, that just like Kala said, he doesn't know why Danny's keep. Obviously, Danny's want to promote his channel. That's why I keep inviting them, because Danny's has whooped their ass on debate over and over and over and over and over, and they'll keep coming. Why they keep coming? Because they know that it's annoying people, and every time they feel like they're successfully annoying other people, they feel like they're winning a battle. It's a therapy for them. These are guys that are miserable. Their life is upside down, because you're not going to see a successful black person, a happy black person, busy doing something like that.
But Mike, why do they come on? I'm talking about, even with Dice is not talking about it. Why do you think they come on a channel where black people from around the world are talking about bettering themselves?
They just want attention.
They want attention. That's all it is, man.
No, it's more than attention.
The thing is, in the beginning, I was like, okay, what's this guy talking about? But after some time, I realized that, okay, people have debated you guys. They've shown you evidence, but you still insist on saying it. So at one point, you're like, yo, just leave these guys alone. All they're doing, at this point, I just see that people expressing their
but it's a reason why they want, and people want.
They're expressing their freedom of speech. Just respect them and leave them alone.
The reason why they want attention, they want to break up any type.
They're not breaking them. They don't have power to break anything.
Get it, and the continent.
Big Black,
they're not breaking anything.
No, Big Black. Let me tell you something, right? They go on these platforms and go online because their own family members look at them like they're crazy in real life when they say this stuff. That's why. That's why they so deep on the internet. Most of these Hebrew Israelites you see on the corner yelling at each other, in their real family, if you go ask them, a lot of the people in their family and whatnot don't actually agree with what they say and whatnot, and they outcast in their own families.
But listen, what I'm saying here, I've known a couple of people, right, that taken on that moniker, but I've known them my whole life, right. They only start talking this stuff when they heard it online. You see what I'm saying? But before then, when I would come with the Pan-African stuff, they would look like, like I was crazy. You see what I'm saying? So it's a whole, okay, I don't even want this to happen. I don't want this niggas to happen, and I don't know if it's scared of just taking African cultures, or they have this, misconception of Pan-Africanism, and I don't know what it is, but it's a whole scare thing.
Be black. They look down on Africa. That's all it is. They look down on Africa. That's what it is, and they want to associate themselves with anything that's not African. That's all it is.
Yeah, which is fine. They have a freedom to do that. So I don't know why that's.
I know. I'm just saying. That's what it is.
Yeah. So I mean, knowing that, just leave them alone. I mean, it's not going to change. I don't even understand. Like me personally, someone not liking me does not hurt my feelings. The only time I may have issue, now if you not come step to me, then I'll face you and I'll give it to you. But if you say you don't like me hanging somewhere, that's your problem. I don't care. You have a freedom to choose hate and love. I don't understand why someone not liking you make you sad. Are you kidding me?
No, but you gotta understand, like,
or someone not being on point with what you believe in make you sad.
Listen, what's what I'm saying, Mike? You gotta understand the diaspora's perspective of people that do that, right? Because especially the diaspora that want their race to empower and want their race to be powerful.
If you want power, go get power. You don't need to sit around saying you want power and then somebody and be mad at someone.
You not understand it.
Be black. It can't be black. You know the problem with you guys that are doing Pan-Africanism. The reason why I kind of dissociate myself from you guys.
You're talking in a singular sense, man.
Hold on, calm down. Do you know why I dissociate myself from you guys that are doing Pan-Africanism online? The thing is, it's like you guys are creating more drama rather than any kind of anything, because it's not really about there's no mission or something you're trying to achieve what you're going to achieve. All you guys are just saying is, oh, we are this, oh, we Pan-African, we Pan-African, we Kumbaya, and then you hold on, and then often I will see one guy saying, oh, you're not Pan-African enough. And then someone that say I don't like Pan-African, and then you guys just fighting. And I'm okay. So I'm like, do you guys have better things to do with your life? I don't think Pan-Africanism should be about movement or anything. It should just be about you just having a mindset, and that's it. And if you have something to use to build, to use it to motivate yourself to go build something, go build it. It shouldn't be something. If that's your mind, you don't have to shove it on someone else. You don't have to tell someone else. Oh, you have to be Pan-African. You have to join the movement. It shouldn't be any kind of movement. It should just be a mindset. It should just be your ideology. That's it, and keep it to yourself. It's like I support the Knicks. You support Chicago. Fine. That's it. Let's leave it like that.
Theory. That sounds good in theory, but the LGBT movement moved off of straight propaganda. They shoved propaganda down everybody's throats, right? Shoving propaganda all down Africa, all down the continent's throats. So propaganda is a big tool, Mike, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, propaganda is a big tool if it's actually a propaganda that's going to kind of affect something. But saying
What do you want? Just like you said, right? You said, man, you saying all this online that you want to you don't like white people. This that you want everything to be said online about Pan Africanism too?
everything to be what?
Should some things be kept secret? As far as like
I'm not saying it should be kept. No, I'm not saying it should be kept secret. Let's say, okay, first of all, when 10 people say they're Pan-Africanists, you guys online, I always ask you guys, define it, and I get 10 different definitions. First of all, you guys don't even know what the heck what your so-called Pan-African is all about. You all call yourself Pan-African. When I ask you, give me a definition, you guys give me different definitions. So that already tells me that it's really not about.
Can you post the link?
It's really not about anything. And secondly, calm down.
All you gotta do is look online for a definition for Pan-Africanism.
No.
It's actually a definition for Pan-Africanism.
Okay,
so
what's the definition, people? Like, what's your definition?
Listen,
I have to wait for you to go Google it now.
Definition for you, right?
Go ahead. Oh, you're Googling it right now, right?
So you all, I know.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
But I want to give you the book definition of Pan-Africanism, so we can.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Googling it.
Okay, but
you have to wait. So all this white, you didn't know.
I want to give you the definition of Pan-Africanism. If you ask me the definition of belief, I would go Google belief. Okay.
No, but Big Black, you remember in high school when the teacher told you to define the words in your own way on how it means to you.
Exactly. My teacher never told me to define the words of my own way.
I don't know.
Really? Your teacher never taught you that, Big Black? My teacher told me that. I'm sure Mike's teacher taught him that too.
Yeah, teachers do that all the time. They ask you, what do you think this word means? And you're supposed to describe it.
What kind of classroom you went to?
No, we know the textbook definition of it. What does it mean to you? That's what we're asking you, right?
Listen, man. Listen. I'm gonna read off the definition. I'm tired of you naysayers. Okay.
No, I wasn't in the argument. I just came in, had the tail end of it. I'm not on any side.
Always come at the tail end of it.
Oh man, Big Black man, I wasn't even in your shit, bro. I mean, what you getting mad at me for?
Anyway, Mike is white as snow. I don't really want to.
Do you know? Big Black, do you know who fight each other the most online?
Who?
It's not even the Pan-African versus the non-Pan-Africans. It's the Pan-Africans and other Pan-Africans. They fight each other.
Like who?
They'll be like, hold on. Do you know why they fight each other?
Pan-Africans.
Be black. I can start naming names of Pan-African channels. They're beefing with each other right now. I can literally start naming them.
What Pan-Africans are beefing with each other?
Name them.
Brandon and Afro Think Tank. They were beefing. Even yes. And hold on. And they're both. Calm down. Do you know why they're beefing? It's not only there are many of them. Most Pan-African channels don't beef against each other. Even Scott, he's a Pan-African, and other Pan-African.
Nah, he's not a Pan-African. He's an FBA now.
And I'm trying to tell you why they're beefing, because the definitions are different. So
no,
Mike, calm down. Now, when they run into each other, one is starting to see the other one as when he see the other one acting against his own definition.
His name was just the Pan-Africanist, whatever.
Yeah, he changed his name too. Brandon is a nationalist, if anything.
Right.
Yeah. So the thing is, they were all saying, "Oh, I'm Pan-African, Pan-African," and then once they begin to see another Pan-African, the other guy that claims to be Pan-African doing something contrary to their own belief, they begin to say, "Oh, you're cool, you did. He called himself Pan-African, you doing this." But the thing is, you never ask the other guy's definition. Maybe because his definition is different. That's why he's going to be moving different. You know?
What ideology do they not have disagreements in? Name me an ideology that there's no disagreements.
I don't get to shit. The fact is, they have different ideologies, bro.
Yeah, so some of them conservative, some of them liberal, some of them talk about capitalism. The other ones like
some of them just have to hate white people. That's it, you know.
Just like I said, conservatives.
Some of them just have to move to Africa.
Liberals, listen to what I'm saying. Conservatives argue with conservatives.
Some believe every black man alive have to dump their identity and become black.
Republicans argue with Republicans.
Mike, there's different philosophy.
Exactly.
Different philosophy within Pan-Africanism. Some people say you don't got to go to the continent of Africa to be Pan-Africanist. Some people say you do. You're not a real Pan-Africanist. There's so many
And they
Some
are
media.
fighting online. They
What
fight all
ideology
day
do you
long.
not have?
Some are more
You have
conservative, some are
disagreements in
more
all
progressive.
ideologies. Do you all tell me what ideologies do you all know where there's no people in that particular ideology, or the people in that particular ideology have no disagreements?
I agree with you, Big Black. It's like Christianity. There's different denominations and they believe different things. So I get what you're saying.
And they all think Jesus is God or whatever. So and they all got different
Yeah.
ways of how
So
they come to that
yeah.
conclusion.
Kwame, don't come away with that shit tonight, man. You don't want us to come at your religion. Stop talking shit about our religion, man.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about
Leave Christianity
Yeah,
out
leave
of
that
it.
shit alone, bro. We're not coming on you for believing in stupid shit in Egypt that your ancestors never were in. So stop that, man.
Only what I said about
Rastafari.
Christianity. I ain't say nothing about
Rastafari.
Christianity.
My
My
Rastafari
my
brother.
brother, we built Kemet. Nigga, you ain't know nobody in Kemet. Ain't nobody from your line came from
Yeah,
Kemet.
never any place called Kemet, you know. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Peace to the panel. What's the topic?
The topic is: would the world, like you, be happier and better if African Americans forgot their history? In other words, some people think if we just call ourselves Christians or Hebrew Israelites or Native Americans, Moors, whatever like that, just leave out the African American slave descendant, right? Everyone will be happy. We can go back to chilling, you know. Somebody can eat their bean pie because they're Muslims now, you know. Everybody wants to erase this history, man, you know. So I'm like the last man standing, you know. I stand with my ancestors. I ain't gonna forget my
I don't
ancestors.
think everybody want to erase it. I think Black
Cool,
Americans
man.
want to erase their own
Black people
history.
are running from their history like they're running from a rattlesnake, man. You know.
Yeah, but I think it's their own people. I don't think it's the whole world. Nobody's trying to
So the
tell
world, look,
Black
nobody
people.
likes the economy. Nobody wants to hear about slavery because when Americans like sitting back on the 4th of July, Memorial Day, thinking what our great a country is, blah 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 blah. But there's one problem. They turn on TV and when this is a trailer for 12 Years a Slave, and it triggers something in them, anger.
Colin, I'm a,
For these
let,
niggas, for these
Col-
niggas,
But
man.
Carla, isn't it white people that are direct making those
Really,
movies?
really. I had white people say that. They used to tell Puerto Ricans that like that. He said, "Yeah, you guys came here, volunteer, but aside for black people, this is a perfect country, perfect civilization. Immigrants came here, we built the country. With these black people here, man, they're all soft.
but Colin, a lot of Black
Colin,
Americans are tired of hearing about slavery as well.
Only the coons, you know."
No, that's
Colin,
not true. Because people like you don't understand the psychological damage it does. It seems like every year or every few years a slave movie comes out.
I know,
I
but
don't want to keep seeing black people in chains and whatnot when we free right now.
you know,
It's
but hold
weird to
on.
me.
So
Colin,
like, so
it's
you
black
agree?
people that got
You agree? We
transported
should
to
forget our
Iraq. You
history.
think they could tell their history?
What?
I said it's black people that got transported to Iraq and different Middle East country. You think they could tell their history?
Well, that's them. That's not their problem. I'm talking about the people who came here. I'm only talking about my own people. You know, I don't know what the hell happened to them. You know, but you know that's their issue. You know, I'm talking about the people who came to here to this country. When we should, people think America will be this perfect place. Because how do you justify being a foreigner, particularly a foreigner of color, coming here saying, "I pledge allegiance to the United States, my country, 'tis of thee." And you look at America has blood on the soil. I mean, blood on its
There's
hands.
no country in the world that doesn't have blood on the soil.
No. Yeah,
That's
but
true.
There is no country on the planet that doesn't have blood on the soil.
let's say, hold on. Yeah, North Korea got blood on his hand, but you see anybody
I can
emigrating
argue
there?
about anything.
Because they don't need immigrants. They don't have immigration
Colin,
program.
I'm gonna keep it real. America is
America doesn't
far
need
better
immigrants.
than
No,
one of
America has
these
immigration
Islamic
program, Carla,
countries.
and that's the problem with you
And
guys. You
Well,
really don't know.
hold on. Yeah, but the whole thing is,
United States has immigration program. Every year, have you heard about visa lottery? Every year they put out the visa lottery.
like I said, this is what I'm saying. This is why when you ask me my opinion, right? It seems to me that a white man, he won. You know, he won. Now, because if the world was just, they would say, you know something? I know what America did. I'll never move to that country, whatever like that, no matter what it
Why
says.
would anybody
Colin,
not want to move to a greener pasture? What are you talking about,
what white
Carla?
people did in America is no different than what other groups of
I know
people
because
did around the
you
world.
don't give a shit
Carla,
about
why would
what
somebody not want to move to a greener
happened.
pasture? Please.
Hold on. You want us to forget our history? We might just have to do that to make you guys happy. You know.
Make who
Nobody
happy?
wants us to forget our history, but we ain't got to keep talking about it 24/7. And
Yeah,
Colin,
you're
people
saying
move.
let's forget about
Colin,
it.
people move to
You're
Britain
saying,
all the
oh, we
time,
don't
and
want to forget our history,
Britain
but we should stop talking about it. Same thing, knucklehead. You
no,
know.
it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is the same thing.
No,
People bring
Kala,
up
you didn't talk
slavery
about
when
your
it ain't
history.
got nothing to do with. I remember one time it was they was talking about some other group of people. It was at a college campus about what they went through, and somebody coming there. But what about slavery though? I was like, we ain't talking about slavery right now. Like, what? Are
Yeah,
you?
yeah. He probably got y'all probably jumped him. Or
No,
he brought slavery. Y'all probably beat his ass, man.
no. It's just that people
They're talking
just talk about
spam. They're talking
slavery when
about
it doesn't
science
even
and
fit.
AI, and somebody want to talk about slavery at that
Well,
moment.
yeah,
It's
Exactly.
going
Like,
I know
ridiculous.
slavery. I get it. Slavery bothers people, man. It
No,
bothers.
Kala, when people are trying to talk about AI, they dip into the physics conversation, talking about law of thermodynamics and other stuff that require thinking. Like your brain is already calculating
Slavery requires
on a
thinking.
high vibration, and then you just bring in slavery. Like, oh, dude, come on, not right now, man.
You know what it is? You know what it is? You know what it is, Kyla?
Yeah.
He doesn't want us to complain, quote unquote. So so the non-black folks don't look at him while he's making his money.
That's what I'm saying, man.
no,
Mike is slick, man. Mike is slick, man.
Hold on, no. I'm gonna tell you what it is.
No,
Hey, Kyle,
what I would not do, what I would agree with you is this.
Steve and Mike are like brothers, man. The same thing, man.
No, Kala, let me agree with him. You see, where I do business, right? I have customers like all walks of life. Majority of the customers that bring real money to me.
So do I.
Now, I wouldn't want you to come into my business. Hold on, calm down. I'm just responding to the guy, not you, Kala, not you. But I wouldn't want you to come into my business and begin to talk about slavery from my white customers because I don't want you to chase them away. I got money to make. I'm gonna have to tell you, hey, Mr. Blackie, you're gonna have to leave, man.
Hold on, let me say this, Mike. You're missing my point, right?
Do the Holocaust chase away your white customers?
I'm around white men and businessmen all the time. Never talk about slavery, right? But if I'm sitting there, like I said, they come by my office, whatever like that, and basically the topic comes up, right? I'm not gonna say,
no, when the topic comes up, it's a different thing, though.
Well, I'm not gonna look. I never bring that up. Just like,
but white people don't bring up that kind of topic.
It's just like you sitting there and you're with a bunch of women and you start talking about sex. There's something you don't talk about in front of people. I don't talk about slavery in front of white people. It's impolite.
Kala, one thing I know for a fact is I don't think you interact with white people a lot because if you do,
I do interact.
They don't think about Black Americans like that. I'm serious.
No, Mike, I do interact with Black. That's why I said I don't talk about that. Only time I have these cultures, I only talk about Black issues, even in my family. Nobody talks about that. The only time I talk about Black issues is when I'm online. That's it. In my real life, I don't.
Because when I'm around white people, they don't really think about Black Americans like that. Except maybe the only ones that do are the ones maybe that live in the Black.
Hold on. The thing is, though, they know we're here.
No. What I'm saying is, hold on. When I interact with white people,
they know. Hold on. They don't have to think about it because they know they got the police, the courts, child support.
No, the way you always talk is like
they got thousands of ways to deal with you. They don't have to.
The way you talk is always like white versus Black thing going on in America.
Let me give you an example, right? I remember one time a couple of years ago. Yes, I never forgot this, right? I mouthed off to this older white couple, right? I was like, man, you stupid, in a traffic incident, right? The guy was like terrified or whatnot, but he just sat there like, I'm not going to say nothing. Why? Because he knows sooner or later my attitude and whatnot, justice is going to get served, right? And then one day I get pulled over by a cop, right? And people is driving by. I said, I bet you drove by and said, see? Yeah, you dumb N-word. I told you going to get yours and whatnot. But that's how they think. That's how white people think. They don't say nothing. White people sit quietly, but they know.
No. I'm not talking about. The difference between me and you is you see white people from a distance. I'm a kind of person where, especially we Nigerians, we interact with people. You understand? Calm down. I interact with white people. We hang out with them. We go play sports.
I make my money with fucking most of white people.
Calm down. I make
the only black person in America.
Listen. We literally sit down, hang out with them, go to their houses. That's how close we interact with them. And I'm telling you, and I'm telling you for a fact. It's the same thing for Black Americans. Let me bust your bubble.
Hey, Mike, do they talk about the transatlantic slave trade in Nigeria?
Let me bust your bubble. Let me bust you guys' bubble. The same way I'm talking to you guys, same way I talk to white people. And I tell them that.
Yeah, but hold on.
Can you calm down, dude? Let me just make this statement. It's very important, Kala. This is very important. Kala is very important.
We're two different people. I can't have certain conversations.
Kala, I want to say something very important. Can you chill out, please? the same thing I'm saying with you guys, right? I had the same conversation with a group of white people, like that don't really.
Kyler,
Hold on,
drop
calm
the
down.
link.
Let me land.
I'm
They
just telling
don't.
Kyler
They
to
don't.
drop the link.
Yeah, okay. There's some white people that don't really they don't really interact with Black American close enough. Where I'm talking about interact, meaning come and get with you guys, come to your house,
Bobby,
and
calm down,
they,
calm
they
down.
will say some things, right? And I will tell them that no, it's not true. And I will tell them that I know Black American well enough. I'm talking about I interact with them. And I will tell those white people like the Black Americans don't think what you think they're thinking.
He think he's the white people whisperers.
It's
Yo,
the same
might
thing
be
with
the
the white.
hypest talk
Exactly. It's the
about
same
calm
white
down.
people. It's the same with Black
Listen,
American. I'm like, dude, these people don't think what you
but
think they're thinking.
listen, why do y'all care about what white people think about you to begin with?
I don't give two
Speaking to
shits.
Collar and whatnot.
Who am I talking? I care about what you think.
Yo,
I never told you that.
I would agree that white people over the years have tried to make the Holocaust more heinous than the transatlantic slave trade. Like now they try to,
Yeah, because they recognize
it's
the
not
Jews as
that bad.
humans.
It wasn't
They
that
recognize
bad.
their humanity.
Kind of like, do you know that majority of white Americans came to America after slavery was over? They don't even have lineage connected to slave
But the
masters.
Anglo-Saxons,
Mike,
the majority of it here before slavery.
Mike, do y'all
They
even
literally
discuss the
don't think about
transatlantic
slavery
slavery?
or don't think they have
But
no
Mike,
connection.
why are you on the side of the white people and not the
It's
side of
not
the
being a
black
side. No, I'm having an
culture?
honest conversation. It's uncomfortable, but I'm just being honest. Sometimes we
How
have
is
to
it
educate ourselves.
Mike, how is
Like,
it
do you think you're
uncomfortable?
the only black person that had these?
I'm just trying to tell you that it's kind of
You know how many black Americans had deeper conversations with whites than you?
the reason why I made that statement. Let me tell you the reason I made that statement, right? Elvis, you and I, we came to America, right? But we don't have connection directly with the slave plantation, right? So the way we view society or our feelings kind of different from the way a Black American like Caroline and Be Black here feels, right? It's the same thing with the white people. The white. I'm trying to tell you that hold on, the white people that came.
Wrong with us, right?
Hold on. The only white people that maybe connect is those rednecks that been here, they descend out of the slave masters. They're the one that can tell you about, oh, my great grandfather had slaves on the plantation, this and that. But those white people, like the Donald Trump kind of ones where
Hold on,
their dad, hold on, calm down, man. The one that their
that's
family
a big
came, the one that their family came after slavery, they don't have a family
but the thing
history that connects to that stuff. So they don't
hold
even
on,
think about it.
You
Yeah, you might be right in that case, Mike, but white supremacy is global. An Irish person will come from Ireland and think that they're superior to a black person.
They
A
all
person
part
But
from
of
that's a
Scotland
different
probably think the
discussion.
same thing.
Everybody think they're
Y'all,
superior
so
to
y'all
black
believe in
person.
white
Even blacks always
supremacy?
think they're superior to other
Call the
people.
black man an N-word, we're going along with segregation and racism just as long as the whites that's been here who ancestors were enslavers. So white people being in this country, sure, some of them don't have the history of enslaving African Americans, but they too perpetuated the racism the African American
Yeah,
experience in
it's the
this
difference
country.
between perpetuating racism and having link connection thoughts of
Yeah, the
the
link is one
plantation, the
thing, but
slave. Yeah,
their
yeah.
continuous racism is another thing you can
But
combat. You can
everybody's
fight
Yeah,
against.
racist, man.
I think there's also
The
a
idea of
difference between
racism is all
racism
different
and
from
white
Mike,
historical.
I think your problem is I think you think racist
See,
white.
the,
Look at
Mike is
Mike,
white people
everybody's racist, man.
is
Come on,
white
let's.
people is
No,
white people
I'm
in
not
Europe
racist.
that
What do you mean
invested
not
in
racism,
racist?
racism.
I'm not racist.
prejudice plus power. Black people, I can't be racist because I don't
What do you
have
mean you can't be
No, that's
racist?
not. We changing the
Come on, man.
definition of racism.
No, that's the academic. That's not me.
What's the
Prejudice.
actual definition of racism?
Racism is prejudice, right? With power. Now, if you
Oh,
take,
okay, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look
Carla,
it
can
up.
you not define
they can
power
be
then?
racist. They can
No,
be
that's a definition. Black people can't be racist because they don't have the power to carry
So
out their
so the
racism.
only racist white person is
You
the
know,
white man with power.
racism is the ideology that somebody is superior or inferior based on their race,
it's like
and
saying
then having the power to
it's like who's in charge.
substantiate
Racism
that
is
ideology through
you can
political
force your
economic
will on
power.
you can
Carla, if you
impose
have to
the
go by
will
your
on somebody else's
definition.
power, you know?
Carla, if you have to go by your definition. So
No,
the
that
only
is a definition, you
okay,
literate.
fine, let's go by it then. Okay, if we go by it, then you telling me the only racist people in America are those in the government and
No,
those
the white majority, because the
Who
white
has
majority.
the
no.
power
That come
to
on, man.
enact their
What,
superiority complex?
not all
That
white men
they're
walking on
better simply based on their skin.
Carla, not all white
So
men walking on the street have power to do anything. You
Okay,
get
all
what I'm
right.
saying? Not all
exactly,
white
that's
men
true.
walking down the street
That's
have the
why people say
power.
systematic. It's not the individual that might be racist, but the system
But
itself
we're talking about
that's
individuals.
racist against black people.
Check us out. All right, everybody be quiet. I'm going to read the definition right here, right? Racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a persons based on their membership in a particular racial ethnic group, particularly one that's in a minority or marginalized. But we don't have the power to marginalize white people, you know? Now, hold up. Now, let me say this. On this platform, right? If let's say this platform,
calm down, Mike. Calm down.
In this platform, I could be racist.
Hold on, but Carla is saying typically it doesn't say that it's specific. Like you have to, like a person who was a minority suffers through racism.
Marginalized. That's what marginalized means. It means that you are outside of the margin.
Yeah, but it says typically. It doesn't say that that's what racism is. That it's just directed towards
It
minority
is.
people.
You got to read the bigger context. You got to read articles on racism to get the full context.
You got to have the power to marginalize, segregate, oppress somebody. You know, we don't have the power to oppress somebody. You know, you got to be able to have power over somebody.
A minority. I mean, it can happen. You know, but usually minorities can marginalize the majority.
White person wants to
white South,
and I say no.
So Asian American, for example, right? There are less number than Black Americans, right? And also they're less represented in government because they're more Black Americans in government institutions.
But you know
hold on, calm down now, calm down.
Don't ever what I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't ever tell me to calm down. You know.
Why not?
Calm down.
It's not an insult.
Don't get kicked off.
I know you go with the model minority myth. It's a lie. Asians are
nobody's doing model. That's not where I'm going.
It's a model minority myth. It's a lie.
I didn't even say that, and that's not where I was even going.
Asian Americans have the highest concentration of poverty about any group in America.
But that's not what I was saying, Carla. See, that's the thing. Oh my God, man. That's not where I'm going at all.
Calm down, Mike. Calm down.
That's what he does.
Calm down, Mike. Calm down.
All I'm trying to ask you is, can you be racist to an Asian person? That's what I was trying to ask.
Hold on. Can I be called prejudiced to an Asian person?
Can you be racist to an Asian person? That's what I'm asking.
Look, let me say this. If I was
what
the
power,
owner of a bank, right, and Asian communities lived in my community, right, and they didn't have a banking system of their own, and I said, hold on, and I said, I'm gonna draw a line in their neighborhood where I'm not gonna give loans out to any Asian person somebody comes in Asian. Yes, I can be racist in that particular incident. Yes, because I have power.
But we do have Black banks, right?
No, black minority people without power can be bigoted. They can be prejudicial, but they can't be racist.
Okay, so what we're saying right now is Asian American cannot be racist to Black people.
Oh, Asians could be
racism is when that person. Listen, Mike.
Man, I want to say, please.
Okay, let him go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Finish what
you're saying.
Hold on.
Can Asians be racist?
Hold on, Mike. The power if Asians or Latinos, right, are white adjacent, right, and they go along with the white majority and whatnot, yeah, they can be racist against Black people.
Yeah, racism come into place, Mike, when you are at their mercy. Like, let's say you go to rent a house from an Asian person. They're the landlord. They have the upper hand in that situation, and they discriminate against you based on your race. Now they're in a position of power to either rent to you or not, but they refuse to rent to you because you're a Black person. That's racism.
So now we are going to anybody. Hold on. It looks like I see where we're going now. I don't know if Carla agree with what Elvis just said. Carla, you saying Asians can be racist based on what Elvis just said?
Depends on what the situation is, you know.
There's something called systematic, Mike. Mike, that's what Black people use the term systematic, because racism could be on an individual power level, or now on the systematic level in the country.
I agree with you, Elvis. I'm trying to see if he agrees with you.
Okay.
So are you, Carla? Are you saying that Asians can be racist based on what? I mean,
depends if they use systematic power. Yes, it can be racist. You know.
Okay, give me an example of systematic power. Give me one.
Okay, if they have control of the government, economic power in the country.
Elvis, calm down.
Hold on.
Okay, my bad.
If an Asian man is the inspector general, chief of police of a police department, and he gives an order to pull over all Black men and whatnot, yeah, that's racism. That's power.
So the Black police chiefs, like those ones in those community, we have a lot of Black police chiefs and a lot of Black males. So can they be racist to white people?
Well, when has you ever seen Black people do
I'm just asking, can they be? I'm not saying I've caught anybody doing it.
Racism can be on a local level and on a systematic level, Mike. You have to understand it. It's not linear. There's nuance to it.
There's a difference to this, Mike, is this. When Black police officers, I remember one time there was two Black officers. You remember that in Louisiana a couple of years ago?
We don't need story there. We just need you to answer whether it can be or not.
This white boy was fleeing. Remember, everybody said Blue Lives Matter bullshit. These two black cops were fleeing this guy, this criminal, right? The guy gets shot, right, and died, right? They arrested these two black cops, right? They didn't give them the shield, the blue shield, thin blue line, all that stuff. They threw these two brothers under the bus. Black cops don't have the same.
But we're not talking about black, just a regular black cop. We're talking about black police chief. Hold on, calm down. No, we're talking about the black.
Was there more to that story?
Kala, you shifting the argument. Kala, don't do this now.
Black person kills a white person.
Kala, don't do this.
Let him answer, Mike. Let Kala answer. Let me answer.
He's not answering it. He's shifting it.
He interrupted me. Look, when a black person cop kills a white person, it's totally different than a white person killing, because the black cop does not have the system protecting them. You know, those two police.
But I didn't say anything about killing. What I asked you,
hold on. You asked about, can black cops be racist?
That's not what I said. No, I didn't say any black cop. I say a black cop with power. Look, you mentioned police.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
wait, calm down. The reason why I asked that question.
Your power. You don't.
Kala, know about to win this argument. That's why you always do this. Elvis, you remember you mentioned when I asked about Asian, you guys say Asian man, there's a police chief or something like that. That's in a position to make that. That has that kind of power, right? And then I asked
Mike.
Then I asked you, what about a black police chief? And Kala is telling me about a regular black police
officer. Can Prince of P talk? Can
John talk? Mike, I get your point. Racism goes hand in hand with power. If you have power over somebody, you can exhibit racism based on.
So there are many black.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's on a local level. Now, when you're talking about in this country, there's systematic racism, and those who control the system, who has the majority in terms of number, political and economic and sociological power, they can be racist systematically, and that's the biggest form of racism that keeps black people suppressed.
So you agree that black can be racist on a local level?
Black people can be racist. Yeah, if they have a power in a local setting, they can be racist.
Doesn't agree with you on that, though.
Can Prince of P talk?
Go ahead, Prince of P.
Probably putting his kids to bed, you know.
Okay, hold on. To go back on that point, right? What can black people actually do about systematic racism?
Not a damn thing, you know. Scream black.
So what's the point? That's why I disagree. Black people have power. That's where Mike is trying to point out. But I know Kala, he has an inferiority complex, so he don't see that. So shout out to my favorite Baba Lao, hey Mike. Shout out to you, man. This guy don't realize their own power.
Well, what are you saying, Prince of P? Black people have power in which way?
Mike, anytime Dusty brother agrees with you,
to organize.
No, do they have systematic power?
They have the power to create their own systems and create their own institutions. Yes, they do. They have power. People like Kala don't
recognize when you say create their own system, what do you mean? Can they create their own parallel government with the United States government?
They did in the past. That's how they got all this freedom.
Prince of P, come on, brother.
Prince of P, what you mean? Elvis complex. What you mean by that?
He do. Every time I speak and I say something, Kyle already know what the hell I'm talking about because he already know the history of it. That shows you that he has a knowledge, but he basically rejects it, and he rather follows behind the logic that he is less than the whites. So he even admits that he's less than white people that just came here. He has an inferiority complex.
Are we not less than whites?
No, hell no. It's historical, like it's
you can be less than whites in certain statistical categories in terms of income, in terms of generational wealth that's been passed down, in terms of educational level attained. You can be less than whites in certain capacities in terms of statistics. But as a human being, as a man, no, you're not less than anybody else. The thing that makes you better or less than is because the opportunities that you're given is limited. And other groups of people, like white people, have access to more opportunities. They have access to greater wealth inheritance than you do. That gives them a benefit, that you don't have. But principally, talking about system, right? Black people
can I add something real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
So you just said right there, because what you just said that is proving my point. Basically, they have this knowledge, and in the past, they had their own hospitals. They utilize their own knowledge and institutions to create the little things. There's even books written about how surprised certain white people were.
I mean, principally, don't you know the history of what happened to those little things that they created? What happened to Tulsa?
Some of them are still
the little things that they tried to create was destroyed by white folks.
I don't really know what you're saying.
Say that again.
Elvis, look at
I don't know
Atlanta,
where
bro.
you stand at all. I don't know your points. It's like you just
No, no.
talk.
My point is, Mike. What principle is saying that black people have the power, they're just not utilizing it, and it's just not true. They've tried to do it during segregation when they had their own little cities that was thriving, and what happened? The people with the military power, with the military might, came and destroyed it with no recourse for those black folks. So when you want to have a little enclave of power or freedom through economics, you also have to have a military a wing to protect your economic power. That's what happened with Black Wall Street. They didn't have
But
the
When you
military
talking
but
wing
about the
Elvis,
era,
protect their economic power.
hold on, we
Elvis.
talking about different era. We talking about today.
But today, you think how can black folks?
People, imagine if black people would have had all those thriving towns would have came into the 21st century. We wouldn't be in this problem, but they were destroyed. And that's why black people.
Well, today,
So what's stopping us from doing the same thing today?
hey,
Hold
look at what happened in LA.
on. Here's the thing, right? Back then, we lived in a segregated world, right? Black people said, "Okay, you want to live in segregated," and since we were successful, they did burn them down, right? So it was time to rebuild. When they said, "No, don't go rebuild your communities. We're going to integrate you into our communities," right? Which they mean they took over.
Kyler, that's not true. Right now, there's a reverse migration, and they're going back to the areas where some of you guys fled,
Yeah,
where
whatever.
some people that stayed. Hold on, the people, the Georgia, the
you,
Houston.
I mean,
What's
there,
the
bro.
hot areas right now? You name all the hot areas right now where a lot of people that's facing gentrification is running to. Is areas in which black people stayed and built, right? And those are the same areas that's.
What do you think?
They
What
were
do you
talking
think is
about
being
black.
gentrified?
All
No,
those
no, no.
areas
They,
went through
go ahead. I'm
in
sorry.
New York were just temporary. We were like refugees. The North was like refugee camp.
Why do you think white people can gentrify black people out of their neighborhoods? It's the
Because they don't technically
economic
own it.
power.
They don't
They have an
exactly.
entrenched benefit of economic power that outweighs the economic might of black people in this country. So they can go into black people's neighborhood and buy them out. That's a form
That's okay.
of power that black people
That's
don't
true.
have.
That's true.
Right. So
That's
don't
true.
say these
But
things
hold on,
without
hold on.
understanding the
But
context.
Elvis, you have
Look how the
hold
white gays took over Youngstown, Ohio. They took over, literally said we want to make it a safe haven. They found a place that was decrepit, cheap. Instead of people loaning the black people money and whatnot, there was black people poor. They had houses in there for generations, but it fell on hard times because of the industrialization so the neighborhood fell okay. Then gays came in and said, you know something, they start buying up house by house. They said, pretty soon we're going to have the whole city to ourselves on that. It's like a gay town now. Youngstown, Ohio used to be black.
So why can't you do the same, Carla?
Oh, okay.
You don't have the economic might to compete with them, Mike.
Stop it, man.
Why do we have
Elvis.
Because you've been disadvantaged for centuries, brother. You're far behind them.
Hold on, Elvis, watch this.
For every 100,000 worth wealth that white families have, black people only have 1,000 of that. A percentage of
They
it.
forfeit their ownership.
Because white people had a head start of like 300 years.
So all this head
true,
start.
that may be true.
Right. So why are you not considering that?
Are you trying to justify white people stealing black people wealth in America?
No. Watch this. Ask Carla, ask Big Black. I'm gonna mute my mic. Ask them if they family have land in the South. I ran into a lot of black people that were telling me they have land. I was surprised. They have a whole bunch of land in the South. Ask them.
Having land is one thing. How can you monetize the land?
We had all our family have land in the South, hundreds of acres of land, but we all had to go up north or we starve on that land.
You can't buy tractors just because you got land. You gotta farm that land. You need equipment. Those things cost money. You either sell the land or buy the material, or you let the land sit and have no money. What are you gonna do?
Elvis, $2 trillion economy. Come on, Elvis.
Black people don't have
no, but Colin knows that money is not in fiat, Mike. That money is in bonds, is in equities and homes. That's not fiscal cash they can just use right away to do something with it.
What's happening in LA right now? There's a power struggle. Who's winning?
Well, Kala is telling you that he's going to use that money to build Afghanistan, man. What are you talking about?
Elvis, I think you were smart. You will look at the Las Vegas.
Kala is telling you that he has money to go build Afghanistan. Telling Kala they doesn't have money.
You look at Las Vegas. Black people do have. We basically loan money to fucking hotels and casinos all over the damn
Exactly.
world and factories.
So what's Elvis talking about?
Why couldn't an African state plug into the same thing used to build our infrastructure? Why couldn't it? You know.
So why's Elvis talking rubbish then? Talking about
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying, Mike. What I'm saying is right.
Check this out. But black people are not concentrated and have the power to do that because we're not on one same page. You got black people in different cities, and
so is that white people's fault?
We're not freaking unified like that. Now Asians, whites, and all these other people, they unify like that, but we're not allowed to. You know, we're not allowed to do that.
What do you mean?
We're not allowed to, or we don't want to.
Oh, that's not true, Carla.
Hold on.
Most of us do not want to.
Chicago, look, the city of Chicago is going bankrupt, right? Are they taking some of that money that the city of Chicago investing in Africa? No. Who they investing in? Illegal aliens coming there, you know?
Carla, I'm going to say something here. You guys will probably agree with me, right? I just did it tonight, and then I realized it. Now I'm making the point, right? And I guess some Asians will, but Asian food, right? Asian people has cornered and made themselves useful to even black folks. You have an Asian person, have a little Asian restaurant. Black people would patronize that restaurant on a regular basis, but you barely see Asian people going to a soul food spot and buying it on a regular.
You don't see white
So
people.
They go to Jamaican restaurants.
Right. So the point that I'm making is that Asians, they have a niche. They have a niche economy that they can sustain themselves off. And other communities, black people, Asian people, white people, everybody will go to that little corner store, Asian shop and buy the fried rice with chicken, get a 2-piece or whatever it is.
They provide good service. That's why.
And they sustain themselves. So that's why when people try to compare Asian American to black folks, it's like, come on now.
Elvis, these groups, they just practice better group economics. That's how I look at it.
I don't think
that's the point that I don't understand. Is Asian food better than black soul food?
Blame Asians, you can't blame white people if we're not practicing group economics.
People allowed to corner those like Asians or Arabs.
You got to first become a group.
They provide good service.
Told to become Americans, and we don't have a group identity. How the hell are we going to have group economics?
I got a question for you, right?
What do you mean?
It's subjective, but this is a good question. Is Asian food better than black soul food?
No, not in my opinion. No.
So why is Asian food more popular than black soul food?
Because it's cheaper. That's why.
Elvis, one of my favorite.
It's cheaper. People grow a taste to it.
But every time I go somewhere, to find one is always difficult.
Soul food is
it's not ubiquitous like Asian food, bro. I just ate some Asian food tonight. That's the point I was just making.
Elvis, every city you go to in America, to find one soul food, you have to freaking hacks around, dig.
Yeah, you gotta go into a little hole in the wall.
They have to figure out, and it's one of the best.
We got this soul food restaurant here in Virginia Beach called Black Eyed Peas. Look it up.
It's probably the only one.
But Carla, it's not a national chain. Take like Panda Express or Lean Chain. All these other different national chains, right? Even though they're not authentic Asian food, but they're a national chain.
My nieces buy
that. That's what Carla's really talking about. We can make.
I'd rather go to the Chinese corner store around the corner.
No, I get it, but I'm saying there are national chains of these stores, and you can find them in every little. Because when I drive around my neighborhood, I see a little Panda Express. If I want to get a little compound chicken, I might go there and get a little bowl. But I can't find a little spot that I know that's an African American spot. I want to eat some ribs or some cornbread. I can go there and get a plate. It's not like that.
We got plenty of soul food restaurants.
Soul food is not internationally
but I think that might
recognized.
just be a Minneapolis thing, because in down south it's more soul food.
There's a lot of soul food restaurants here, man. They're all over the place.
I could
count maybe the most down south. I live up north.
I could damn near count on my hand how many soul food restaurants exist in New York.
Exactly.
Oh, really? So they're that little.
It's like everything. I always want to find soul food.
North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, all these places like South Carolina,
and they're usually owned by one old 60-year-old black
American. And they got and they're not just little hole in the walls. These are nice places. They got nice place where we go outside. This ambiance.
Yeah, but Carla, out of the 45 million people, how many people are going to patronize that little local spot, even if it's very nice?
Hold on, Black Eyed Peas is packed every night. You got to line out the door.
No, but you got to nationalize it. That's what I'm saying. Spread it out so that most black people can benefit from it and patronize
it. There's another.
They only make those restaurants for black people, and that's the mistake. That's why they don't go big.
That's in my neighborhood, Southern Flair. I didn't even know it was black owned. Real nice. It's Southern Flair. They got them in Memphis. They got them all over the place. They have one here in Chesapeake and Virginia Beach.
What I noticed about a lot of those soul food restaurants is they always build them deep in the hood, like where
No. These soul
and
food
the
restaurants
business don't take
nowadays
off. They don't
are in the
hold on. They
suburbs.
don't. They don't. They don't.
Look. Southern Flair and Black Eyed Peas are in the suburbs. Same thing with the Jamaican
Black
Cutlass
Eyed
restaurant.
Peas.
You know, so
Is it home by? Is
it's
Black Eyed Peas home?
black couple. He's
No,
really
Asian,
good.
I want us to go back to that question, guys, because let's really examine it here, right? Is black food, soul food, is it better than Asian food?
Yes,
nah,
Yeah,
because
it's
it's
soul
better.
not.
Yeah.
food.
It's
Look,
not.
well now look. Me personally, yeah. The only thing Asian food got is the hibachi grill. That's the only thing they got. You know, I like their
Colin,
hibachi grill.
Japanese
Like
food is way
sushi and the
better
hibachi
than
grill.
soul food.
You know, but I love my soul food, man. So,
Japanese food. You talking about like
What
sushi?
he just said?
I'm talking about sushi, teriyaki,
Sushi
stuff
is
like that.
trash, bro. You
You
wildin'.
But
wildin', bro.
I
What
don't
the
eat
You
hell?
sushi though. I'm
wildin'.
talking.
I never
The
ate it.
hell?
Okay, well
I
let's
love
be
the
honest though,
Indians.
right? Let's be honest
I
for
love
real,
them
right?
fried
In the
chicken.
last
I stopped
Yeah.
eating
look,
Asian
look,
food
look.
who's
after
the
the
Oreo?
COVID.
Now, who's the
Yeah, in the
Oreo
last
girl?
6 months, right?
What's
How
up?
many
Yeah.
times have you had Chinese food? How many times have you had soul food? Let's be honest.
Oh no,
Hey,
hold on, hold on.
yo, let me
Can I answer that real quick?
everybody chill. Look at this dummy that said Black Eyed Peas is African food, not soul
Oh
food.
my God, Tyler, don't listen to that bullshit coming. We're having a real conversation here, man.
Hey,
Go ahead,
hold
Princess
on.
B. I want to hear.
First of all, Black Eyed Peas was used in Watch Night. You know, that's very important to African American culture. To the Black Eyed Peas, you know. So
One
what
thing I
is this
always
guy
provoke
talking about?
Carla is if anybody trying to make
Everything from us.
Africa ahead of
Like I said,
above Black
Colin,
Black
that
America.
Peas.
dude,
Oh
that
my
dude is a
God.
Hausa.
Hold up.
He
Let me
believe
ask you.
he an
Let me ask
Arab.
a question to a caveat to the question, right? Should African Americans forget their cuisine? Those are Ghanaian guys said that we should give up soul food and eat Ghanaian food. You know, should we?
I want to hear this answer. How
Carla,
many
you
of you
can't eat
ate?
Ghanaian food,
How
bro.
many of you ate Asian food in the last 6 months? And how many times did you eat soul
I
food in the
ate Asian
last six
food
months?
last weekend.
I can't imagine Carla start hitting Banku and stuff,
I
man.
love my hibachi grill. I love it. You know,
Yeah,
but
So
I
you
ain't
do
gonna
eat.
lie.
I'm guessing you do eat Asian food on a regular, maybe
I
every
haven't
once a
ate
hell
month or
Chinese
no,
food.
Tyler.
I haven't ate Chinese food since COVID popped
I'm
up.
talking
So
about. I might treat myself tomorrow to it.
Elvis, a
You
lot
know,
of things.
I ate
Carla,
Chinese
Carla
I
is
food
told
too
you.
once
way.
in
Carla
the
is way
last
too
6 months.
Europeanized to be eating African food, man.
Somebody asked you for the link,
I eat
Colin.
at a Chinese restaurant, Happy Buffet. They had all that goes in for hibachi grill. You
But,
know, and the sushi. You know,
but
hibachi
you
and
call
sushi.
Yeah, I just ate some
Colin, when the
tonight.
last time you
It's
had
been a
black
while, but I just had some tonight.
when the
It
last
was
time
pretty
you had
good.
black and fish.
yeah, I bet it because you be asking these questions about Chinese food for a minute. I bet that Chinese food
No,
was.
I'm saying on a regular. I can't remember the last time I had soul food, and
No,
it's
I
not because
don't
I
eat
don't
Chinese
like it.
food like that on a regular, man. Because it's because the only matter of fact, I got fried rice in my office refrigerator, man. What few days is like hardened, man. I can't even eat it. You know, like 2 days. I don't know what they do.
Yeah,
You can't
I
even
agree. Well, I don't know about all Asian food, but Chinese food is not good after a few days. I mean, after
yeah, after
it
a
gets
few days,
cold.
the chicken don't taste right.
Yeah.
The freaking
Yeah.
nothing tastes
I be
right.
hearing they cook Chinese plastic rice or something like that. You know, like plastic rice and
You
plastic.
got to eat it right then and there. You got to eat it right then and there. That is,
Hey yo, you can't even leave Mo sushi restaurant with the food.
And they put a lot of MSG.
Nah,
Oh
but
my God.
that's what I'm saying, right? But the point is, yeah, every group of people, right? You take a white team, they might go to a Chinese restaurant and get a nice little fried rice. You take a black team, they might go to that little corner store Chinese shop and get a fried rice. You take a Asian kid, whatever. All groups of people seem to love Chinese food. Whether they love it genuinely or it's just easy access to get.
Chinese food.
But with soul food, you don't just see black people,
Chinese food.
white people, Asian people going to
Chinese
soul food
takeout.
restaurants like that.
Depending on
Chinese
what
food
you're
Well,
talking
takeout.
I'm gonna tell you
Nah,
why.
you're right.
I'm gonna
You're
tell
right.
you
You're
why.
right
Elvis,
about that,
when you
Elvis.
build
Let me
a,
Oh,
a,
now
a
you got
neighborhood, a
European
dangerous
takeout.
neighborhood, you can't go there.
Where I live at, you got Chinese got competition now. You got Bangladeshis out here now. You got all kinds of places popping up rivaling them. Chinese used to be good at
Ain't
the
nobody ain't
small.
nobody eating no
Yeah,
Bangladeshi
who's eating
food.
Bangladeshi
No,
food?
Listen,
what
That's like
I'm gonna
eating
tell you.
Indian food,
Bangladesh
bro.
is doing,
Mo-
they make it
Most
hold on.
time,
Do you know what the Bangladesh is doing? It's selling you soul food. Catfish, blackened fish, fried
Well,
chicken.
Carla, you think that's soul food, but other countries eat the same thing. It's
No,
just not
no,
unique to African Americans.
they make it like
Oh, hold
black.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Can I say something to Elvis? When they literally targeted certain key foods in which African Americans eat and circled that market. That's what I'm saying. They relinquished their power. I personally see the pricing is one of the
What
key
do you
reasons
do?
I eat
What
more
do
Chinese
you do?
food than soul food. I think soul food tastes better. I like soul food, but it's more expensive, like $20 a plate. While Chinese food for $30 you can feed your whole goddamn family.
Yeah, Chinese
listen. I'm gonna say this. Why would I go to a soul food spot when grandma cooks it? Your aunt
Right.
cooks it.
You eat it
Everybody.
at
No,
home.
no, no, no.
That
Nah,
That's
it don't,
true, bro. I was gonna say the
nah.
same thing.
I go to I go to Haitian restaurants, right? A
Hold
lot,
on, hold on.
right?
Yo, you got soul food restaurants
Jamaicans and
in Mount like
Africans cook
spaghetti.
their food
They
every
got
day.
ziti. They got
Yo,
lasagna.
Jamaican food
They
is
got
trash.
lasagna. They all kind of
Oh,
stuff.
who said that?
Who said that shit? Jamaican food. I tried it one time. It ran my stomach. Probably my immune system wasn't used to it, but
Nah,
it's
Haitian
not
food
that
is way
bad.
better than Jamaican food though.
That
Let's
jerk
keep it a
chicken.
buck.
That jerk chicken is on
No,
No,
point.
it's
there's no.
not.
I don't know
No,
about
it's
Haitian
not.
food, but I
Yeah,
love
nah,
Jamaican.
Haitian food, that shit's fire,
So they
bro.
got
Ain't
they
Jamaican
got
food is
nobody
very
eating no
similar to
Creole over no
tofu.
oxtail.
your Haitian food. They got jerk chicken.
Nah, we don't got no jerk chicken.
So you ain't got your food sucks then,
Yo,
Oh,
yo,
No,
Kyle, you
no,
think
bro.
your chicken's the
Our
only
food,
food?
our
who in
food
their
can't
right
deal without
mind
the
gonna
jerk
eat
chicken, man.
Creole over?
They
Who
put
in their
man.
right mind gonna eat Creole over
So this
oxtail?
guy basically is watching too
Nah,
much.
we got tasso. We have tasso
Who's
that's
gonna own
goat.
those
We
damn
got
Chinese?
chicken. We got all types.
The Chinese triads, man. They own the rice cartels. They own the fucking Chinese restaurants, man. We go Jews,
But
own.
let me just finish saying what I'm saying, right? Like, why would you go buy soul food when your family members make it? Number one, and most
Nah.
time when
Okay, sorry.
me
Why
as a
my
Black
family
American,
make
when I
noodles?
got a taste for Chinese food, I go get I don't like eating soul food all the time. So when I got a taste for other people's food, that's when I go buy it. Like when I eat want Jamaican food, I go to a Jamaican restaurant. But like I said, there's no point when your grandma and your aunt
You ever
makes
eat
it and your
Haitian food
cousin.
before?
And usually in Black American
Yeah,
families, people we usually eat soul food like once a week, like usually on a Sunday,
Is
Exactly,
Saturday.
Ja
on
talking?
Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah,
Is Ja here?
yeah. Nah, I'm here.
Yeah, Ja,
Oh,
that's
Ja,
I'm like,
Ja.
ja,
who is
Oh,
that? I
ja,
John
thought it was
Zola,
born
Kyle, you
and
Jamaican.
gotta
raised
put the comment
Don't
Jamaican.
down. We
say
can't even
Ja.
see
What
everybody
time is
that's
it?
on the panel.
Yeah, nah, it's John Zola, not the other John. Nah.
John Zola. Yeah, yeah. That's my
Okay.
people. What's up,
That's
man? What's
that's
good?
the original Ja right there. That's Ja
Yeah,
Zola, man. That's the
you know
I
original.
that.
like
Know
I
that.
like the other John. He's a smart guy.
Ja is
Nah, he's
real,
cool.
man.
Yeah, this John too
Yeah,
smart. I
I like
joined
him
your
too.
group.
He
I don't know
cool.
if you noticed me. I'm up in your group now, that
Oh, that's
Telegram
you,
group.
Nino. Nino.
Yeah, that's me.
Say less. Say less. Yeah, that's what's up.
But yeah, man, like, look, I mean, I don't like it when people come in and
Ja
try to
making
disparage.
power moves.
When people come in and try to disparage African Americans without putting things into context, because the reality is, you had a 300 year, white people had a 300 year head start. They have a lot more inheritance in terms of wealth and home ownership than black
Yeah.
folks because
See,
they had
as a
that head
Black
start.
American, listen, Elvis, as a Black American, I can understand that like the historical grievances that our people have, but at the same time, I just don't like the coddling some people might do to our people. Like, I don't, me personally, I don't feel like nobody's holding me back, bro. Like,
Thank you,
white
John. I
supremacy,
Oh,
none of that shit is holding me back, bro. And I would never,
Hold
and I would never teach that to my children
on,
as well.
look,
You can't
I
look
think
at it from an
all duly
individual
noted, but
perspective. You
the
gotta look
whole
at it
thing,
as systematic.
the whole thing is
we
this:
we are not victims.
but most black people are going to succeed, do
I'm
whatever they
definitely
got
not a
to
victim.
do. But at the same time, right? It comes down to like respect, right? White people will make you respect their ancestors, right? You better not say nothing about George Washington. You better not damage their flag. You better not freaking talk about Thomas Jefferson. You better not talk about Abraham Lincoln. Or they'll look at you.
And you better not even talk
They're
about
free.
Tyler,
Robert
what
I
are you
like
Lee.
if
gonna
you
do
talk
if I
about it. What is
disrespect
it
George
good for
Washington?
you?
They're free to be like disrespectful towards our history, our ancestors.
Kyle, I don't think any white person will give a crap.
Ayo,
No,
Tyler,
Kala,
No,
Kala,
yeah,
you
What
you
happens
want
if
you
I
talk
disrespect
about
George
Robert
Washington?
Lee?
they're free to be disrespectful towards our women and stuff like that.
Hold on, Tyler.
Tyler,
Kyle, I'm reading
Tyler,
Dusty Brothers'
Tyler.
comment about African food. That shit funny, man.
Go ahead,
Kala,
go
you
ahead, go
better
ahead.
not even talk about Robert Lee. They just
He
took
said he said all African eat plantains and palm oil stew. African food have you shitting for like 10 hours. Suya chicken is the only thing I eat from African cuisine.
yo,
This
Dusty
dude bad
Brothers, plantains
disrespectful,
are
man.
good,
there's
man.
even no such thing as
All right,
African food. Different part of
Plantains are
Africa have
good,
different
man.
food, man. You see, all
But
these
hold
people they
on,
always.
Tyler.
I don't
Plantain
know
is
why
not
people.
unique to Africa. It's in the Caribbeans too, man.
No,
No,
there's
it
no
Puerto
can't. It comes
Ricans
from
African.
eat
Africa. It
plantain.
literally comes from
There's no
Africa.
African
okay, one
food.
person at a time.
Every country have their own signature food, man. Like in
All right,
Cameroon,
That's
they have
true.
something called undole. Undole. I never. That's my first time ever hearing. It was last week.
all right. Everybody's gonna eat their own thing, but let's get back to the topic. Somebody had a comment. They want to say something.
Yeah, because
Ja was the
basically,
one talking.
can I say
Let's
something real
let
quick, fellas?
Ja always
Oh,
makes sense.
Mike, let Prince be talk. Go ahead, Prince.
Because I asked a question about land. I see Jaws kind of almost circling my point. You guys relinquish your power, and when nobody would disrespect their ancestors more than you, Kyler, on this thing. Everybody come up, we celebrate. Even Ja, you see Mike, he's saluting your ancestors, saying the great things that they done. Nobody disrespect the
Oh,
ancestors
no,
more
no,
than you. Nobody
hold on.
disrespect the black woman
Hold
more than you.
I
on.
would
Yo,
agree with
yo,
So
that.
hey,
I
yo,
would agree
listen,
with
B,
that.
that's not look. What you have is your own version of what my ancestors are. You don't know my ancestors, you know.
you said they didn't put in no work, like you
I mean,
magically
so
got all these rights.
I'm saying my ancestors worked hard, man. What you talking about? They busted their ass to get me where I am right now. You know, I know
So
that. Right?
who
I
No,
said
was
who said F. Martin Luther King?
hold up. My thing is when people say whatever we can accomplish is because of white America. No, I'm saying it's in spite of white America. My ancestors will curse me from their grave if I be giving credit to the white man. Get all praise to the white man for what they went through and that they was able to achieve. You know, my
Tyler,
ancestors.
it's not white people talking about Harriet Tubman didn't exist. It's not white
Thank
people
you.
talking about Nat Turner didn't exist.
Well, French
Well,
people like Dan Calloway trying to dismiss the existence of Harriet Tubman should be
Calloway.
rebuked in its highest form.
That's what I'm talking about. You gotta talk like this. When you talk to somebody, use me as reference. Will Kyle ever
yeah,
say?
yeah.
You know, Carla, you're so full of
Hold on.
yourself, Carla.
Well,
Use
no,
me
And,
as
and,
reference.
and,
I'm
you
he,
saying.
dismiss Frederick
What I'm
Douglass. You
saying is this. I
dismiss
hate when
Martin Luther King,
people
Booker
get
T. Washington.
well, when
Booker
people
T.
talk about the
Washington.
wobbles and FBAs, and they come over on my platform and they basically say, "Well, well, I don't say that. You never heard me say Harriet Tubman didn't exist. You never heard me say Nat Turner didn't exist. You know, you say other platforms, but when you come on this platform, this is the real Black America right here. You know, I represent the real Black America. We know who we
Kyle,
are.
I have heard you disrespect our old leaders and whatnot, ancestors.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have heard that.
some of the
Farrakhan.
hold up. Some of the people in my ancestral history, I don't like. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about my people. I'm not talking about some freaking particular leader. I don't give a fuck about them. You know, I don't give a fuck about Frederick Douglass. You know,
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
see, see,
See,
see,
No,
what
see.
I'm
Carla.
talking about.
yeah. Hold it. That's my opinion. I don't give a damn about Frederick Douglass. Why? Because what he did was he held black people back. You know, he basically said, "Look, you know, he basically gave white man carte blanche treatment to treat us how we want to do because." One thing you know what a clue is, right? And listen to this very carefully, right? Frederick Douglass said, you know, when Martin Luther Delaney said we need a black man need a nation of his own. He needs to part ways with America live. There was a large number of people. Read my novel, right? Large number of black people in intellectual circles. Frederick Douglass wasn't the smartest black man back then, but he went on what the white man was saying. He says something that was very instructive. Science. He goes, you know, he goes, why would we give up America, right? To give up America would be giving up all the progress of science and technology and innovation because America was developing at the time. It had tunnels, it had railways, all like that. Basically, what he was saying, the black man could never in a million years build anything like this. Basically, he was saying only the white man in America was capable. So what that basically is telling me that he believed that black people were an inferior race of people. That's what I believe.
But
You know,
you open the show the same way today. You
no,
open the show talking about
That
look,
doesn't mean they
societies
go
that
inferior
had.
though. That doesn't
look.
translate
Hey,
to
look,
being
I got
inferior,
every
Colin.
confident. I say on this show every night if you want it. I got every confident Black America is capable of building a nation of their own. No, where I say I know we're capable of doing it. You know, I believe in my people. I know I capable of doing it. Frederick Douglass, and then a lot of people, even to this day, anybody that tells you that the best we could ever
Colin,
do.
anyone can build a nation. The question is to what degree?
No. I'm saying it's
To
so
what degree is what
psychological.
you have to tell
Yo,
us. Be specific.
Mike, all psychological, right? Just
Hmm?
like, would you go to the Jews and tell them, why do you need the state of Israel? Would you ever say that to the
No,
Jews?
that's not what I'm saying, though, man. I don't know. Do you listen to?
Oh,
Do you listen to what people say before you?
hold on. It's Mike. It's the principle of the thing. You know, Jews live good all over the world, but they got that state of Israel,
But
don't
did
they?
you hear what I said though? Because
What?
you saying you responded to something different. I say anyone can build a nation, but the question is to what degree?
No. If everyone could build a nation, man, you would have countries thriving all over the world. Everyone can't build a nation. You know, I
No,
agree.
successfully
No. I'm
building a
asking you to
nation
what
and
degree? To
developing
what
is one
degree?
thing.
I know we're capable of building a first world nation.
It's
That's what I'm
first word.
saying. I know because all we know is
Mm,
you know. I know we all.
Wait, Kyler, you
If you
believe
look at
you?
if you look at my value system,
Honestly, anybody is capable, but the fact is,
hold on, Mike.
you have to do it for what to say.
It starts with people who are the architects. I believe, right?
You need
If you
more than
look,
an architect to build a first word
I
nation.
believe, my values is my core values are, and I want people call nation core values are. No person should be no millionaire or rich until everyone has the basics. You know, the basics should be a constitutional human right. That's what Asian.
Socialism, Kala.
So you say
Socialism. I was just about to
Yeah,
say.
that's
Sound like
no.
socialism.
What
That's
Kala is even talking about
no,
doesn't make
you
sense.
didn't miss the point of what I'm saying,
So
right?
Kala, you said the
Hold
basic
on, hold on.
constitutional human rights.
Once everybody
What the
has
hell does that mean?
hold up, listen to what I'm saying. Once everybody has the basics and everything like that, now
What is this
free
basic? What is the basics?
you can make all the billions of dollars you want. Once
Kala, what is the
everyone has,
basics?
you know,
so, Carla. Why
Plumbing,
no black?
Kala,
Why
what
no
is the
black
basic?
people
What
have
is the
built the
basic you're
first world
talking about?
nation yet?
why? Because they don't.
running water.
Like I just said, Africa, all these countries could be first world, but they don't have that value.
You think those are the basics, right? Because you live in an advanced and developed
Yes,
country.
yes,
In
yes.
other countries, to get to that level is very hard. So it's not going to be the
Kala, what is
basic in
the
the beginning
basics?
of
You
your
didn't tell us what the
neighbor
basic is. I didn't
of your
hear you.
nation.
No, it's
Was it hard for China? Was it hard for India?
Yeah,
Yeah, you think Chinese had plumbing? They were shitting in our houses, before
yeah. Hold on.
after World War II was over. They were still shitting in our houses.
Okay, look at Dubai. How was the Arabs able to build something like that? You know, because they
Oil
believe.
money, oil money.
Hold on, Africa. Look, Nigeria had more oil money
Carla,
than
Arabs ain't
Well,
built
Kala,
Nigeria
Dubai.
also have like 100 times the population of Dubai.
but
Kala, here's the deal. Kala, here's the deal. If you have the money to afford to live in whatever neighborhood that has whatever you want, you can have it in Nigeria.
Look, this is what problem I have. Every neighborhood should have that. You know, it should be
Why
like
should every
one
neighborhood have it?
has
What if the people can
electricity.
afford it, Kala?
Wait, hold on. One neighborhood
For
has
free?
fucking sewer systems. I don't care how it's done.
Kala,
If
name a
Singapore
country
can
in
do
the
it,
world where anybody's living in,
do it.
in something
I
for
am
free.
so sick and tired of Africans with their excuses.
Kala,
Can do, Singapore was
what
poor
the hell is this guy talking
Kala,
about?
the population of Dubai is 3 million people.
Thank you.
Nigeria has almost 300 million
I don't
people.
think Kala really understands how society works. You sound like a child. Kala, I'm not insulting you, but you sound like a kid, man. I'm sorry.
Able to give everybody a standard of living and whatnot. And the
Kala,
rest
you sound like a kid.
You said
There's
who?
nothing
Wait,
free.
hold on, Mike. Let's hear what Kala's saying. You said who? What country?
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hong Kong is a little island off the coast of China, right? And it's an economic hub for finance.
So in other words, you don't believe. Hold on, you don't really believe that Africans are
Are
capable.
you saying the citizens of Hong Kong getting everything?
You're looking at the largest black nation in the world and
Every person in Hong
trying to compare it to
Everybody in
these
Hong Kong
little
is
micro states.
they may live in cramped situations, but they all live in modern apartments, modern this,
and
modern.
everybody's paying for what they're living in, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Bottom line,
Yeah, Hong Kong is not naturally built, Kyle. Most people who live in Hong Kong are not even indigenous to that place. A lot of rich Asian businessmen
You shifting the
move.
conversation. Well, I'm trying to understand from Kala.
Am I crazy here? Or why are people making damn excuses? Because look,
I'm not making excuses. It seems like you don't understand how
everybody should have access to clean water, sewage, healthcare, and education.
Everybody has access
Kala, you think when the American Liberians was built in Liberia, everybody had access to those things?
Elvis, can you come
that
down?
Was a situation, right? Situation.
I'm calm, Mike.
Hold on.
You're not letting me to debunk this guy, man. You're saving him tonight, man. To be honest, you're not allowing me to make him look foolish. Because the things he's saying, a lot of things.
I don't believe black people could build the first world nation. I don't believe it.
I'm not even talking about.
Of course, you don't believe it, Mr. Mad
Kwame. Everybody will have. Everybody.
I'm being for real because we just not a people that stick together or it's just not. It hasn't been done in history. We never. We haven't achieved nothing great.
It's up to you on the way we live as black people. We live in the confines of our continent originally. What Africa allows us to live in. That's how we live. Now you're talking about first world, comparing that to the white men, to the Europeans.
Why is that
not just the white man? I'm comparing it to China. I'm comparing it.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're comparing it to that standard. Tell me what does a first world African country look like outside of the context of white European, first world countries? How does it look like to you?
Well,
as far as Africans developing stuff as they
because that's your reference. Your reference is European first world countries.
Basically, let me ask you.
But Elvis, that's the I'm talking about the global standard.
That's what I'm saying. That's the standard you're looking at it from. African has a standard too that's outside of the European standards.
Okay, according to Elvis, what is a first world African country right now?
I'm asking you. You're the one that's saying you don't think we can build it. I'm asking you. What do you think it is? And then we can compare to other countries who meet that or doesn't meet that standard that you think.
I'm comparing to the global standard as far as developing stuff as your own, like North Korea,
they're on the same continent.
China.
Why is what?
India.
Casablanca. That was like Casablanca was
Casablanca, the city of Casablanca.
Casablanca City. You know.
Okay, so don't we have cities in? Don't we have?
Oh no, your cities don't look like nothing
Are
like
you
that.
saying?
Tyler, you've never been to
Hold on,
Nigeria.
wait. Hold
You
on,
haven't. You
Kala, you
haven't
saying
been to.
Casablanca? Wait, give me a second.
Okay, you guys don't like
Abidjan,
Hold on.
You haven't been to Kusipe. You haven't been to
Abuja.
Maitama in
Have you
Abuja. You
been to
haven't been
Abuja?
to places,
Senegal.
Kala,
Tyler.
hold on, now.
Is
Kala, have you
northern
been to Abuja?
Nigeria developed?
Kala, you saying Casablanca look better than Abuja, Nigeria?
Yeah.
Are you out of your mind?
No,
Have you been
No,
to
no, no.
Abuja?
Mike,
Kala,
Mike,
have you
Mike. It
been to
looks. Yeah,
Abuja?
it looks better. It looks better. But I'm saying
it looks
Nigeria
What?
has some really nice places too.
Hold on. Kala, do you know that Nigeria was
Elvis, what
built?
about
not on
northern
that level,
Nigeria?
bro. It's not on that level at all.
Are you
That's
guys kidding me? Do you know? Hold on. Do you know Abuja? It was built from scratch in the
Yeah,
90s.
we know that, Mike. I'm
It's,
telling
it's, the,
you.
it's the newest. Is the only. Do you know Abuja is the
but bottom line, I
only
feel
capital city built by
First
Africans
of all,
in Africa?
Yeah, that's the point we're making, right? We get it, Mike. But we're talking about when we're talking about infrastructure and just the
Kala,
cleanliness
you
of
always
it.
talk shit about Nigeria.
Casablanca is a lot better. But we're not comparing
Casablanca is not
Arabs to us
infrastructure. Are you
West
kidding me?
Africans.
yo, Mike, that's not
Well,
even.
Elvis, have you been to Abuja?
Your Casablanca
No,
got
I
nice.
haven't been there, but
You've never been
I've
there, so what are
seen
you talking
the
about then?
videos and things like. No, but
What about
I've seen the two. Hold on, Mike. Again, I'm not against Nigeria. You should know that.
I'm
The
not
point
saying
that
you're
I'm
against.
making
If you've
is,
never been somewhere, how are you able to tell which way?
I mean, I have eyes, right? I'm saying that
No, you can't say you have
Abuja
eyes. You
was
have
really.
eyes, but you haven't been there.
I
You
was
have to
there.
go there.
Listen,
I saw my own.
Abuja is nice for African or West African city. Is really nice. I like some of the
Mike,
neighborhoods.
You
Mike,
haven't
I
we
like
been
the
there. You can't say
structure. I
it's
like
nice
the
if you haven't been
openness.
there.
we could look on YouTube and see
How
northern
can you look on
Nigeria.
YouTube? Doesn't even make sense. You have to visit a place.
We can see the
I mean,
Borno
no,
state.
Mike. If somebody shows you a picture of my village
I was there.
and you see how it looks undeveloped, will you
There's
say that it's
absolutely
developed
no
because
slum in
you haven't
Abuja.
seen any
You
place?
cannot have a slum in Abuja. Absolutely none of that.
I hear you. Not having a slump is one thing, right? You can't compare Casablanca to Abuja. Abuja is
Okay, tell
nice,
me
but
the diff.
there's
Tell me how
levels.
Casablanca is better than Abuja. Tell me.
Oh
Okay,
man, come on, Mike.
No, just tell me. Tell me.
play a video.
All right,
Play a video.
Tyler's gonna play a
Play
video and then
a
we'll do the
video
comparison.
after this. Okay.
That's so you,
Abuja is
video
nice,
versus.
but
If I go
there's
to one
levels to
city,
development,
show
Mike.
the just
There's
everything that look
levels to
good. I want to show the best
development.
part, and I'll show you a video.
You
That
know,
makes sense. That's propaganda.
no, there's levels to development. One place could be nice, relatively nice for that region, and another
Mike,
place could be on
is
another level.
northern Nigeria propaganda?
I think Abuja has a capacity to surpass Casablanca at some point as well.
Yeah, maybe
You
at
know,
some point. It's nice
Abuja
Abuja
right
is
now
a
for an
has
city
African city.
that was
Casablanca is
well planned. That was
Casablanca is
goddamn. Are you guys kidding
Yeah,
me?
for an African city it's nice, really. For a West African city it's really nice. But Casablanca has been around for a long time.
right.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
th-
Casablanca is old. Abuja is a new city, the brand new city. How can you compare
yeah,
a brand
man.
new city with a whole city?
Are you
Abuja,
saying that the brand new city
what,
won't be up to the level of the
everything that
old
Abuja
city?
is new. Say it again.
Are you saying the new city won't be up to the level of the old city, or you're saying the new city is better because it's
What
new?
I'm
What
saying,
are you saying?
Abuja is when Abuja was planned, when Casablanca was built, it was the old time. But Abuja was being built, it was in modern time. In the 90s, it
So
was planned.
which one is better? What are you saying?
Abuja is better. It's more modern than
In which
Casablanca.
way?
So
It
Everything
has
there
Mike,
more
is
have
more
you?
modern.
infrastructure.
So Mike, have you been to
Everything you
Casablanca,
say in
Mike?
Abuja is more realistic.
All right, let's watch the video, please. Let's see what Chakala has to show us.
This country is fucking amazing, man. Actually, let's see Abuja nightlife looking like that. I was in the heart of that right there.
Kyla, just play the video. We don't need your bias.
I'll let Mike find an Abuja video.
Send him a Abuja video, Mike.
Beautiful city.
Development.
I mean, yeah, looking at the landscape for sure, it's more developed, it's more organized,
I
cleaner.
thought I was in fucking Europe, man. When I was
From looking at images on the internet, it does look better than Abuja.
Yeah, it does, brother. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that saying that. Abuja is nice, but this is clearly better.
the hell.
Show us Abuja.
All right. What is that?
Don't type in no slums. Don't type in no adjectives. Just share the city of Abuja, Nigeria, Kala. We don't Kala
We don't want to see
Nah,
Bushmeat Marcus color, none of
nah.
that, you know.
Look at these mosques, man. Look at these mosques,
Yo,
man.
Colin,
Holy
make sure you show the search bar too.
shit. Nah, I wouldn't do that, man. You know, I would just put Abuja nightlife, you know, the Abuja hood.
Casablanca has these beautiful architectural styles called the Riads.
Yo,
Those are beautiful.
yo, this place is like, yo, we dropped it so peaceful, quiet too.
Okay, Kala, I'm gonna put you in the spot right now. Don't use Google. What's the capital of Morocco, Kala?
It's Maghreb.
Fez?
No, it's Rabat.
I thought it was Fez.
It's Rabat.
I thought it was Maghreb or Fez. You know, I thought Fez was.
Well, play Abuja though. Let's see Abuja. Now, American is another city. It's not.
Yeah, light
This
rail.
is Abuja, right?
Light rail train there. It's so fucking nice, man. You're like,
Dusty brother, we are not cursed,
this is what
man.
you're looking
Not
at.
cursed.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Mike. You gotta admit this, right? This is really, really nice.
Hold on. When you're flying out of Morocco, when you're coming in, this is what you see when you're landing. You're like, holy.
Yeah, this is nice.
Man. You think you're landing in New York City?
You gassing it.
That's what happens when people are
Hold on.
Nah, it looks like some of these first world cities, bro. It looks like Cleveland. It could look like downtown Richmond. You know, this is a developed
Honestly,
city.
Hold on.
I think
But
Abidjan
you
looks
guys-
better than Casablanca.
Nah.
Hold on.
Hey, Alvin, first world
everyone has
compared
the
to what? Compared to what? What's
They're downplaying the fact that the North is heavily invested with Europeans. They're the ones who have the most people in Europe from Africa. Period. These guys have.
What are you talking about the North? You mean you mean North Africa? Okay.
Algeria.
Yeah. Those people are like
America.
Yeah, they're like semi-Africans. They're not fully Africans like we are. They're mixed.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying they have partnerships. They're getting money.
Yeah, and most of those countries too were colonized. So some of this infrastructure was built by the European colonizers.
I'm not even saying that. I'm not even taking away from them. I'm just trying to say that Carlos Shuns in Congo doing deals with these guys, but all the nations he's naming, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Morocco.
Let's see the Abuja video, please. Let's look at Abuja. That's where we come from. We don't come from North Africa. We come from West Africa.
Principally, the difference is this: when the white man goes to these countries to see what the end result is, when he comes to fucking the black countries in southern Sahara, south of Sahara, he leaves shitholes behind. That's
no maintenance.
That's the opposite. It's actually the opposite because when he was there was less development. When he was there, there's more development happening under black leadership.
Africa looked better when the white man was there. Africa looks
more cities were built under black leadership post 1960s.
Look, I look at pictures from Kinshasa back in the days, fucking Harare, what was the Livingston town, whatever it used to be.
It was called Leopoldville.
No, Leopoldville is head of that's the Kinshasa, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Harare was called Livingston, something like that, in Zimbabwe. You know, I look at all those cities back in the days. Lusaka was called something else, right? Those cities were friggin' in the 60s were amazing, man. Even Maputo, Mozambique.
So, did you ever see how the masses live?
Relative to that time,
do you see how the masses live? There's more people educated, more people have access to wealth,
bro.
More people have access to opportunity under black leadership. Abidjan was built under black leadership. Can you show Abidjan? Can you show Abuja built under black leadership? Can you show that? Abuja?
If somebody says black leadership, I get terrified. You know.
See, I know you're tight, man. Your shoes tap, man.
No, Negroes, you know.
No, your shoes be tapping, man.
I was, if I was in charge, you know,
What is
Abuja.
it? What is the difference between your dream and common black leader? You know, different than the black leader up to date. Your
No,
Show,
ideals, your
show,
views, your
no,
visions.
no.
college, show Borno State.
Let's see. Let's see.
Don't show no damn boy no state. Show Abuja.
So Buja.
They're gonna take it over by Duggery. We don't want to see that.
New face of Abuja, most developed city. Okay, let's just like this. Let's go.
These are all AI generated. Let's see the real Abuja, man. Don't play on these funny.
Nigerians are with that AI shit, man. You got black people got jobs going to Nigeria and whatnot. They go there and find a Makoko and whatnot, you know? They don't have to fool you, man.
Okay, play that one right there with the Nigerian flag. That's a good one. The one that has the Nigerian flag collar.
They thought you got
See, Gusape, yeah, there's Gusape. Gusape is nice. That's a nice neighborhood. Carla, play this video. Why are you skipping him? You trying to find a more destitute one?
Play the other one.
Look AI generated. I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, Gusape is a real place. And the other video with the Nigerian flag is a nice video.
Right, go to the white guy. Go to the white guy.
Now this is the one that Carla wants to play. Carla, play my timer, Gusape. Those are all nice neighborhoods in Nigeria.
Carla is hoping to find slums in Abuja. But what he doesn't understand is the government will not allow slums to be built in Abuja. That's what he doesn't understand.
All right, this looks like
Carla, we're not talking about malls. We're talking about the city. Go back to the city skip. We're not talking about malls. Come on, Carla, why you do that, man? Come on, you lose credibility when you do this. Go back to the city.
He's digging for something back.
AI generated shit.
He's looking for the bushmeat market.
Go back all the way up. Why you came all the way down, Carla? There's look. Let's go to Gusape right there. You're skipping over those. That one right there. That one that says Abuja right there with the flag. Let's see that one.
This one?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that one right there looks good.
Let's see, man. Roll the tape. Yeah, let's see.
Make a full screen.
Now this is a real black West African city, man. We gotta be proud of it.
Yeah, this looks nice, but the other one's better. I would say.
Not compared to Morocco, but
Yeah, it's not as densely populated with tall buildings as Morocco.
Abuja is the capital of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and is a vibrant and bustling metropolis, rich in history, culture, and natural beauty.
Nobody there though. I mean, that's nice. Highways right there is nice. You know?
That's nice, man. Abuja is really nice.
Carla, cut the shit.
Lagos served as the capital city of Nigeria until 1991.
They got a
The
building.
capital was moved to Abuja in a bid to reduce the music congestion.
That's good.
It's also located at the center of Nigeria, which also contributed to it being chosen as the capital city.
Leave the houses alone, Kwame.
Well, the group that occupied Abuja is close to the house before they made it a capital city.
No, Boots is right at dead center. You know.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the ethnic group they're closer in relationship to the house than.
It's one of the few cities in Africa that were planned and built specifically to be a capital city, and for this reason,
that's AI right there.
Abuja is
That's
regarded
AI.
as the
No, that's real. What do you mean that's AI?
That last photo right there was kind of AI.
It's just Carla's video that's lagging. His bandwidth is kind of low, so you can't play it at full FPS.
and residential areas.
The other thing about Africa is we have a lot of these, muddy lands, right? We don't pave everywhere. We leave these little dusty spots that makes it kind of looks bad. That's the national stadium.
The red mud.
Yeah, those red muds, man. We got to cover them up with pavements. The highway is really nice and complex. So shout out to the highway. They need more lighting on that highway, though. The highway is kind of underlit.
And well-organized neighborhoods, giving it a distinct.
But shout out to Nigeria, man. They built a damn big city, man. Shout out to the Nigerians, bro.
Yeah, no lights. A hyena could just hop
You
on.
know what's so funny?
All right, so everybody make their choice,
I was
man.
in Abuja in the 90s when they were building it from scratch.
Honestly, Abuja.
My uncle was one of the engineers who was, had a contract.
Being
there.
the political capital, Abuja is home to many government agencies and international organizations. The city houses.
Carla, you gotta admit, right? This is pretty nice, right, Carla?
The National Assembly, the Supreme Court, and the numerous foreign embassies.
That's special.
Nations.
My guy right there, man. That's the best politician.
Former governor of Lagos State.
That's the best politician in Africa, man.
I think he was the former minister of the FCT too, the Federal Cabinet.
One building right there is Julius.
No, he was. I think he was also the.
He was never minister of FCT.
He was never the minister. Okay, I thought he was a minister of something.
Hey, Colin, this could rival South Africa right here.
Oh, yes, it's much better than South Africa. Oh, yeah. Abuja is much better.
It's much better, not only because it's better in terms of architecture, but because it was built by black people. It wasn't built by the whites. So I always tell South Africans they don't like to hear it.
I get the impression
on a technical point, yes, some South African countries are more developed than this, but just because they're built by black people, we gotta give it to South Africa.
The master plan was built by Nigerians.
What's that hairstyle called?
I said the black South African.
Maybe Africans can develop
The
fighter
religious
jets and
landscape
B-1
in
bombers and
Abuja
stuff
is
like
diverse,
that.
with both Christians and Muslims coexisting together in peace and harmony. The Nigerian National Mosque is an important religious landmark in Abuja with its golden dome.
Yes, we're talking Fashola, African goddess. I thought he was the minister of the FCT, but Mike said nah. I might be wrong. Now we have Yunsom Wicked in there.
Jacob, Nigerians concentrate on building their country and whatnot, and building the infrastructure and whatever that, instead of everybody trying to get a 5-bedroom house. Nigeria be a fucking place, you know. But
Colin,
they
can't.
They're building real roads, Carter. They're running trains in Nigeria, Carter. There are light rails in Nigeria. I don't know if you know this. Nigeria is a damn big country with a lot of people, so every inch is not going to be developed. But there's a lot of development going on in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm talking about Fashola. Yeah, he was a good governor.
So Elvis, why where the houses at is the most rundown, poverty?
Not because number one, they don't believe in education. Number two, they're ultra religious. You know, and number three, it's just they're, I hate to say it, but they're backward people, man.
Should Nigeria break away from the house and states in the north?
Hey, that's what the Nigerians answer.
Watch your mouth. I'm 50% Nigerian, man.
What did I say? Do you live for the north or you for the south? It don't matter where you from.
Why you got so much Nigerian blood?
Colin, 33% Nigerian. What do you mean? You sorry to hear that, Colin?
What?
Be black. You got house of DNA?
No,
Colin got Igbo DNA.
No, Kala said he has Canary, which are slave sellers.
Kanuri, the people from what are they from? They're from
Niger,
Niger, but they're from I think they're from Borno too. Not from Borno. Niger, I think they're from Niger State.
The best thing to Nigeria to do is to break away from the houses. That's the best thing.
Kala, you said you got DNA from Chad.
Colin said he got DNA from Nigeria, from southeastern Nigeria.
Whatever the area is above Cameroon.
Kala Igbo.
Kala either Igbo or Ijo.
I don't think so, because it was like, if it was Igbo, I would be more Nigerian, But it was like, it says right there, the area of where Cameroon and Chad meets. That area right there, That's like, I got so many, like 5%, And the rest, I got some Mali. I have no Senegambia. And the rest is
but those are generalizations. Some of the tribes exist in both places.
What you got to do is whatever DNA test company you get, you got to go to the company and see like who are the reference people for every country.
Look, they go by region. They go by region. Man. I don't need to
That's what I'm saying. You got to go find out who they tested in the database and compare who they compare your DNA to.
African ancestry is a little bit more in depth. They could tell you
right here, country like that. They do DNA samples. You
gotta take the African ancestry test. It's more in depth. They tell you the
tribe. No, the African ancestry test is garbage, man. That's
because it's Africa, right?
You pay $300-$400, and everybody, tell me how everybody got. They work with the Sierra Leone government. Suddenly, everybody's from Sierra Leone because you're trying to sell kits. We're like, come on,
Carl. A lot of us came from those mandate people.
I don't have a lot of people. A lot of people come from other people. Actually, when you do the real test, most African Americans.
Somebody got a mute in the background. I don't know if that's you, Carl. We getting a feedback.
I don't know who's making noise, but bottom line is I don't trust those tests. I like 23andMe and I like Ancestry.com. That gave me a breakdown because why it was accurate? Because as soon as I pulled my thing, right, I saw my mother, her test. It said this is your mother, And they also said my cousin Larry, this is your first cousin. My cousin Marquita, first cousin, whatnot. And went all the way down to four generations and everything like that. Like,
Colin, we get it. You're a Congolese Nigerian. We get it, bro.
No,
you're from the two greatest countries on the continent.
My whole thing is so that DNA is freaking accurate, right? Like, how these people know that they matched me up with my mother? I said, damn, that's the first.
You know, Kala, I used to have this Black American friend, right? He was facing his family ancestry. So he was going like, oh, this is your father, Kelvin, your your grandfather, and John.
It was a white man.
Great grandfather. It was like it was a white man.
Man, that should have killed somebody's soul, man.
He was upset, man.
Kala, Musa in the chat say
and the guy used to hate white people too, like Kala.
I got 4 cousins.
We got a Hausa brother, authentic Hausa brother in the chat, Musa Danasabe.
That's Rob Maurice, ain't it?
That's Rob Maurice.
Oh, is that Rob Maurice? Okay, that's Rob Maurice. All right.
He changed his name.
He's not authentic Hausa. He's an adopted Hausa.
Well, he paternally go back to the houses though, so he's
adopted.
He actually been to Kanu.
Yeah. But they adopted him into the tribe, brother.
Hey, Kyle, let me ask you a question though. Like,
he's official.
Why do you don't like African ancestry?
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
Because well, I don't say I like African ancestry, but when I'm saying where people, let me say something about DNA, right? DNA goes by your trace region, right? Listen, let me finish off Mike. Can I answer this question? DNA.
That wasn't me, man. That wasn't me talking.
DNA goes by your trace region, right? That means when you live in an area, let's say Hausa people for 1,000 years, they're gonna chose Hausa because the northern Nigeria region, right? Now, when you have some people that might come from like southern Ghana, yeah, of course, right? But that's rare, right? That's rare. Just like if you take somebody who is Scot-Irish, right? His ancestors are going to point to Scotland and Ireland and then Scot-Irish, right? Saying that's a marker. That means these people spent 700 years or 1,000 years. He's a Scottish person who spent 700 years in Ireland, right? He's a Scot-Irish. His DNA is going to be different than the people who basically are still in Scotland. It's different. Just like African Americans, right? We have now traced DNA from Black people like that's been here for 400 years, like me. I have traced DNA from the Carolinas. You know?
No, Kyla, I was trying to explain this the other night. That's not how that works.
Hold on. So in other words, basically, I'm looking at my DNA results, right? It says you have traced DNA, right? After a few hundred years, right? The markers of the people that I'm around, family members and whatnot, creates a certain marker that distinguishes me from somebody who have many generations in Mississippi, New York, or whatever, right? I have a trace DNA, just like mine's from the Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, right? Then you got trace people who are Gullah Geechee, might be South Carolina and Georgia, you know? I have both, you know, my mother's side of the family, my mother's side of the family is Gullah Geechee, you know, and Georgia, you know? That's trace DNA. Shows you,
but Carla, I'm trying to explain that. I tried to explain that the other night. Listen, they asking people what region they're from, and then they put you into a group of people that you are closely related to.
Yeah, and also, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Listen, let me explain. Hold on,
all the people in certain areas, right? Just by living together in a certain area, right? And like this, everything goes from like when numbers split. You know, everyone's pretty much, most African Americans, to tell you the truth, there's only 500,000 of us. Somewhere along the line, most of us are probably even related, you know? Many different generations.
But let me. I was talking about this the other night too, Colin. If they don't have like, for instance, I seen an African who didn't have enough people they were close to in the database, and the next closest people they got in the database are people from the Caribbean.
Check this out. What you do is go to ancestry.com. They got the database all over the globe. You know, they got the.
But those only test your lineage. That doesn't test your automated DNA.
With Africa.
African ancestry is a problem with African ancestry is they're gonna tell you what tribe you're from. There's no such thing as a tribe, racial group, or tribe. DNA is your race, not your tribe. You know, You can't.
Yeah, but
No, but those countries are made up of different tribes.
The Tema people, the Tema people and the Mende people live in the same area. They interact with each other and whatnot. They're the same exact race. Simple as that, you know.
Right.
There's no biological difference between a Tema person and a Mende person.
Just say you don't like
Timney. The name is Timney.
Let me explain. Right?
They're not different, you know. They're not different.
No, the Timney people are interrelated with the Mende people because they've lived together, they intermarried for a long time.
Their DNA is
but that's one thing. So if you move from there and you go to the Bassa people, they're not related to the Timney people. So there's different ethnicity and traces that will tell you that these people are different.
But I hate when people try to narrow you down to, you're Mende, you're a Timmy and whatnot, but you don't know. You could be both of them, you know. You don't know.
Listen, certain tribes do have different lineages or haplogroups.
Check this out. A Bassa person, right, is not going to have the same DNA markers as a Temne person because they live in two different regions, you know.
No, they live in the same region. The Temne are right across the border in Sierra Leone. There are Bassa people that live in Sierra Leone too.
There's small numbers. But bottom line, more likely you might see that a Pele person will have a lot of DNA in common with a Bassa person because they're in proximity with each other, you know. That's how it works, you know.
Yes,
the Pele person probably have more in common with the Temne because they're both Mended people.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm talking about as far as region is concerned, you know. The region is concerned. If a person, if a Pele person living in Liberia area across the Galenas, you know, for this like 700 years separate them, and the Kelly person interacting with Bassa people all this time, yeah, they're gonna have share DNA together, you know, not the people they've been.
Yeah, but in certain places, Carla, in Kakata, for example, in Margibi County, Kakata, where the Bassa and the Pele share that city, yeah, that's more likely. But in Buchanan, where it's mostly just Bassa, and in Bon County, where it's mostly just Pele, it's completely different, you know, genetics.
I know that. I'm saying, but the whole thing is this, though. Like I said, so when somebody basically takes your DNA, or not, unless they could do take, you're right here. You're from let's see, what's the area you said that they mixed together? Kakata.
Yeah, Kakata.
Kakata could be both, right? But if he looks at this is African ancestry, man, I'm a Capelli man. But the reality is, if he took his thing, you could be either one because both DNAs are there sharing the same DNAs, you know. So that's why I don't go by African ancestry.
I looked it up. I looked it up earlier. It says that they cannot tell people's ethnicity by DNA and whatnot.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Now,
listen, tell you the region that you came from, and that will also inform you on which ethnic group is prominent in that region.
Let me tell you what it's probably. No, I'm gonna tell you what it's probably doing.
You made my point. African ancestry doesn't tell you your ethnicity by DNA, and it does not work. You know, you can only know.
Listen, let me explain what they're probably doing. Listen, they're going to these certain areas, and they're asking these tribes, "What are you and whatnot." No, they asking these people. They asking these people, whatever tribe. Let's take example, Europe or whatnot. They're going
listen, if somebody traces you to southeastern Nigeria, most likely you're Igbo. You could be from the Ijaw people or some of the other subgroups, but most likely you're from the Igbo.
What's all that? What's all that doing?
That's what I'm saying. Somebody got something on in the background. I don't know if it's Mike that's watching TV or whatever. Or maybe we got an FBI agent recording the show to show it to the FBI.
Might be my mic and whatnot. What does it sound like? I can't hear.
It's like when you got a big speaker and it's real bassy, and you get an echo.
I think it's Steve.
Ursa said, "I know exactly my ancestors."
It's not Steve. It's not Steve. It's not Steve.
In America, is it? Because we're so different.
Nah, it's not you. It's somebody else.
It might be Mike. Mike, are you on there, or you got to mute your mic?
Nah, Mike dropped over. You know, you've been talking already.
Are you sure it's not my mic?
It might be Dave. I think Dave is still up here. It might be him as he's not talking.
Listen, what they're doing is they're going to these different places and whatnot and getting DNA samples from these people. And based off like what they're telling the people, the researchers is doing the DNA, what they are, that's how they come up with these different groups of people. They're testing people. All DNA test does is tell you how are you, like how people are related. That's it.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you what tribe or specific tribe in the region.
But that's why I said they can get an idea what tribe you are by asking people what tribe
Yeah,
they
but
are.
hold up. Check this out. What you call it? You go to
And it
somebody.
show where the DNA is most concentrated at.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. That's
Check this
how
out.
like
You
once
got
they have
Ross
enough people in the
Moisture.
database, they can start
Look,
putting
you got
you
Ross
into groups.
Moisture saying it works. He wants to believe there's a house of slavery.
Kyle, don't talk about Rob Williams, bro. Why did you block him anyways?
It does work and whatnot. What they got to do is get enough samples from one area, and whatever tribe has.
Yeah, let me ask you, how did the Hausa end up in Haiti? That don't even make any sense.
They were enslaved through the Dahomey Kingdom.
They were enslaved, bro.
For instance, Bookman from
Yeah,
Jamaica.
but it's true. It's true because like in Haiti, there's a term. Houses are viewed as negative in Haiti, bro, because they were like sellers of slaves aggressively,
Yeah.
like they were the aggressors.
Houses were
So
selling.
Yeah, they were selling those Yorubas from the Oyo Kingdom and from people from the Dahomey Kingdom.
When you sell one of ours, we're gonna sell one of yours. That's how we did it in the past. So that's what. And there's a Creole term called Hausa, which is.
What's the chance of Ross Moisture basically being a house? That's fucking bullshit. I don't believe it.
That's not bullshit. When you sell one of our people, when you sell Oyo, Aja, right,
true,
Anago, they're gonna come back and get your people, bro.
I believe Ross Moisture is a freaking houser. You know,
I believe that.
That's like
and the fact
or Akano or Ashanti. That's come on.
The fact that he even celebrated show you that he is, because it's not celebrated and it's not a celebrated people in Haiti, bro.
He only wants to be up there because they permit.
Oh my gosh, Carlo, don't go back to that pedophilia.
Anyway, Colin, let me go back to another thing, Colin. Let me explain another thing.
They allow you to marry 12-year-old girls. You know, that's
Colin, let me
explain. Come on, man.
Carl, let me explain something else to you, right? You said how you got like unique North Carolina DNA and whatnot.
Yeah.
No, you really don't have unique North Carolina DNA. It's just that, like I said,
let
me finish.
Let me say this, right? They said they actually pinpointed exactly. They say your ancestors come from the Dismal Swamp, Elizabeth City, Pasquotank, Albemarle Sound. Your ancestors were, we found evidence your ancestors were marauders. They raided slave plantations. They were escaped maroon slaves in the Albemarle Sound. And that's my family.
Okay, Colin, and I understand that. Well, what they're
doing... They were maroon, Colin. You got a lot of white blood in you then.
Yes, well, look, they pinpointed exactly where my ancestors live. In North Carolina.
Colin, I understand that. What they're doing is
you are African American. Not only you're African, Southern African Bantu. You say you're also African American. You know, slave descendant in America.
Colin, I get that, but what they're doing is they're finding people that you are related to and whatnot, and like I said, let me finish. If they have enough people in the database, they could put you in a genetic community, whatnot. When it's telling me that I come from Wilson, North Carolina, whatnot, it's because most of my family members, the people in the database that I'm closely related to, is from Wilson, North Carolina.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you another example. There was
my family moved to New York, but they still knew my ass family came from.
And guess where most of your family members are at for the last few hundred years? North Carolina.
Okay. So my ancestors were right there in the Great Dismal Swamp, right there in Edenton, and Hosky, Elizabeth City.
I'm gonna give you this example. I'm gonna give you this example again. There was a
like somebody wired up with the feds right now.
I think like I said, I think it's my mic.
We got a fed in a pattern, man. He's recording the show to give us evidence to the feds on camera.
Hey yo, you gotta get off the mic, Steve. Once you speak to your phone regular, it might be your headphones, bro.
I am speaking to my phone regular. I don't know
who sent you, Steve.
Oh, your phone might be tapped. Sometimes that's what happens when your phone is tapped. There'll be an echo because they're recording.
Hey, Steve, you say you got family from North Carolina too?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my father's come from North Carolina. That's what's up. Fayetteville.
Oh, okay, yeah. But hold on. Last in college.
Or is somebody playing this on the TV in the background? Maybe that's where we're getting the feedback from.
Well, I mean, there is a TV in the back. No, I'm not playing anything in the background.
Nah, I don't think it's coming from Steve.
Oh, they gotta mute everybody, man.
Because every time Steve talks, I don't hear it, but when everybody else talks, I hear it.
Somebody on a cricket phone or something?
You got a Boost Mobile? It might be Kyle watching one of his Indian movies in the background.
Let me see.
Okay. It might be from you, Kyle. We're hearing that. I think it's coming from you, Kyle.
Yo, Steve, both sides come from North Carolina or just one side?
Both sides come from North Carolina. It gave me a whole bunch of genetic communities from North Carolina.
It's Steve's phone. It's Steve's phone.
Yeah, I told you I was probably my phone.
Yeah, as soon as you got off the mic, I could hear it.
Yeah, my family, my father's side is North Carolina, my mother's side is Georgia.
Dusty brother, man. See, so asks to get rid of me. He's like basically saying that I'm fucking until proven otherwise. I'm from Barbados.
I was wondering what Jonathan was from, where Jonathan was at.
But let me say this last
I was
thing.
wondering where Jonathan was at, but drop the link for Jonathan, man. Carla, one second before you say this, Steve.
Jonathan, pull up, bro.
Somebody said, Carla, you got that Barbadian blood in you. That's why if they threw a soccer ball in front of you, you'd know what to do with it. You would know how to dribble, you'd know how to run. But I said, hell nah. Carla would faint and have a heart attack if you try to play soccer. I guarantee you that.
I also got put into a genetic.
Carla, you played sports in like high school, right? You said you played football, right?
Played everything: basketball, football, track, everything.
And then when you stopped after high school, or did you play sports recreationally in your adulthood?
I was in shape, you know.
You play basketball and shit at the gym.
You didn't play soccer?
You know what?
You
I played soccer. I never we used to play this thing called Nukem Ball. You ever heard of it?
Nah.
Okay, it's upstate.
Is it like handball?
No, it's like soccer.
It's a handball.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Ball was like soccer, right? You use a soccer ball, but you're able to throw it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I think I know what you're talking about. You can like.
Well, it's called Nukem Ball. That's what we love playing. We hated soccer, man, because it's boring, you know.
Nah, because it takes a lot of athleticism. You got to be, you got stamina and be fit. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. We grew up. We like floor hockey. You know, we like volleyball, every other sport, but we could not stand soccer.
Yeah, because it takes a lot of agility and a lot of stamina. A lot of guys are just big for nothing without stamina.
Don't the World Cup start like next month or something?
Nah, the Club World Cup. You know, I'm a Chelsea fan, brother. We're rooting for Chelsea, man. Go Chelsea. But put the link out there for Jonathan Carter. He wants to come. We haven't had Jonathan on the platform for a while.
Every time I put the link out,
man, Manchester City all the way, man.
He don't come up.
Nah, Jonathan's coming up, man. Put the link up.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
He's probably getting over malaria.
Everybody, right? I'm gonna put the link out for Jonathan. If he don't come up, that'll be the last time he's on the show.
Oh my God! What Kyler there? We're having a good time tonight, man. Why you hard on Jonathan?
Come up, Jonathan.
You ask the link and put it out. You don't come up here, I'll never put it out again. You know?
Hey, why you doing that? He treat Jonathan like his unlike stepson.
Yeah, like his stepson, man.
What you doing over there, man?
Jonathan does that. Put the link out. And he never comes up. You know, so
he'll do that to Honeyflower.
Jonathan in Nigeria, man. He's busy, Kyler. He's helping your people
work. You're making me do work.
You say he'll do that for Honeyflower.
Yeah.
He don't do that to Honeyflower or Dave. He don't do that to them. He dropped the link out.
Don't mention another Kyler.
Don't worry, she's not coming back out here.
Check this out. I do not like Honeyflower. I just
that's the biggest cat we heard all night.
You told us 5 days straight about how beautiful she was.
I had the same thing with Frenchie, right? I had almost a falling out $1 bill over Frenchie. Him and Domingo.
Yo, Steve, he ain't getting bad when I said Honeyflower good 5 or 6.
Look, I don't like men talking to women like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially, I just don't like it, man. You know, just like I don't think it's really necessary. Women see men. We can hurt women physically, right? Women to hurt you. They say certain things. They know how to hurt you with their words. You know.
Kyler, I wanted to say this, Kyler. Let me just say this real quick, Kyler. And then Kyler will give her the floor. Kyler, put him down, Kyler, and then Kyler will go put Cadola down.
No, I don't want to talk about this. He changed the subject.
Kyler, why are they talking so mean? He goes in the comment and block a couple people real quick.
Look. The only time I would put Cadola down was like. I said, look, Cadola, leave it alone. We're not. He just kept going. You saw how he get.
I will admit, Cadola got the same game playbook. You know, East African, they're not African.
They also, you know how it started?
You know, the Jamaican, they smoke weed.
Yeah.
Got the same talking point. That's funny.
Yo, check this out.
That's just facts, though.
The problem I have with Cadola is, right, when he said, "You Negroes were in there talking about the We Are the World thing," I said, "Man, I love We Are the World." Remember, it was giving out money. He go, "But the thing is, we were saying, who are you talking about? We were eating good at the time." So Nigeria's so full of pride. I said, "Okay, it was Ethiopians," but I said to us, Africa was Africa, right? We try to feed Africa. And then he just blew up, said, "No, it's Ethiopians, blah, blah, blah." And that's what triggered Honey Flower, when he started coming.
I do agree. The other night, Kidola was the one that brought up Ethiopia and whatnot.
He kept doing that shit, and that's what triggered her.
He jealous. He jealous, man. He jealous because he's always talking about how
at the same
the
time, though,
AU was supposed to be in Nigeria. He always say that.
But come up, Jonathan. The link is out there. Come up, Jonathan Miller.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
I just don't like.
a lot of people got tagged.
I just don't like that
Kidola.
I just don't like Kidola try to be the arbitrary of what black is and what black not is.
And you don't tell somebody, look, this
especially
platform
when it's with a white woman.
This
especially
platform
if
right
you got
here,
white kids, like that don't make sense.
Hey, let's stop talking about the kids.
Even though I'm all pro Black African American, right? I'm like this. If you're part of the Black world, you're part of this platform. You can be part of this platform, right? And so I don't give a damn what you come from, so long as
Ethiopia played a crucial role in Pan-Africanism as well. Like, I would say it's like to see the Pan-Africanism.
If you're from Tanzania, okay, it's fine. If you're from whatever, I'm very lenient,
Oh, Tanzanians, they're Bantu, man. They're African.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this. Hold up. If you're somebody that maybe not be Bantu, but you're from, let's say, Sudan, East Africa, Somalia, and you want to get down with us, and you believe in this black thing or stuff like that, you're welcome.
Yeah, Pan-Africanism.
I agree with you.
So if you're Tutsi, you're welcome too.
Facts.
But the whole thing is this. Now that's what I put it. Now, if somebody else wants to do it on that platform, say, "Hey, Honey Flower, this is only for people who are Bantu, West African." That's fine. But in this platform, I don't make a distinction. And I don't make a distinction between anybody black, welcome there. Instead of Kid Ola respecting that, he showed me disrespect by not respecting what I deem as a platform. I said, "Look, you're a Pan." And now that I said like this, you don't have to be a Pan-Africanist to be on my platform. You could be like Mike Olawale. He ain't no damn Pan-Africanist, but I let him up.
Ola not a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, he's not, but I let him up, because I say you're black, you got a right to
talk. Not a Pan-African.
What?
Yeah, you're not a.
But hold up,
it depends on what day of the week, what color is.
You're right.
Look, I am not a Pan-African, right?
There you go.
That's it, But my platform is, this platform is, because we talk about all black issues, we talk about Africa. So it's a Pan-African platform, and that don't mean I necessarily believe that I'm an African American. I'm a black.
He's a closeted Pan-Africanist. Father
I'll tell you, look, Pan-Africanism is a way. So this black first here don't like Pan-Africanism, black.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree
the only people I do not like here are the ADOS FBA. That's the only, and the Wabos. We're already here. Indians, pretendians. If you're not pretendian, and you're not, if you look, this is how I feel. You don't have to be a Pan-Africanist, but if you agree that you're black African, and if you don't deny the Maafa, the transatlantic slave trade, the Holocaust, you're welcome here. I don't care who you are. And Honey Flower never showed disrespect towards my ancestry, my history, and stuff like that. So she's welcome. So I don't know why Kid always act like that. If somebody comes up here and says we were already here, fuck Africa, stuff like that, you are not welcomed here. You don't.
But don't she kind of because you claim that we do that, us other foreigners, but she kind of basically praised the Europeans and the Arabs and all these other people.
No, I don't know. I don't look, Elvis. I mean Elvis. Fucking Principe, right? Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. She's a woman. You're a man. Let me tell you something. You're a young man. Let me give you some example, right? When it really comes down to it, right? Women are the ultimate judge, right? Women are the ultimate judge. What you should be doing is saying, you know something? How are we going to build a world? Even if you can't do it, how do we conceptualize a world where somebody like her could feel like she's safe? That's what men are supposed to do. Now,
isn't that a contradiction? Sorry, go ahead.
What is the difference between us and other races of people? The Japanese man never have to worry about putting his women in check or anything like that because he did everything he can to build a global system for his women. And you don't like when I say that, but it is the truth, right?
That's
They don't have to worry about women. Say to the Indian man, that women are provided for. The only women that get out of pocket because black women had to settle for mediocre.
That's not true, Carla. That's not true, Carla. Because there's clear cut.
Black women had to settle for. Look at all the black women. When we play videos, had to go to Saudi Arabia to get shit on and beat on the Arabs and whatnot. Because
those are degenerate black women, Colin. You can't even put them in the same breath as regular black women.
You want to group them all together.
All you want to do is make excuses, man.
So, Carla, a defeatist.
What I'm saying is, if she chooses not to respect you, whatever, like that, that's her business. I don't get it.
She's a defeatist. She's like a defeated woman. There's proud black women that exist. Hold on, Carla. The Chinese woman have to be. Hold on.
Hold on. Check this out. She's in America, right? She's saying, what if her family had to go to Saudi Arabia or Dubai to work as a slave, basically, in Oman? So she's lucky that she made it. And then she says also, it wasn't for the African American, I could be in a situation like that. We made it possible for these people to come here and whatnot,
That's true. South is African Americans, but that's not the only place. Sudanese are also in Uganda. They're in Kenya seeking refuge. Some of them are Ethiopia. So she's
No.
But she's have the super ultra pessimistic image, and she's trying to.
She likes to tie herself to Ethiopia and not Sudan, because Ethiopia is more stable in a better position.
But Sudan got a beautiful history though.
Ethiopian women are getting shit on in fucking Iraq.
Let's leave that alone, man. Those are the degenerate, desperate women. That's not a regular African woman.
Sudanese have a beautiful history. Even when before the war broke out, you found that different Africans. Hold on. Different
No, I'm not saying she's not African. I'm never making a case that she's not African. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
she's very
hear
negative.
Principe, you're bully clapping for her. We get you, brother. We hear it.
What? Booty clapping?
Yeah, you're bully clapping for her. Yeah.
I said she's very negative. How's that booty clapping, bro?
No, you're talking about the Sudan and blah blah blah. We hear. Hold on, brother.
But I'm saying I didn't finish my point, bro. Can I finish my point, bro?
Okay, go ahead, Principe. Go ahead,
bro. Because at the end of the day, she you agreeing with me? I'm gonna pass you the mic when I'm done. But she has a very negative view. There's the shit that Carla basically paint all foreigners that's doing is what she's doing. But you could go, Elvis. That's my main point.
No, I'm not. My main point is I'm not the arbiter of what's black or what's not black or what's African or what's not African. My point is, don't disrespect men. Look, I come from a very equal society. We have women who have position of power. My country, in Liberia, we had the first black female president, the first black female chief justice.
Look, the reason why.
Hold on, Carla. Let me make my point, Carla. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Yeah,
we've empowered women and elevated women. So my point here is, I respect women, but also I'm not to the point where I see women as being, helpless, where I can't talk to them or confront them because they're women. That's having pity on somebody. I don't pity women. I treat them like, human beings. If you show respect, definitely I'll give you that respect back. If you show disrespect,
Elvis got her number every time.
Yeah, definitely. I'll check you on it. So it's not when I come up, I'm not simping for women. I'll show them that respect initially, but unless you disrespect yourself by being disrespectful to other people, especially men or African men, then we'll have an issue. Outside of that, I ain't got nothing against her. She's black. She's black.
The whole thing. I know,
but she's talking about all African men. She don't just particularly just talk about West African.
But even here, bro, do we ever come on this platform and you hear me talking shit about women, black women, or even women in general like that? No,
not at all. But the bottom line, I don't take her chin because she's a woman.
But you
women.
Carla,
but you got to keep.
Women are not sacred cows, Carla. That's what you made a show about the one time, right? They're not sacred cows. They're like us. They just have a different gender. They're like us. We can communicate with them the same way we can communicate with men.
Black women around the world are tired of bearing our burden, man. When are we gonna stand up and build?
But that's gold. Hold on. You saw what happened in China?
I will admit that Carla do go at Black American women, call them ghetto and He talk about
Thank you.
Yeah,
There you
you
go.
do.
Tell him.
You do. You do.
Tell him.
Yeah, he do that, but he only do that to Black American women.
Tell him.
I
Let's
Tell
never
him.
talk
hear you.
about it. Let's talk about it, Jonathan.
I
Tell
never
him.
hear you. I never hear you talk about East African women and how they fly out to Dubai and these places. You always
I
talk
just said
about,
it, man. I just said it, man. I just
but
said
but
it,
just
bro.
now, but
I
you
was
just
just
You should have said it when Hoodie Pop was on the panel, Colin.
I
but
didn't put
on
me on the
average,
bus,
Colin,
man.
you
Don't
do
have to put
talk
me on the
about how
bus, man.
ghetto
I do
black
talk
women
about
are in
that.
America, how they fighting and WAP. That's your favorite reference, WAP. Like look, they talk about WAP and all this crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
man. It's just something I gotta be done about that shit, man.
Like,
You know?
all African American women don't do that, bro. And
Chantel did say Colin hit blacks with because he couldn't get one. That's what she said, but I don't believe that. I think Colin
No,
could have got
no,
it.
no, no, no.
Colin just have a high standard. You got to have one that
I
don't have a
I
baby
don't hate Black American
and
women.
who's not overweight.
My sister, I wouldn't have shit with one. I'll be
But
honest.
I
My
will
sister,
admit,
she's a
Kiddola
black woman. Black
Kiddola
American woman, right?
did
The
start.
whole
He
thing,
did started
whole
going
thing
at her
is this.
first.
Whole thing is this. My problem is the fact that it's not even black women. I said this for years. I blame black men. Because the whole thing is this: black women. I'll give you an example. I'm talking about years ago when I first started insurance. Right, this was back 17 years, 18 years ago. I met this one client. Right, she was an old lady. Right, she was like 81 years old. Right, and it was so sad. Right, she lived with her sister in this one public housing thing. Right. She was 81 years old. The way she talked like a little girl. She never got married, never had kids. 81 years. You would think she would have and grow into a womanhood. But she was giggling and laughing like a little girl. I'm like, damn, this woman
She
never.
might have an impediment, Colin. She might be.
No. I know for a fact. I've seen it a lot. I've seen some men that do that too. They're like children in their adulthood. They live in a society where you keep you as boys and girls for your whole entire life. It's called arrested development. And a lot of black women in America, right? They get to like 15 and they stay that way until they're like almost 45. They're 45. Then suddenly one day it hits them. I'm a grown ass woman. Let me start acting like it. It takes them to that's what Chantel's at. She's probably at that point right now where she's just not figuring out she's a woman. She's been a girl.
Nah, she can be in that situation and be outspoken and want to hear
I think she's a girl. I think
her opinion
Chantel's
to
a
be
girl.
respected and heard. There's nothing wrong with that. There are a lot
Velvet.
of women who are in her situation who are quiet, who are docile, and other women are more outspoken.
I've seen a video on Facebook. Dave, I didn't even want to bother personally. So that the ladies get, but she had a boy. Her son had a birthday party, right? And she's in the back of the video twerking, and it was.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that shit was embarrassing. The little boy had to come and try to.
This is what we're talking
But
about.
yeah, but that's not a reflection of all black women, Colin. I mean, damn.
I'm saying it is. What I'm saying is this: when people when you go out in public, look, you could judge me by everything Colin puts out there, right? Whatever I see on social media, that's fair game. But you never see me basically going around acting a fool out of myself in public and putting it out there and saying, respect me like this. No, because I carry myself a certain way, I understand the image. The fact that people go out there and do this stuff to the public and whatnot, yeah, we can judge people, and we are being judged by what people
No,
put
collective guilt is not a thing, Colin. You're more sophisticated to understand that what one person does not discourage the entire group.
It doesn't work like that. It works like that. When somebody do something, when you're a minority group, when somebody does something, it reflects on all of you,
All right, Colin, I guess your white clients and white friends, you look at all of them as mass shooters, right?
No. I'm not saying mass shooters, right? But the whole thing is this: black people like myself, my sister, my brother, we work so freaking hard, right? To be top of our game. We're about to be the top agency in my state of Virginia. We're number one. People look at respect. And me, I'm in a position I cannot afford to have people look second guessing me. And so I'll be honest with you, I may be wrong about this, right? I get embarrassed by Black America sometimes,
That's what the bourgeois. That's what people call you bourgeois, Colin. They might even call you boule, even though you're not really in that class. But the point is,
whatever like that. I'm just saying, I know we come from greatness, right? Our ancestors were great. So I look at some of the Negroes nowadays, man. I'm like,
Elvis, you've been taking shots the whole time.
Nah, man, I'm just being real with Colin. I don't know how it is.
No. I'm not a boule.
But that's what the boule do. Like Bill Cosby, that was his main thing. If only black people can stop acting black and being ghetto.
Anytime somebody says You got to stop shucking and jiving and act like we've been battling this for a long time before you got here, Elvis, right?
I get it, Kyler, but even in the white communities, there are still poor white people.
Hold up. I don't think you do get it, right?
I do.
Let me explain to you, right? There's a good movie you ought to go see called A Soldier Story. You ever seen it?
Nope.
Of course you didn't. Anybody, raise your hand if you ever seen the movie Soldier Story.
Nah, I haven't seen it. Never heard it.
Jonathan, you're Black American. You seen it?
Hold on. I'm gonna bring in.
No, I ain't seen it.
Okay.
I'm gonna play you a clip from this movie. Right? It's gonna explain everything. Right? We'll play everything.
Tyler, we know you're a movie aficionado. We get it. You're a cinematic person. You like movies.
Everybody down. I'm gonna play this movie.
That's my favorite movie, man. That's my favorite movie.
I'm just gonna play a couple of clips, and you're gonna understand what I'm talking about. I'm gonna say what I'm talking about. This movie was groundbreaking. So everything what Black America's going through. It was made back in 1984. And Howard Rollins, at Denzel Washington. It was really, really good.
Hey, Prince, you know that movie for real? Or you just trolling?
That was my favorite. The light-skinned dude. He was painted as a villain, but he was talking about the Geechee this, the Geechee that. I like that movie. It was a good movie.
People, the way the Geechee's dead. Yeah. So this is what
aren't you Geechee, Colin?
Fighting that image was
I don't even watch movies nowadays because I don't like my emotions to be toyed with, bro. I don't even watch movies. If I'm watching a movie and there's an emotional scene, I skip that shit. I put in my emotion.
This is our culture. This is our culture. This is who we are. That's why I watch movies. Like
That's
this.
crazy. I never heard of it. That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Here's this one part. Here it goes. You wouldn't what damage one ignorant nigga could do. Okay. Can you guys see it? Hold on.
Nah, you ain't share your screen yet.
Share screen yet. Okay. Check us out. I'm gonna play it. Share screen. This says I'm talking about why like this. I'm not saying I'm this guy, whatever like that, but this is what a lot of people were going through. We're trying to deal with trying to fit into the society. Tell us to fit into society and get along. But this is what it is.
Well, you're neglecting the underclass. There's always going to be an underclass, regardless of how far up you go. There's always be underclass.
We're always poor, man. But the bottom line, we carried ourselves a certain way. The poorest Black people had dignity at one time.
Nervous, Wilkie?
No, I just couldn't figure out why you called me back, sir.
You said the Sarge busted you, right?
Yeah, he got me busted, sir. He reported me to the captain.
How'd you feel?
Well,
you and the Sarge were good friends. He was a nice guy.
Yes, he was.
Didn't you tell me that?
Yeah,
Was somebody you consider a nice guy get a friend busted?
Oh, well.
No, speak up.
Well,
you lied when you said he was a nice guy, didn't you?
No. Well, what I said was Was
Waters a nice guy or not?
No, he wasn't a nice guy. You don't turn somebody in for something like that. You give him extra duty. You chew him out with 3 stripes. It took me 10 years to get them stripes, sir.
That's right. That made you mad, didn't it?
Yes, it made me mad. All the things I did for him.
That's right. You were his boy, weren't you? You took care of the team. You ran his errands. You policed his quarters. You listened to his stories. Put the gun in the CJ's bunk.
Yes,
Sit down! It was you Henson saw that night, Wilkie. You lied about Waters. You're lying now. You were the only person out of the barracks that night. Who else could have found CJ's bunk in the dark? It was you, Wilkie. You.
No, it wasn't me. It was the sergeant. He ordered me to do it. He said I'd get my stripes back. He just wanted to teach CJ a lesson, put him in jail for a few days, scare him. But the boy hit him, and he had CJ where he wanted him. And then CJ, he hung himself. He died like he was fighting the sergeant. And then the sergeant, he just didn't figure on that.
What did he have against Memphis?
He despised him. But he would hide it because everybody liked that boy. But underneath it was a crazy kind of hate, Captain. A crazy kind of hate. You won't believe it. I mean, sometimes you could...
And this dude was a great actor.
Well, now my daddy's gone to glory. I work real hard.
He's a guitar. That's my movie Sinners, right? He's a guitar person.
He's the kind of boy seems innocent, Boogie. Got everybody on the post thinking he's a strong black buck. White boys envy his strength.
All that dude look like Eartha Kitt in a man's form.
Power and swing. Then this colored champion lets those same white boys call him Shine or Sambo.
Well, Lord,
he just smiles.
Dream about the time when I was a little boy.
Can't talk.
The night would get blue.
Can barely read or write his own name. And don't care. He'd tell you they like him. Or that colored folks ain't supposed to have but so much sense.
CJ reminds me of every black immigrant.
Oh my gosh, Colin. You see that this is the shit we be talking about because he's like dim with it.
Damage one ignorant.
But he sounds like Principe right now, you know.
Colin. You see Jonathan, you see how you throw his shots, but here's Colin throwing more shots, man.
We'd won decorations. But the white boys had told all them French gals that we had tails. Then they found this ignorant colored soldier. Paid him to tie a tail to his ass and run around half naked making monkey sounds. They put him on a big round table in the Cafe Napoleon. Put a reed in his hand, crown on his head, blanket on his shoulders, and made him eat bananas in front of all them Frenchies. Oh, the white boys danced that night. Passed out leaflets with that boy's picture on it. Called him Moonshine, King of the Monkeys. And when we slit his throat, you know that fool asked us what he had done wrong.
I mean, this is a stupid point of view. You kill a black man because white women can't make you feel like you're monkeys. What a stupid thing to do.
You're not one of us. You never understand that.
Nah, that's stupid. You want to sleep with the white women to prove that you're not a monkey to them? So you kill another black man?
Oh, no. He said the dude. He said, I'm not trying to justify it. He said,
no, that's what I'm saying. Let's say it's wrong because it is.
He said the fucking white boys put a banana.
I hear it. That the guy was just ignorant. He didn't know what they thought of him. He was innocent in that.
There's black people that don't making a fool out of themselves in front of white people to demean us. So what's he saying?
That's true.
His fucking throat, you know, because he just.
So you kill him. You kill him because first he said the white boys told the white women that black man had tails.
What kind of penalty should that guy get? You know, for doing something.
You can beat him up. You can whatever, but don't kill him. You slit his throat because he did something ignorantly.
I wouldn't have killed him, but
of course, that's what I'm saying. That's the wrong part of it.
You know. So, but the bottom line is, there's nothing wrong with what they did, how they felt. You know, like that. You know, so. That's for watching.
There's something wrong with what they did, but I do agree with the guy,
My daddy told me we got
sergeant.
to turn our backs on this kind, Wilkie. Close our ranks to the chitlins, the collard greens, cornbread style. We are men, soldiers, and I don't intend for our race.
See, the bottom line is these men were trying to find their man. You don't understand what it's like to have your manhood taken away. These men were through the military. Black men were trying to find their man. These are men that were called boy. You be called boy to yourself.
Have you ever had your manhood taken away from you before?
No, I'm not having. No, of course
that's
not.
Crazy.
Of course
but
not.
I'm trying to tell you what.
Well, you said you don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like. I've always been a man.
Hold up. Elvis, that was wild.
That was wild.
Not in that manner, man. Stop thinking like that.
Not sense. But Elvis, you don't see that people like it's people more so like even though there's an over exaggerated image, the guy, the light skinned brother, he's right to a certain degree. It's people like him who kind of elevated the black race, not the Geechee guy. You see what I'm saying?
No, listen to what I'm saying, right? We see that Nigerian dude that goes around dancing, big dude, very masculine, right? Muscular dude.
Big smooth, big.
No, I hear you, right?
I like
well,
him.
you think he's doing that to disparage the black race? Other people, like African Americans, might look at it like, okay, he's playing like a caricature of what white people think black people are. But in his mind, he's not doing anything wrong. He's just dancing. Maybe he likes to dance.
When you come
so what do you do then? If you go to him, do you then slit his throat, or do you tell him and try to educate him, brother? What you're doing is not right. Don't do this because of so and so reasons.
White people are looking at
you. Try to educate him, and if you don't listen, you slit his throat afterwards.
Right. Well, you gotta try to educate him first.
He advertises black businesses as well, and then there's a new guy that does the hype me up thing. Nobody's slandering him.
In Japanese restaurants and all type of.
No, I seen him in Haitian restaurants. I see him in Nigerian restaurants. I see him in soul food restaurants. I see him at African American.
There are people like that in Nigeria who dances for other black folks, not for white folks, but just for black folks. They're entertaining. They go around and dance. They do the little thing. But with us, it's fine because we're all black, right?
So you don't think he created a stereotype?
That's what I'm saying. Do you think he knows
Yeah,
that? That's the
Elvis,
key that I'm making. Do you think he knows that?
Elvis, they don't have the
Yeah,
same
he
kind of
knows.
energy for the hype me up guy. The hype, you see the hype me up guy? The hype
I don't
me
know
up,
who the
the dude
idea
that
guy.
tall
I'm not
dude.
on social media all the time. I don't know who that is.
They know who I'm talking about. They know who I'm talking
You
about.
talking
Y'all
about?
know what
I
I'm
don't
talking
even know
about.
what you're talking about. No funny shit.
The tall dude that do the hype me up.
I
Nah,
don't know.
I don't have TikTok, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, bro,
These dudes are
they
not
praise
ubiquitous.
him.
We don't see them everywhere.
He's an
Who is
African American. They praise him, but they
who
demonize
is he?
Booty Gorilla dude.
Tyler,
Who
you
is
know
he,
who he's
bro?
talking
We don't
about?
even know who
Jonathan,
he
you know who
is,
he's talking
bro.
about?
Nah, I don't. I just know
Nope.
Tyler, you
I
know
know
who?
Big
Ask
Groove
the
or
chat.
whatever
Ask
you
the chat.
Elvis, whoever you're talking about,
Chris, if
Big
you be
Groove. I
on
know what you're
gang, I
talking.
like you,
I've
brother.
seen him.
You said what happened? What you said, Jonathan?
So Prince will be on gang. He be knowing all the new people and shit.
But you know who that is, Jonathan?
Nope.
Yeah, Captain
I have
Hobby
no
Mob or
idea.
whatever. I don't know who that is. What does he do? What do you mean? What's corny
I
about
don't
it?
know. It's basically a female rapper. She has a song called Affirmation something, and it's basically
Oh,
for
you talking about
females.
that
But
dude?
there's a
Okay,
tall
I
black
seen the
guy.
nigga that be
He posted all
dancing
over the
without a
internet,
shirt on.
right?
Okay, yeah, I know who you talking about. I didn't know
He
that was
has
his
a tank
name.
top or something,
Yeah, you
but
say, oh yeah,
he's a tall
this little,
dude
this
and
little vision did me
Timberlands.
scaling, and then he started dancing. Yeah, it's my
Exactly. So
affirmation.
they don't
Okay,
they don't
yeah, I
demonize
know.
him, but they demonize the African dude. You see what I'm saying? It's a
That's
double
so
standard.
true,
You know
bro.
the guy you're
It's a
talking
double
about. I
standard,
think I
bro.
know who you're talking about. He's a
Yeah,
Caribbean. He
I
ain't
know
even
you
Black
do.
American, bro.
but he does that around
Oh,
black people, though, right? He does that in
Yeah,
black
nah,
settings,
get
bro.
out of
He
here.
don't go to white
He's
settings and do that
Jamaican. He's
shit.
Jamaican.
He don't do that shit in white settings, though. He do it at a barbecue in the park. He do that at the barber shop. He's not doing anything for the white people,
I
right?
see it.
So
It's one video. Where he's in a white setting. He's doing it. They don't
okay,
demonize him.
You talking about Big Groove?
I think that's his
No,
name,
not
Big Groove.
no, it's not big.
Is it
Big
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 Groove?
Groove
Groove is
is.
the
I seen a video of him pelvic thrusting in front of little white kids. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, the
no
Big
no.
Groove. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Big Groove that
Come
go.
on now,
The
like
Big Groove is
he's
a
mad
Nigerian
cringe. I'm not
immigrant. He
gonna
goes
lie.
to restaurant. He's doing that little, dancing and shaking his. He does it on
Shaking his hoop
Drewski
in front of
low
little
or
kids,
trying to
like
make
white
the what
kids.
is it
Like,
called?
come on
Quarter
now.
band records. So he's a goofball, man. But I'm saying that people like that. You
That's
don't go and
true.
slit their throats. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
nah,
That's
I wouldn't
murder,
slit
man.
his
You
Yo,
throat.
wouldn't
I
do
mean,
that.
he seemed
I
like
done
a
seen
free
Big
spirited type
Groove
of person. I
twerk.
think he's like Igbo or some shit,
All you
right?
have to
He's
do is
Igbo.
basically put it out there. These Negroes like not like us. Maybe Chris Rock, they're not like us, not like us.
Yeah, and I get it. That's the historical context of it, right? That's what I say. If Africans come from Africa and come into this country, there might be certain things that they probably do that would make them seem like they're a caricature of how white people try to paint black people. Like for Africans, like you were saying, Carla, Africans like to eat with their hands, right? And you say you can't eat from an Ethiopian because they eat with their hands. You might think that's savage, that's uncivilized, but as an African, maybe you go to a restaurant, right? And you start eating with your hands, and the other white people are looking at you, and in your mind, you're doing nothing wrong. You're just eating how you've always
I
eaten
see one
in
of
your
this guy.
country,
I see this
and
one
that
African
reinforces
guy.
their stereotype that you're uncivilized and primitive.
He was out with
Tyler,
this one
how
black
you eat?
American girl. He
How
started
do you
eating his
eat a
fucking noodles with
hamburger?
his hands, man. I was fucking nasty.
No, we're talking. I mean,
Kyler,
come on, Kwame.
Kyler
You
eat
know what we
pizza.
mean when we say
Elvis,
eating things.
Elvis, Elvis, Kyler eat pizza. Whatever the European allow him to approve of,
Oh, yeah,
however they
you
eat, that's how he eat,
eat
bro.
a piece of bread. But I'm not gonna dip my hand in a fucking bowl of soup and start eating it, man. That's savage.
Either get some.
See, that's
I
what
see
I'm
you eating
saying.
chicken
You see
nuggets.
it exactly. The
You
white
know
man
what,
has told
Tyler?
you that's
That's wrong.
savage, Carla.
That's
White men
wrong.
have told you that's
Listen,
savage.
Kyler. Nah, that don't make sense, bro.
Ain't nothing wrong with eating with your
You
hands.
gotta eat soup with your hands, though. That's kind of crazy.
No, I mean, people eat soup with their hands, brother. They take they take
Nah,
that
I'm gonna
little
use a spoon, my
knot
boy.
of
Bro, you
fugu,
have to draw the line, man. There's
spin it
certain
around, put it in that goosey soup and swallow that shit, nigga.
There's certain things you Africans do. There's certain things we do. We don't do that shit, you know.
I'm not gonna lie.
Carla, I eat with my
I
hands.
wonder if African Americans
Yeah,
used to eat in the little tubs. In Africa, we got those little big tubs,
You're
and
in
you got like
Africa.
3 or
Yeah,
4
I
people
know.
come around the tub, and everybody put their hand in that bowl and start eating that rice or whatever.
That's poverty life, man. I can't live
That's
that.
not poverty. That's
Wow,
That's
Yeah, bro.
community life,
that's
Carla.
community, man.
Like that.
Yeah,
They
we
do
eat
that.
together as a sign of
So
community and
Kyler,
family.
Thank you, man.
what
Why don't
about
you know is
what
that
about
how
the
the English
Iranians
treat
and the
Africans?
Arabs that eat with
Give
their
you guys
hands?
all.
Are
Why
they
don't you
Yeah,
guys
savage
just
Arabs
too?
do the same thing. They got a big old feast, and everybody come together to make a
Yo, how
big
about
bowl
this?
of rice or
You
whatever, pilaf,
I can say,
and they eat together.
check this out. Have a big giant dog bowl for Africans. They all just stick their head in there. So
Kala, you see, that's what the white man has painted in your mind. That's what they've told you. When you see Africans eating like that, you start thinking like the white man would think.
Yeah, but you just said so. That's what you guys do, man. You guys take one
We
big
do because that's our culture. And other culture that's non-black do it. The Asians do it.
Stick your head in that bowl.
Yeah, the Arab do it. So that's how people. Yeah, that's how people eat, man. You wash your hands, of course. Wash your hands well.
Arabs are not too far from you guys, man. Come on, you know.
Oh, Colin, man.
Wait, Colin, are the Arabs better than Africans?
That's a tough one. I don't consider them.
That's a tough one.
Hell no.
You know, an Arab is not a race of people, right? Most people don't know this. It's a misnomer. Arab just means a person who is a desert dweller. That's all it means. A black man could be an Arab.
They got their own haplogroup, J1 and J2.
No, what's this J shit, man? Shut up with that, you know.
That's true, Kwame. They do got their own haplogroup. They do got their own.
It's in the Middle East.
The Arabs, as you know them, there are different groups of people who are classified as Arab.
Yeah, it's more of a culture thing.
There are people who are Syrian who are considered Arabs. There are people who are descendant of Babylonians, who are considered Arab. And then there's the people who are on the peninsula.
Ross, we say Haiti. Of course you eat with your hands. I'm sorry, I know y'all eat with your toes too.
Oh my God, Scholar. Carlo, do you see people in your orbit in Liberia eating with their hands when you go there?
Chinese people eat.
Hey, what hand do you use? The one on your feet or your one?
You never use your left hand to eat. In African culture, you never use your left hand to eat. Always use your right hand.
I eat whatever's hands free.
On your legs,
yeah, that's a taboo.
Kyla, you be out of pocket sometimes.
Remember that movie, The Jungle Book? He goes,
Mowgli.
Come
on, Kyla,
bananas went up with his feet, whatever, like that.
Kyla, you're perpetuating those stereotypes, brother. That's what you're doing.
Kyla, you gotta go check your white man's manual to see what you could do and what you
That's what I'm saying. But Jonathan, you see that shit in Nigeria all the time. I'm sure maybe your wife or her family, they eat with their hands at times, right?
Nah, Jonathan definitely eat with his hands.
Yes, me and my wife, we went to another wife's house. The mama cooked for us, and we were eating with our hands.
Oh, you ate with your hands, Jonathan?
And then they brought me a spoon and fork, though.
How many?
They just felt like you didn't know how to eat with your hands. You're probably messing up
the way. I'm really not used to eating with the hands, brother. That's all it is. I just not used to.
I mean, I haven't eaten with my hands since I was like a kid in Liberia, but shit, I mean, but how people do it, I don't look down on them for it.
Elijah,
some people do it.
If you can't afford utensils, I see that because most people in Africa can't afford forks and spoons.
No, my grandmother was here in the United States before she passed. She would cook our regular food, and she would cook herself some fufu and soup. She was a bossa woman.
I give y'all leeway.
And she would eat that shit with her hands, bro, and lick her fingers afterwards.
Leeway, man, because y'all eat with your hands, man. Y'all be up.
What are you supposed to eat with? What do you think? God made spoons and dropped it down from heaven for us to eat with it?
Fork or a knife or civilized, man.
I'm saying certain food you eat with your certain food you can eat with your hands. Certain food you just don't. Like I'm not gonna eat chicken noodle soup with my hands.
It was only rich Europeans that used to eat with sporks and spoons. It wasn't all
right. Everybody else used to eat that too.
But I think I think we got used to that idea.
Yo, John,
even the queen, for example, right? This is a bit out there, right? But she can't peel a banana. She has to cut that shit with a knife and a fork and eat a banana with a fork. So I guess that's real civilized. Anybody who peels a banana is
that's just being bougie.
Yeah,
that's
overly bougie.
You gotta eat your soup through your hand. You gotta pour it in your hand. And
I ain't doing that. That's dumb.
Carla, can I ask you a question?
You know what you put in there, Kwame? The Jamaican tough crackers. Put that in there. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still gonna use the spoon.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. When you got black people, check this out. This is like the finish line. Like I said, the finish line, and somebody moved the goalpost, whatever, like that, right? When you talk about people, because people are like they're fired up about Africa, blah blah blah, Wakanda, blah blah blah, and all of a sudden when you throw that on them, like that culture shock of we eat with our hands, they're like
open defecate, all that type of shit.
They go check it, open, They say black people like something.
They do that in New York. They do that.
Somebody eating with their hands should not deter you from going to Africa.
Those are drug addicts.
Doing that shit, man.
They don't do that in New York.
You know what? Call it. Somebody told me one time that
they don't do that in Philly.
Hold on, but call it. Somebody told me one time the way to eat chicken, like the African way, is to eat the bone, to suck on the marrow of the bone.
We chew the bone and suck on the marrow.
I used to do that when I was a kid.
That's my mother's favorite thing, bro. She liked her pig feet. and be trying to get that, that marrow out of that pig. I don't even eat pig now. I haven't eaten pig in like 20
But Elvis, I used to do that as a kid. I don't do that
though.
as an adult. That's kind of like it's kind of low class.
I mean, the marrow is good for you,
how is that low class? You guys, you don't even know the
low
value
class.
in
Like it
no,
looks
it's
like you're
not. You
starving.
wouldn't.
Like you're really hungry and
Hold
starving.
on,
Like you just
Can I
gotta
say
have
something real
composure
quick?
when you eat.
Hold up, we love you. We can't be doing what y'all do, man. Simple
So,
as that.
Hold on. Can I say something?
Would you try raccoon?
No, I'm not gonna choose. Is that fucking who has that stupid?
Gotta say he doesn't like bushmeat. Don't mention bushmeat to him.
Can I say something real quick?
For, you know?
In the past, right, in parts of Haiti, parts of Africa, they used to use.
Why do you think? Why do people think that fucking you gotta eat everything that fucking somebody tells you to eat? I don't eat hog.
Hey, Shannon Sharp said he eats everything on the pig except the squirrel.
He said he eat everything on the hog except for the hog.
Yo, that's what you gonna talk about Shannon Sharp. I don't care how much.
Shannon Sharp is just from the country, man. That's
boy from the backwoods of Georgia.
Check this out. He's in trouble with a fucking white girl because he couldn't control his lust. Dumb nigga, you know.
Come on, man. Calm down.
He's the definition of a dumb nigga, man. Needs his head smashed in, you know.
Come on.
He had a kid by a black woman though, so shout out to having a black daughter.
Are you gonna go smash his head?
He had sex with a 57 years old man, my age.
Instagram model.
Has a sex with a 19-year-old white girl, and basically forced sex on her, whatever the fuck it was. He shouldn't be in that.
Don't promote that.
He didn't do that.
He didn't force himself on her. She's just trying to get over. That's all.
Allegedly, we don't know.
Hold on. Why would you be in a situation like that? You know, why would
he didn't do it.
She's saying that shit now because he was getting that $100 million deal. She never went to the police before.
Are you going to criticize Bill Belichick?
They has consensual sex. Why the fuck would a man that age have consensual sex with a fucking young white girl?
Kala. Don't be a hypocrite.
I'm like, what hypocrite? Nothing. I wouldn't do it. You know,
that's crazy.
I wouldn't do it. Being a hypocrite. I
get what you're calling.
If you was a multimillionaire, Kala, you can get a hot 19, 20-year-old.
If I was a billionaire. It's just not in me to fucking do something like that. I don't even fantasize about that. A 19-year-old girl? The fuck?
She was an adult. She made a decision.
So but they're real kitty. What about
it's not illegal, Colin. It's not immoral either. She's of legal age. Even biblically, she's of legal age. It's not like he's doing some shit with a 20-year-old.
I guess I got principles. I'm just like
No, I agree with you. I don't even date anybody the same that's 4 years younger than me. I know that. I've never done that ever in my life. But I'm saying she's legal.
Also, I got respect for women even when they don't respect themselves. You know, I'm not gonna do that to women. I'm just not.
The age cap is crazy, man. The age gap.
Yeah, morally, but legally, she's a grown woman.
Yeah, but bottom line is but the bottom line is so Shannon Sharp, he forfeits the respect that a society. When you're a man in society,
well, you know what respect does Shannon Sharp have, man? He's just a funny dude. He's not intellectually there.
Anybody really listen to respect what he has to say? Look, know what he did. You respect this man still? No. You know, nobody does.
The dude is a bachelor. He's not a married man. He can have sex with whoever the hell he wants, as long as they're not they're not underage.
You're a grown man. Even Cat Williams tried to tell you, yo, man. Monique tried to tell him, don't stay away from these young white girls. Stay away from
I'll give him that. Stay away from the,
Why? Because
Cat Williams said the same thing.
Community, you know,
he should have brought Dr. Umar on there to give him some lessons in
all these people like
staying focused.
Wait, Omar, they was like, yo, look. You're going too far. No, look, nothing's good is gonna come out of you messing with these fucking white girls. Dangerous.
So you agree with Umar on that point, Carla?
Oh no, I don't look. Umar's thing is he's like this. If you have young
Black Queens forever, right? Snow bunnies
never. But it never.
If you have young black guys out there, right? Young black guys out there, and I say this,
look, bro.
I'm saying, you always want to steer them towards our women, right? But I know for a fact if you're 21, 22, your hormones are racing. You ain't thinking about that shit.
What did Dr. Umar say? Nation building over Punani, right?
Yeah, but the whole up thing is, Umar, it got to be serious. But that's why I said, either you're gonna play with this movement or fucking shut up. You know?
No, but
he's entertaining, Colin. That's one of his personality, man. He can't be serious all the time. Always.
Something, right? Hold on. Let me say this. Okay, let's say Umar and these people are serious about nation building, right? The first thing I said years ago is black people need to friggin' disengage from America. Let's build our own platform. We couldn't even fucking build our own social media platform. So how you gonna tell me you're serious about nation building, you can't even build your own fucking social media platform and communicate with your own people. You got to use a white man's medium and everything to get across to your people. So don't tell me about nation building. You're not serious. You're playing games. That's what I see it, you know? And like I said,
Tyler, don't be disingenuous. If Umar went and made a platform today, you know how many people will go on that platform?
No.
It will be too cumbersome for them. YouTube is ubiquitous; it's everywhere. People can easily get on there. He can get his message.
I'm like this. Like I said earlier in the show, right? I say there's enough black content. White people, white Republican guys did not like the way they was treated by social media, TikTok, and all these other places like that. You know what they did? They found it Parler. They found it Reddit.
Parler is out of business. Rumble is a niche. YouTube is still where the vast majority of these videos and the traffic goes to.
Elon Musk took his fortune and bought Twitter. You know, that's what they do when they want power. You know,
can a black man take $43 billion and buy YouTube power?
Hold up, we had Jay-Z who boosted up Tidal, right? Nothing ever came of it, right?
What do you mean? He features a lot of black artists. He celebrates black artists when he owned it.
Whatever. He doesn't
paid him the highest fee compared to Spotify. Come on, man.
They paid him to boost up Tidal. They have done nothing for black.
He's so tired. He sold his shares in Tidal. He made a profit. Yeah.
So
come on, Tyler. This is business. These people are not. They're not activists. They're businessmen.
Elvis, don't sit there. Look, I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. You know,
what you getting mad for, man?
Just one more time, right? When I'm talking, shut up, right? And then when I'm done,
Tyler, be respectful, bro. Don't be cussing at people, man. Be respectful.
When I'm talking, shut the fuck up. You know?
Nah, don't do that, man. Be respectful, bro. I ain't cussing you tonight.
Elvis,
we having a good conversation.
Elvis,
right?
Yo, look.
Come on.
The point I'm trying to make is, if somebody's serious about nation, right? They would do stuff like that, right? Or they will be in the process, right? Where you could tell somebody, look, brother, this is what we're trying to do, right? Okay, I see what you're trying to do. Like me, I'm not in no position to be telling somebody how to live their life. I believe in the average stand. But I know I am not in the power to tell somebody that over their life because I don't have nothing to offer people right now, you know? One day I will, you know? Hopefully God's will, right?
But that's the problem. Broke people are always the one trying to build nations that ain't got no damn resources to build a nation with. And the people that got the resources, they're not trying to build a nation. That's the problem, Tyler.
Elvis, I'm talking, you know? So therefore, you asked me about Omar Johnson, right? You know, it's ridiculous because he doesn't have any ability he doesn't have any reward upon, he can't reward nobody or punish nobody, right? So he just somebody talking online. Black queens never, soul boys never, blah, 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 blah. But you can't know. You have no power to tell these guys what to do with their life, especially young dudes. You young dudes are now talking, clapping back. They're saying, yo, fuck you, old heads. We're going to do what the fuck we want to do. They don't really have no respect for older generation.
That's some of them, Carla, but he also goes speaks in schools. He owns the building. He has a school physically. He goes to different communities. He goes to different festivals and events.
Kyla, Umar is not an independently wealthy man. He's trying to raise money from black folks, and nobody's giving him the money that's required.
He makes it attractive.
That's why I say you stay in your lane. You don't overstep your boundaries. You know.
Well, you want to do this Afro stand. You're not an independently wealthy person. You're depending on other people to raise the money, right, Kyla?
Look, I don't care. Look. I'm like this. I'm not taking no money from anybody. You know.
So how are you going to build a nation?
Hold on, I'm not taking the money from anybody right now. You know, when I do, it's not going to be like I'm going to rely on you Negroes. You know,
I get it, but you still need resources. You need money to build a nation, right?
Have this conversation with you, right? The bottom line is this: I say like this. I believe what I believe, right? If people want to support me, they want to support me, right? But I have no business right going around telling somebody how they fucking live their life. I don't do that. You know, you never hear me telling me somebody who they got to sleep with, whatever like that. I believe like this, black men and black women should be together. That's my values, right? But I'm not going to make it every single thing. You're not going to see me do a whole show on black men and wait, black women. I don't like it. You know I don't.
But Carla, you espouse those sentiments on your show that you don't think white men should be with black women.
I'm not known for that. I don't sit there while you see my precious time. I talk 6 hours a night, right? How much is that on fucking talk about interracial marriage? No, almost none, right? Yeah, I mentioned it here and there. I wouldn't be a black nationalist if I didn't, right? But I don't sit there and like make up 100 videos a day going on these stupid, idiotic rants about who somebody's fucking. You know, I don't do that. You know, you don't do that. You do your thing, stay in your lane. I've been talking about what I believe in, my ideology on this platform for a year. You know, that's what I talk about, right? Now, over the time period, a lot of people have said, okay, I understand what Kyle's talking about. He's talking about an African, and people are coming around to the idea of gradually saying, okay, it makes sense. I see how it like that. That's what I spent my time doing. I ain't going to spend a whole year talking about snow bunnies and what Negro dating snow bunnies all about. That's a waste of fucking time.
Okay, Kyle, I hear you on that point. But then on the flip side, Dr. Umar did buy a school though. Something that a lot of these talkers have never done. He did buy a school and he's trying to renovate it.
He used people's money. He bought a building in a rundown section of Wilmington.
You can criticize it, but he bought a building. He bought a real property.
Look, here's the thing.
It's not a building, it's a campus.
Hold on. Here's the thing. He got a building, right? He got a building, right? Now, you know, and I know, don't insult my intelligence. This is what happens between me and everybody else, right? I'm not a fan, right? Now, if he gets a school up and running and he's like that, I wish him a lot of luck. If I had the money, millions of dollars, I'd give it to him, you know? Say, see what you can do, right? But the thing is, though, while you're doing that, you stay humble, right? And you said, this is what I'm going to do. Because you had that guy, King Randall, who built a school, you know, with nothing, you know? He built a school. And so he got the off guy, and I know many
built the school by himself. How big is the school? How much did he spend on the school?
It was a school he built. You know, he got funding.
No, but he also had donors. Yeah, donors.
Right.
Funding.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: so he was able to attract donors whenever he did it, right? And several other people do the same thing. You know, so I'm saying, okay, Umar, you got this money from people, right? You're doing that, right? But in the meantime, since you don't have that, right? So you stay humble and you stay on message, stay on call. You don't sit there and freaking every 2 seconds he's criticizing Beyonce, he's criticizing Jay-Z, he's criticizing Ice Cube,
he's a cultural critic, Carla. That's what he does too.
No. You know, when you attack people publicly about things because they're not donating to your school, whatever like that. Oh, LeBron James, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. You know, he's criticizing James because he had white people in his school, whatever like that. Just stupid stuff he does. You know, and I'm saying to myself, all right, you don't have a school up, right? But you're criticizing LeBron James because his school's like multicultural, multiracial, whatever. You know, if you want to do that thing, you wait till you get your school up and running, and then you could talk. But right now, all he did was purchase a building, and he's running with that. You know, he's milking.
That's a big thing. That's like 700,000 plus.
First of all, it's not a big thing. The property was condemned. Nobody wanted it. You know, and so therefore they condemned the property, right? And he bought
the structure is condemned, but the land itself is valuable.
So the structure is condemned. So you can't put no students there. You know, come on. You know. And then some people say he's actually living in that building, you know. Sad.
Oh my gosh, Kyla.
Come on, Kyla.
Yo, he was living with his mother. Now he lives in that building, you know. That's what they said, you know.
Kyla, don't do that.
But compare that to Tariq, right? Compare that to Tariq. He used that money and actually bought a property. He could have bought a house. He could have bought a little condo and a nice Mercedes, but he actually bought a building for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He took that money, bought a house, right? Found himself a wife, whatever, like that, you know.
That would be a scam. You don't. He showed that he has integrity.
So find himself a wife, whatnot. You know, it would be more genuine than freaking somebody sitting around in his 50s talking about, you know, I'm
what? That would be stealing, Kyla. He would have taken people money on a false pretenses and use it for personal gain.
But just sitting there with an abandoned building. I just one kid said, "Man, Umar, I always wanted to go to school since I was a little kid, and now I'm all grown up." Umar said,
Carla, hold on. Yeah, Carla. Yeah, he got a campus.
Musty Negro, man. He got Umar got mad.
You can't compare what Umar trying to do to what other people have done. Umar has a whole campus that he's trying to.
Yeah, and it's audacious, bro. That's a big financial burden to carry.
Tariq took $2 million and bought a bar and grill for $600,000 that he financed.
Lease. He actually bought the building. Tariq leased it. And on top of that, Tuskegee started off as a church. It was a small church. Now it's a big campus. So he's already ahead of the game. You know, so I think you're being disingenuous.
And Umar thing might be, it may be like he might get his done in the, you know, at the tail end of his life. when he's older
that's cool. That's
and
cool.
realizes.
You can't land bash
That's cool.
Umar because he got a whole campus that's not federally funded or things like that or
All right, let's
state
see.
funded.
Let's play some Dr. Umar. You know. Now,
Plus, he actually literally promotes. He one of the few people that actually consider themselves a leader. Everybody else don't consider themselves a leader. Tariq don't. You don't. All you guys, you guys
Umar,
no leader.
he's a leader,
I do
man.
consider myself a leader. I do consider myself a leader. So
Umar is a great leader. He's staying on his
yeah, like I
principles.
say, look. The bottom line is this. Look, what you guys need to do is stop talking. Support Umar with your dollars, man. Send him some fucking money. You know.
I supported Umar. I supported
I
Umar.
donated before.
Umar too.
I supported Umar.
He don't change his message when he go to UCLA or any of these top universities. He keeps the same message.
Let's check out the school, bro. Oh, that's a decent building, man.
I think you got his HVAC over
That's
there.
one building. That's two buildings.
Wow.
You just gotta get windows and doors.
Frederick Douglass Barker's garbage.
He gotta get some windows in that thing.
There's nothing done on the other side.
This
It's
side,
still boarded up.
So I don't know if this side opening before that side. But
That's three buildings.
Pan-Africanist
I
flag.
see progress. Yeah. You see progress? I see progress.
Wow.
Just got painted rock.
Yeah. He just gotta fix a little grass or whatever, but yeah. He cool.
That's impressive, right, Carla?
He cool.
No, it's a fucking piece of shit.
Oh my gosh, Carla.
Oh, Carla, man. Carla, can I ask you a question, Carla?
Look at that sidewalk. Look at them steps, I'm gonna say like this. If that's what you guys want,
look at that sidewalk.
It's a structure, Carla. What do you want him to buy? The fucking Taj Mahal?
If that's what we've come to. If you guys want to say,
Carla, it's better than Tariq's little 4x4 little square thing he bought.
If that's what you guys
took
want,
the money and ran off. He ain't never did nothing for the school. It's been 10 years or damn near 10 years.
And that's an old rendering. The new
Tyler,
rendering is way better.
in Minnesota here, right? I'm part of a church. It took us almost 15 years to buy the land for our church. Took us another almost 8 years to finally build on the church.
First of all, this is Wilmington, Delaware. This is the fucking ghetto, man. His property was like,
which means he has an abundance of cash he hasn't spent yet he's still begging for donations. And some of our people.
I mean, these dudes are just haters, man.
You guys
The
are
dude got a building.
negative, man.
He has a tangible structure that you can see and touch. That's big progress.
So you don't have to do nothing else. As long as you got that structure.
No, it's a process, Carla. You think doing these things is easy?
We got to drag the city into court for discrimination against us because
Can I
they
ask a
never
question?
thought we were finished, and we, what I'm saying. And I got to thank y'all for that because y'all.
This is my theory. Like I said, I'm gonna put it out there. This is the way Umar is going to be able to extend this school finesse for another 5 to 10 years. He knows this school is not up to code. Like I said, he knows that this school is not up to code. It's not going to pass inspection. I mean, I hope that I'm wrong. I hope it does pass.
Yeah, with enough money in renovation, it could pass inspection.
Yeah, right.
That school is no way in the world it's going to pass inspection. So what Umar is going to do is
hating on Umar?
Yeah, niggas just be hating for no reason, man. Sucker ass, hating ass niggas up here trying to hit
This is what Mike was saying earlier. This is what Mike was saying earlier, man.
We got to drag this.
My favorite Babaloa. That's what he was saying, right? He was saying that some of these guys are very negative. That's what Mike was saying.
It doesn't appear
Only
relevant.
people I see trying to tear down Umar school is
Another day
black
of school.
people.
Once you pull out your cell phone and show them, look what I made while I was asleep. I didn't sell crack. I didn't steal cars. I didn't hustle opioids. I made this totally
Can I ask the panel a question?
You always hear about destruction. We need weapons of mass construction, economic theory.
And also, I agree
Hello,
with
can y'all hear
If
me?
you're single, if you have no one to talk to, if you want to chat freely.
That's a honeypot. Don't even watch that video, Carla. She's trying to tempt you with her snow bunniness.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Who's that? Who's talking?
Steve.
Who?
Yeah, Steve.
Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, Steve. Okay, what's up, Steve?
Is my mic better now?
Yeah, everybody's
way
good.
better.
Oh, okay. If
You got the feds off your line. I appreciate that.
nah. But dang, what am I about to say?
My fault. I mean,
if Umar Johnson school was open, would y'all allow y'all children to go there?
I said
I live in Minnesota, brother. He's all the way out there on the East Coast.
So go ahead. So you know the tuition is going to be $500 a month, right?
That's cheap.
That's cheap.
$500 a month for a freaking school. You don't know what the curriculum is or nothing.
Yeah, that's the point. That usually you want to see the performance of the school at least a couple years to see if it's up to quality. And then you can decide. But definitely don't do on the
But
first
he's
year.
teaching kids about
It just shows me
agriculture
Negroes
and a
don't
whole
care about the kids'
science, a whole bunch of
education. You
stuff.
know.
So the
Kyler,
curriculum that he putting
He
forward,
still would have to follow the U.S. curriculum at a certain point. He might have like
He said he's
special
gonna do his own
electives,
thing, man. He's gonna do his own
but to
thing.
have a school, you have to follow the
He
nationally curriculum.
Kyler,
opened
post the link
school.
for Jay.
I don't want to hear that motherfucker. Man, what does he
Yeah,
want?
post the link for him, man. Post the link for him.
You know, if he comes up here, if he don't answer the topic, he talks to me about white people, he's gone. You know, ask me one fucking question about white people, and he's fucking finished. You know?
Carter, you're so draconian, man.
Umar school
No,
is
no,
way
I'm
better
just serious. I'm trying
than
to
the
steer
hidden.
this platform, and when people listen to the show, it's not a bunch of jibber jabber, and then we basically when you have a topic, oh, that's a good topic, man. See what everybody says, and I'm listening to somebody's feedback on the shows and whatnot. And I'm saying, so I said, I can't believe I let that go on without somebody addressing the topic. They'll be like 45 minutes.
Because you be entertained by the shit too, Carter. You be laughing and cracking up at the shit.
Why? But the bottom line, I got to worry about an audience. I'm trying to grow an audience, you know. So basically, I got to get on. They tell me I'm just talking about the feedback I get. You know, they tell me you got to stay on when you got good topics, but people veer off and stuff like that. So that's why I try to steer people back because that's what people tune in and listen to.
What is the initial topic, Kyler?
It says, would the world be a better and happier if African Americans just forgot their history? Now, somebody who probably thinks that is this guy Jay here because
put him up, Carter. He's in the back.
But Kyler, why do you try to act like Black Americans the only people that went through slavery?
We hear y'all, Jamaican brother. Let's hear what Jay got to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody else went through slavery in a country that says we hold this truth to be evidence that all men are created equal.
I mean, I don't think we should forget our history, but I mean, I feel like when we keep living in the past, you know, that's kind of hindering our success from moving forward. Like,
so Jay, what about the Jews and they slavery 3,000 years ago?
So what about the Jews and the Holocaust? Should they forget the past, Jay?
Yeah, so they forget about the Exodus.
The Jews did forget about that. I mean, look at what they're doing.
Are you kidding me, dude?
They own
the Jews go to Holocaust.
Let them finish talking. Let them finish talking.
The Jews literally own
get away with they want to get away with because they keep bringing up the Holocaust. You could call you anti-Semite and whatnot, and they keep bringing you Holocaust Nazi films and whatnot every day. When I said propaganda, they got the biggest propaganda machine the world's ever seen.
Don't forget,
Kyle, let them finish.
About Babylon and Egypt. Don't forget about those two.
The Jews literally own everything in the world, bro.
No, they don't.
They have forgot about what's happened. They don't live in the past. Look at what they're doing.
The Jews don't own my house. The Jews don't own my house.
Well, you'd be surprised. They probably want to bang down on your house, bro.
The Jews could shut you down at any time, bro.
Oh, no, they can't. No, they can't. The bottom line is this:
they can get you touched.
Jews own everything.
They are the chosen people.
The Jews are a tiny group. The only reason why they're powerful is because they have a narrative. They have a narrative. And also, do you know what the most powerful thing in the world is? Convincing the world you're a victim.
Elvis, you believe the Jews?
Well, no, I mean nobody should.
So why come it ain't working for us, Colin?
No,
what you say, Kwame?
Hold on. There's power in. Listen to what I'm saying. There's power in Black people. Didn't take power part of it. There's victims. They never tried to.
You don't think Black people have power?
No.
What makes Jews powerful, Kyle? It's not because they're victims. It's because they use money as a power base.
Look at these mayors.
Elvis, what make them powerful is because they're God chosen people. That's what makes them
powerful. No, not just that. But they're expert bankers. There's some of the top academics.
Yes.
They're some of the top lawyers. They're not getting these things as handouts. They're earning these things through education, through business. They do these things through their hard work and sweat. Nobody's giving it to them.
No, Yahweh picked them.
Nah, that's one thing. Now you can see their success as evidence of them being the chosen people if you're a Bible believer. But the reality is they're some of the smartest people. They're some of the most innovative people. They're some of the people who are great at research. Banking. Complex, sophisticated banking. So these people are special people. You can't deny it. They
So
know
you
how to
don't
make
think God
money.
chose
They
them
know
to
how
be
to
the
grow
top
wealth.
bankers, the top lawyers, the top engineers? You don't think God chose them to be that?
That's what I'm saying. These things could be evident of those of that covenant that God made with them,
That means
right?
God must chose us to be the exact opposite.
Yeah,
Nah, there's
God
many
chose us
black
to
people
be
who are
slaves.
lawyers and engineers. You know, it just
Nah,
depends.
God chose us to be Hamites, to be slaves. That's what God
I
chose us to
mean,
be.
nah, that's
It's
not
simple.
true.
It's simple, bro. It's called get off your ass and get a job, bro. It's simple,
And the
bro.
thing about
Work
the
hard.
Jews,
Quit
the things
blaming the
about the
white man for
Jews,
everything. It's that simple.
they have a culture. They have a fear that if you're poor, you're going to be taken advantage of. So they almost have to become rich in their life. You know, their parents will tell them you have to go to school, and they build a community around trying to be successful. Being successful is like a culture for them. You
So
know,
you
it
don't, so
is.
you don't think so you don't think it's in our genetics that we just slaves and we inferior to Jews because
Culture
God
can
made
be
them?
built over time. Culture can be built over
Our
time.
culture, our culture is messed up, bro. It's a problem when
Yeah,
we have the
we can
highest
remote
crime
it and
rate.
rebuild it
It's a
and
problem when we
prioritize
have the highest
some of the same
abortion
things that
rate.
Jews prioritize. And one of the things that people underestimate and take for granted is
So Jay,
food.
we should just shut up
The
and dribble.
food that you eat is very important for your
Hold
mental
up,
development.
hold up. The bottom line is, Jay, is I asked you to talk about the topic, man. You just give me this white supremacy babble, cracker
I didn't
babble.
even mention. I didn't even mention that. I did not
Yes, you
mention
did.
that.
You say we got the highest stats. We got the highest stats. That's
Uh,
white cracker babble.
What I mean, we do. I mean, it's true.
They
We
you want
do.
us to shut up and
Who the
dribble.
fuck is we? Your life is fucked up, but not mine. What are you talking about? Everybody
I'm talking about. I'm talking about the community. The community is messed up.
Everybody, when somebody's living a miserable fucking life, there's always like we. You know,
How am I miserable? How am I
you
miserable?
guys are fucking. You say you sound like you're a fucking loser, man. You don't got
I
shit.
work two. I work two
yeah, Kyler.
jobs, dude. I work two jobs, bro.
Let the
Work
man
two
speak,
jobs.
man. Go ahead, Jay. Read the topic and give us your take on the topic.
Look, I'm just saying. Look, because I already gave a take on the topic like a few minutes ago, but I'm just saying simply. I'm not telling us to forget, but I'm just saying maybe we shouldn't be stuck in the past, and we got to focus on moving forward and bettering the community. That's all I'm saying.
So let me ask
We
you a
should
question.
know
Does
our
that apply
history.
to white people too?
You said what?
Why does Jamaica keep saying we?
White
Can
people,
you speak
white people
first?
have an ingrained sense of
I'm
Nah,
talking
superiority.
about the
Kwame's
diaspora.
an
You just said
honorary.
wait. You just
Y'all
said
want to
don't
Yeah,
mention
honorary each
white people.
other.
Why you mentioning white people? You said don't mention them.
No, I'm saying no. I'm just asking you a question, right? I'm saying, look, you said we, right? So I'm going to throw it back at you. Like, should everybody else forget about that? Just move on or whatnot. Some people they basically can't move on the fact that we came here as slaves and when that, so they always going to treat us as second class citizens. Do they
Jay,
forget our history and say, hey, look, we're all the same? How come they haven't done that yet?
Jay, we should forget about lynching, redlining,
We're supposed to forget about all that
Jim
stuff like
Crow,
that and just remove. So like this.
How was
sharecropping.
that? I mean, that's not helping us get anywhere, bro.
Well, the
That's
bottom
not
line is
So
helping
we
us get
cannot
can I
forget.
anywhere,
ask him
We
a
bro.
cannot
question,
forget
Colin?
who we are. I can't forget
Can
who
I
I
ask
am.
him a question, Colin?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is his definition of not forgetting yet advancing? What is like? Can he clarify what he means that what he want to see the
He
community
doesn't know
do?
what you mean. He don't know what
If
he's
you
talking
talk if you talk about the past too much, you're not gonna be able to move on to the future, man. Like I'm not worried about
So how the
no
white people
slavery or
did
no
it?
lynching, man.
No,
Looking
but
I'm
you
back
saying
at
you
Greece
saying
and
you saying
Rome.
you're saying don't forget yet remember. So how do you want your people to remember? Is it like more in the education, but growing or grooming the education more towards utilizing these different knowledges to build, or what is your definition of of
I mean, you can. I
remembering?
mean, you can
Yet
learn about it. Yes, I'm saying yes. We do need to learn about it, but I mean, talking about it just every day and just constantly, man. Like it gets
We
draining,
should just
bro.
shut up. We should just shut up.
But
No, talking about it in the context is one thing, right? Because like the Jews, for example, they tell you never forget, right? And they use that
absolutely.
as a motivation that if we ever relent, if we ever become less than, if we ever become people who are weak, economically, socially, politically weak, we could be dominated again by other people and be put in gas chambers. So never forget that you are in a position, a weak position. Never forget that you don't want to be in that position again. So education is paramount. Being business leaders and business starters and innovators is paramount. That's going to elevate you so that you're never beneath another group of people where you can be subjugated and be, killed like you were in the Holocaust. So that's a
And
way to have a conversation that is positive for your people. Now, in a negative sense, we can talk about, I'm not one of those who dabble in that conversation, but you can talk about slavery and be victim and say, oh, slavery made us poor. Because of slavery, we can't progress. Because of slavery, we're in this position that we're in now. How can we ever get out of this position? Because that's another way of talking about it and not forgetting it, but it's a negative,
Yeah, I don't like
impact
that
on your
connotation.
mindset.
Yeah, I
So
Hey,
don't
it's
like
two
as
that.
soon
different
as we
ways to
as
think
soon as
about
we
it.
start as soon as we stop talking about the past, that's when we got Dane Calloway and those pseudos.
Exactly.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's true.
So we talk about if we stop talking about slavery and whatnot, somebody gonna call, well, slavery never happened and whatnot, or
We still
one
learn
person
slavery in
feel
school,
like
so I don't know how
Well,
Dan Calloway
Kyler, you
came up
have
with
you
that.
have very silly talking points
look, every
sometimes,
black
man. You have
person
silly
knows it,
talking
right?
points.
When white people know it's like this, don't ever mention slavery or whatnot. Or basically when white people say, oh, slavery wasn't bad. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you,
No, no,
But
no.
Kyler, you support a man who said they
That's
shouldn't
not
teach
true.
slavery in school.
No, no, that's not true.
hold on. Back in the 80s, right? There was this friggin' a couple of TV shows that they tried to come out with, right? Showing it was like supposed to be like a sitcom comedy based on the plantation of slavery, right? Black people at NAACP was so fucking outraged that they would even do something like that. People were like, how the hell would you even think, or who came up with this idea that they want to mock slavery and make fun of it? It was gonna be like like the Beverly Hillbillies and whatnot, slave family and whatnot. You have, the Black Stars and what I think they want Lugasa to star in it. So basically, black people were outraged, saying, "How dare you?" And there was a couple of miniseries that came out where it showed black people and white people living as one happy family during slavery times. So the white people were trying to erase what happened to us, right, by creating these ultimate fictional narratives. That's why we say we can't forget, because they have a vested reason of trying to erase this. The white people will love to erase this because it's a stain on their history. That's
Colin,
what.
they already got a thing called improper ideology.
Oh yeah. They're trying to erase history from textbooks and whatnot about what happened in
Yeah,
slavery.
critical race theory that teaches about the systematic disadvantages of slavery and how it impacts black
Well, it's
people.
not even that. It's like I want to know. I don't even care about that. I care about the fact that I want people to know what happened here. When you basically say it never happened, and you basically minimalize what happened, the effects that happened to our
But
people.
who's saying that, Kyler?
Right?
The
Who was
people
saying
saying
that?
that, the people that you
Who's saying
support,
it
the
never
Republicans,
happened?
are saying that.
Look.
Who was
People
saying
who
that?
That is
write
true.
history
That is
books, right?
true. That is true,
Textbooks,
Elvis. That is
school
true.
boards basically, when they say what textbooks are be showing in history, right? They have it's about slavery were involuntary. They were voluntary. They basically almost said, don't even get mad at Dane Calloway. There's some history books basically because they said it's too traumatizing for the kids to learn this, right? They said
Who's
slavery.
saying that? Is it the liberals or the conservatives?
No, it's fucking racist people in the fucking. I don't know who liberals and conservatives.
Nah, it's the conservative, Kyler. Don't try to both sides it.
I don't.
Conservatives. We had to go through some liberals in New York, right? They tried to change history around and stuff like that. The battle with black people in New York was the war we had with white liberals with the education. So it was white liberals we had a problem in New York. They were the racists, So this idea of conservatives, conservatives one thing, liberals were the same thing.
Yeah,
But
the sentence down in Florida is a true friend of black folks.
Overemphasize Martin Luther King, civil rights. And they tried to erase people like Stokely Carmichael.
No, come on. I mean, who tried to erase Martin Luther King? Come on.
They also pushing up
to be fair though, Kala, you
the
the one
heroes.
that said that. You the one that said that the Nation of Islam is pushing a conspiracy theory by saying that Jews was involved in the slave trade, and it's facts.
So first of all, Kwame, don't sit here and argue me what I fucking said. I'll tell you what I said, right?
All right.
I'm saying like this: we all know there's not a fucking white man on this earth that wasn't involved in the slave trade.
Thank you, Colin.
What?
Tell them.
White
The Polish were involved. The German was involved. All of them were.
In Europe, whatnot. Every white man in Western Europe was involved. It had nothing to do with religion. Like the Catholic.
So I mean, the Africans was involved too. Then
all those things were
we was involved too. Then
right? But what you want to do is take one little tiny group, right? Because they're a small group, and say they would say to no.
Wait, Kyler, where's the smoke for Sunny Holston? She on slaves. She black. Where's the smoke for her?
Who?
Sunny Holston family. She says
the lady that on the View, Sonny Holston.
About that.
The lawyer on the View.
Look, that was Puerto Rico. My ancestors not Puerto Rico. I don't give a shit.
What about Africans? Hey, Africans sold other Africans out. The slavery, man.
Africans
Nobody
were
talks about that.
Africans were in bondage themselves. So
Now we can talk about it, Jay. I mean, yeah, Africans were
Yeah,
complicit in the slave trade. We
Africans
know that.
did sell other Africans, but
So y'all not keeping it a funk.
yeah, but hold up.
I'm
But
giving a buck. Africans sold Africans. That's a hundred.
Africans that sold other Africans were did it under duress. They weren't compliant.
Are you sure that they're under duress, Carla?
Look, it was like this: either you participate in the slave trade, or you be on that slave ship yourself. What the fuck you think you're gonna do?
That's not
Nah.
That is the truth. Yeah, Africa had no choice. The demand
It's partially true, but the other things were just greed.
Nah, Kyler's right. It's either you get down or lay down, and when you lay down, you stay down.
Nah, there was people who were trading slaves for commerce.
Europeans escalated.
They had no choice. It was
Nah, bro, don't say that, bro. That's taking the blame of Africans, bro.
Europeans escalated the slave trade by dumping guns and gunpowder and stuff like that in the region and whatnot, and forcing it. Sometimes conducting raids in villages and stuff like that. You know,
maybe the houses because they was already working with the Arabs, transporting people to Arabia and Iraq and those places. But
slavery had already.
The vast majority of tribes, it was either get down or lay down.
Africans like think it was a commercial. You guys didn't have the sophistication to run a commercial.
Oh my gosh, Carla, Africans have been trading for centuries before even slavery. What are you talking about? We didn't have the sophistication.
Hold on. Next thing you know, they're gonna be saying Africans built those Amina Castle and those slave forces.
They did. Wait, what?
Yo, come on.
I mean, some of them did. Some of them did.
Carla, you're an enigma, Carla. You're an enigma. One moment Africans wasn't involved. Now you're too stupid to know what they're doing.
You just say Africans built those slave castles.
That was
you
me.
never know. They might have.
That was me.
You never know.
That's why I said people don't even know that building
Carla, hold on. Can I say something real quick? Because Carla, I told you to go read the Alfonso letters. Have you ever read them? Like I told you to. Or
no, I don't give a damn about what you're not.
That's where you come from, though. Your people was partners with these people, and you trying to like fake
what people were partners with these people? What are you talking about?
The Congo region where you come from, there's different empires that were partnered with the Europeans, bro.
Stuff like that. The bottom line is this:
so why you sidestepping it, man?
Hold on. You have people all this stuff like this, but the bottom line, the main thing was Europeans had a demand for slaves, and that was vital to their thing. When they finance a slave ship, right? They got to return with some bodies or something, whatever's gonna happen. They have to move heaven and earth. You finance a slave ship, this is how capitalism works. Once they put up that investment and finance a slave ship voyage and whatnot, to make the profit, or their whole banking system would have collapsed if they come back empty-handed. So they were not leaving that coast without human bodies, you know. So Africans say delude themselves thinking like they were enterprise. Africans did not want to be fucking part of the slave trade. They did not want to be like this.
Go read the letters, Carla. Carla, go read the letters, man. They were proud to sell their neighbors, and when their people started getting snatched up, they started complaining. Go read the letters, man.
He was complaining to the white man.
They was proud to sell exactly. They was proud to sell their neighbors.
Hold on. According to Prince of P, the first time Africans built a 2-story building is during the slave trade.
Who the hell said that? Who said that? I never said nothing like that.
You said Africans built Almeida, which is a 2-story building. So according to you,
so why would I say that's the first time? I never said that was the first time. Africans have other structures like that in the Sahel. There's different structures that they don't show you when you go into the Sahel that are similar to that.
What structure was 2 stories?
Yeah, the Library of Timbuktu was a multi-story building.
These guys are clueless, bro.
You talking about a mud? You talking about a mud brick? I'm talking about.
Yeah, what are you expecting them to build with concrete?
It doesn't matter. Exactly. They use that stone structures.
They had the materials that was abundant in their region.
What stone structures exist in West Africa?
Yes, there are. There's a lot of different stone structures you guys don't even know about. You have to look them up.
There's mud brick and clay brick.
Have you seen the Great Wall of Benin?
In Sudan, that girl don't come up here and talk about it. There's stone structures in Mali. The stone structures, come on, bro. You guys don't know.
In Mali.
Those are not stone structures, bro.
Those are mud bricks.
Go look up. I'm not even arguing with you. I know what I'm talking about.
We already know, man.
Are they still standing today?
The one in Sudan got destroyed. Some of them in Mali are partially standing. There's rock structures in the Dogon land in the mountains, caved into the mountains. These guys don't know what they're talking about.
The only stone structures that exist in Africa is all on East Africa, from Zimbabwe all the way up to Bono, Borno.
Dusty
That's
brother, you're a
false,
damn
bro.
liar, Dusty brother. You damn fucking liar. That is not true. Dusty brother is a Liberian hater, man. But
Ain't
shout out to
no
Dusty brother.
West Africans ain't build no stone structures in Ghana,
African God has made a
Nigeria,
good point.
Liberia, and
What are you
stuff
talking
like
about? You got the Benin Wall.
Hold
The
on one
Berlin
second.
That's what I
Wall.
African,
said.
Stone structure, bro. It sounds.
I, I think that was mud, but I'm saying there's
Oh,
mud
it was a
brick.
moat. It was
I'm
a
saying
moat. It was a
this
moat. But still,
exactly, but
more material was used to build the Benin Wall, which is a
That's a
moat.
sophisticated construction.
Yeah, they use wood and they use mud in Benin
It's a
Wall.
there's also brick
sophisticated
structures. I
construction
want
that
you to look
serves
it
its
up, bro.
purpose. You're
Kyle,
not
They
stupid
use
people.
The
stone-based
point is
structures as
no
well, bro.
The point is no African built
Principally,
Almeida slave
there's no
castles.
stone
No
structure.
Africans built that.
hey Kyle.
Bro,
Nah,
so
I mean, there
who
was
hands
some.
built
There
it?
was some. You just
Who
got to
hands
look it
built it
up.
then?
There was
The
some.
fucking Dutch and everybody else built that
The
shit.
hands? Go look it up. Go look up who did.
Wait, what is the
I
argument
don't
though?
even
What are you
argue
Principe,
guys
with
trying
you.
to
Just
get
say
at?
who hands built it.
It's
You
what I'm
sound
talking
like an
Principe is
FBA
possible
that
that
want
the
to.
Dutch built it. It is in the style of a European, type building. It is in the European type style, so it's possible. We
Go
don't got
look
to
up the
take credit
hands
for
and
it.
the blood
Principe sound
that's
like an
in the
FBA that
stones,
want to
bro.
take credit for white men
I'm not
whipping
taking no
black
credit.
people.
Some people
It's
were
possible
part
that
of
a
the
white
shit,
man built
bro.
it. It's not like it's a marvel of engineering that we have to try to
It's not
cling
a
on to.
marvel of any
But
kind of engineering.
yeah,
I'm
but
not saying that it is, but I'm saying go look up who built those structures. They
So
forced
you telling me
slaves to
that the
build those
homie
structures.
you telling me that the homie and Ashanti build a church on top of Alameda, right? That's what you want us to think.
I'm saying who hands, but the hands that built it was of slaves. They basically were given slaves. No slaves built those structures.
Okay,
Oh,
so
so
the
it's
You guys
like
had
how
Mexican
black
partnership. They
people
wasn't
built the White
partnered with.
House.
the Mexican that
So
built the
hold
house,
on,
can he
Hold
take
on.
claim?
Benjamin Banneker designed the layout of Washington D.C. Go look it up. I'm not even going to argue with you people. Benjamin Banneker is a Black American, but he's a descendant of the Dogon. Go look it up. He always talk about his connection to the Dogon.
talk
Go
about
look
it.
it up.
Talk about it.
Come on, you guys don't know your history, bro. All right, go
Oh
ahead,
no,
man.
Prince.
Principe want us to believe that that West Africans wrote out a blueprint and built out meter. That's what he wants us to think.
I forget. I mean, I'm talking about these other stone structures. Go
No,
look it
West
up.
African
I don't care if I mean
built out a blueprint and built other structures. Maybe not a meaning, but they built other structures.
Like
Yeah,
what?
that's what my point is. The thing is, they
the
think
Great
that
Wall of
there's no
Benin, which is
knowledge.
great.
They was not only selling slaves. There's certain like the planting come from Africa. The
The
cola nut
Library
come
of
from Africa.
Timbuktu,
There's
which is
different structures.
sophisticated
There's
and great.
different
What
Exactly.
structure?
gold and all the type of material that was being
Look,
traded. Not just
Those are
but
mud
not.
huts.
Look at this beautiful Ghanaian architecture, man. You know, Louis. Yo, look at
hold
yo.
it.
So that's beautiful. That's beautiful, Kyle. Is that what you're saying? When where your ancestors was taken from and put into slavery, you calling it
That's
beautiful?
crazy,
That's
Carla. That's
crazy.
crazy.
Hold up. Ghanaians,
Now
hold
you
up.
out of pocket.
Hold on. Look how it's painted and everything. Ghanaians take pride in this, man. You know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
You off code, color.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, look at Ghanaians. Like, look at how beautiful Amina Castle, man. You know.
Kyle, let
Kadola wants to
Kidola go.
speak.
Let Kidola go.
That's Kidola. Okay.
Kidola here? Oh.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't mention the Benin Wall. He's from the Benin people.
Yeah, Kyle will be a slave trader for sure,
For
Kadola. You damn
sure.
right.
Hey, why you say I'm a slave trade, Kidola, man? Come on, man.
So Africans built this. That's what you want us to think, Principe.
I
You want
mean,
us
it's possible that Africans did the manual work and the Europeans did the
Probably not the
technical
blueprint.
architectural work.
Yeah.
That's
did they
possible.
lay out did the Africans lay out the blueprint?
No. That's not what he's saying.
I don't know. No, but there's other structures that are better than that exist. Stone-based structures in Africa. Bro.
We
All
know
right,
that.
what's
We know about Lalibela. We know about
Mud brick
Great
base
Zimbabwe.
in Africa. Beautiful joints.
We know about Lalibela. We know about Great Zimbabwe. We know
Benin
about the
City, it was beautiful. When the European described when he arrived, what he's seen, it was marvel. Street lights, all that. So come on.
He said it had street lights.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
Kidola.
had
street
street
lights. Look
lights
it up.
in the
Look it
Benin
up.
Kingdom. Yeah, they did.
Look it up.
Oh.
That's
But not
Kidola's
the
to
street
believe that,
lights that
right,
you think
Princess?
about it now, the rare,
I mean,
but you
that's
do know
even any type of street light. It doesn't
the
matter.
Benin is heavily disputed.
What do you mean,
Look
bro?
at
I
the
mean, Kwame,
writings, bro.
you pick. Look, Kwame
He,
he's an oxymoron. He preaches
He's high, bro.
Pan-Africanism, and then he hates on Africa every turn he gets.
He's
Nah,
turning
but
into
He's a weed
colors.
smoker.
He's turning into
He's just
No,
colors,
that's
sucking,
because
man.
man.
Kwame,
Weed
Kwame said
smoker,
the other
man.
night that he's an honorary FBA now.
Yeah, he said that West Africans are the worst. He'd rather
nah,
live with the white man
I'm not.
over the
No, I'm
West
not
He a
Africans.
saying.
weed
I'm not
smoker,
saying. Yo,
man.
nah, I'm not
Now I
saying.
see why he adopts Hotepism. You know.
No, listen, I'm not saying.
Hey, I ain't about to go
I'm
to
not
FBA
saying that
now.
West
No,
Africa didn't
there's a
build
wake
great
wall
civilization.
of Benin,
That
right?
first picture,
Hold
from
on. This is
Iraq,
a
that's not even great
CGI emblem. This is
Zimbabwe.
not real. Okay, this is
Yeah,
not real.
that's
Right.
Iraq. That's
Yeah, that's
Mesopotamia.
another. In the middle, somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah,
All
that's
right, let's look at
Mesopotamia.
it. This is Benin. See, that's mud. Hold on, that's a mud wall right there. You see
Yeah,
it?
but it's still sophisticated, Carla. Is that some kind of basic structure? That's a sophisticated structure.
Yeah,
That
Go
more
is
ahead,
material was
Zadula.
made to
what
more
they're
material
known
was made
for
to
is that
create that
bronze.
more than
Like,
the walls of China. You know what I mean? So it's definitely up there as one of
this
the
is not
one of the
Benin.
world.
This is something else. Somebody be trying to be slick when I try to throw this. This is not Benin. You know.
That's
That's
Zimbabwe.
Immigration
That's
protest
That's
Zimbabwe.
tomorrow.
Zimbabwe, Carla. That's a green word, Zimbabwe.
Uh,
There.
the Great Wall of Benin. You know, Africans, man, they're not rewriting history. Look, that right there. See,
That's red. That's the red
Tyler,
hut
hey,
that they
hey,
step
y'all
on
let
in West
Qdola speak.
Africa,
Y'all let
Tyler.
Qdola speak.
Let me say something. I'm from Benin. You see, the white man came to save that Benin Empire you're talking about. I'm from the eastern part of Benin, right? I'm from the eastern group. The truth of the matter is, the Benin, if not for the white man, the Benin people, we were ready to fight each other, right? The Benin Empire was already crumbling inside. So people were breaking up. The center was not holding up. My tribe of the Benin left, and they were like to talk, or even my tribe support the Oba of Benin at that time to fight whatever they want to fight. But they were all finished war going on inside Benin. That's why the white man could come inside and easily destroy the Benin Empire. It was already genuine for war against themselves. So you see, the history of Africa is a little bit complicated. After the fall of Mali Empire, things were crumbling already internally. So the Benin was great those days, but before the white man came. But when the white man came by the doorpost of that Benin, the Benin was already crumbling already. Up to today, the Benin, if you want to measure the Benin, they're already gone. You know, it's only one center there called the Benin City, and plus us that joined them, we call the Edo people now, because we can't really leave each other because we come up like related. So the Benin was already crumbling before the white man came. It's the
No,
white man that
but
even saved the Benin people.
Hold on, Person, real quick.
but
This is
Person,
the
real quick.
Kidola.
Person, real
Mm.
quick. Even if you Google it, the Benin Wall is considered one of the greatest man-made structures in history. So I don't know why
But
people are
it's
trying to like denigrate it.
partially distorted.
It's a great
But
mud
can I
structure.
ask Kidola a question?
that guy was also a slave trader, bro. Stop. That guy was also a slave trader.
Can
Look, the Benin,
Who are you talking about?
the
You talking
Benin,
about the
the Benin
Ogi man?
history
The
is a
Ogi
mess
man?
history. The Benin history is a
But
mess
hold
history.
on.
That motherfucker was also sacrificing human beings, slaves, and all kind of shit. You know what
That's
I'm saying?
true.
So it's not that the guy was so great like that, everything was so great like that. That dude was a motherfucker, and the people that formed that Benin, they were ready to go at each other's throat to eliminate that dude. You know, it's the white man that came to save them. Otherwise, would
So
that be
black
gone?
people been gangbanging since Africa.
No, but some of them betray one another. But can I ask Ola a question? Because is it this is before or after the attacks and because the Islamic trade played a part in the divide, the oil expansion played a part in the divide, right? So
Islam was
it's
the
those
worst thing
things
that
that
happened to West Africa.
it's not just Islam, but it's also the oil. The oil expanding also destroyed other nations. That's why people talk shit about Dahomey. People don't understand what was going on in that region. These people were
Dahomey
expanding
was
and
burning
destroying
people
people.
alive on the beach.
No. But
Yeah,
oil was the one that was violent.
you can see the Benin like
Can you
down
touch on
people.
oil? Huh?
You can see
Exactly,
the Benin.
exactly.
No, hold on. Let me tell you, the Benin can be as ruthless as the Dahomey people also. Look,
Mm.
up to today, there's a secret hatred even among ourselves because somehow there's a certain group of us who call sometimes ourselves slaves. You understand me?
The Hausa.
And
That's
Exactly.
called the
No,
Hausa.
not just no.
not
No.
just the truth. There's a secret hatred even among ourselves. I'm from the Benin
Hausa.
Empire. I'm from the Do people somehow. But the
They
Oba
do,
Benin
yeah.
The
group, there's an
Fulani.
Oba Benin group
Oh no, I
that
got Amara here tonight. He's gonna tell me
Yeah,
about
salute
immigration.
Amara.
The
Come up
Yoruba
here.
and the Igbo
What the
too.
hell?
I haven't seen Amara in a long
Exactly.
time.
Yo, majority of West African downfall was letting them Hausa leave Songhai and come to deeper into West Africa. If they
No,
would have
the
left those,
house come from
if they
seven
would,
kingdoms. Some of them was
if they
already
would
there.
have left those damn Hausa in the middle of the Sahel, everything in West Africa would have been good.
Yo,
They
Carla, drop
let
the link for
That's not
Amara. See
true.
if it'll
That's
come
not true.
up.
The oil was supposed to
If
expand.
I
That's not
bring
true.
Amara up, somebody got to drop down.
I'll drop down. Amara, come up.
The outside people did do much bad at any time at all. You can say the outside will adosa to the Fulani and the Canaries. That's just the truth. The outside are good people. They are traders. They do whatever they want to do. But the
They're
outside
good
also
slave
want.
traders.
No. They might maybe through religion they conquer. You have to say the Hausas are not naturally Muslim. They were
Wait,
being
Kidolo,
conquered.
who's causing most of the trouble right now in northern Nigeria,
Don't do that.
Cameroon,
Come
and
on,
Niger?
Kwame, don't do that.
It's the Fulani. The Fulani has Islamicized the Hausa and turned them into fucking jihadists. But the Hausa people are really traders. They're really about their money and trading. They got Islamicized by old Usman down 40 on the Sokoto Caliphate. Now they want to fight a jihad.
Ain't the Fulani a part of the Hausa?
No, they got
No.
conquered by the Fulani, and then they were Islamicized by the Fulanis.
I've been seeing some videos online of some Hausa people talking about want to separate from Fulani.
They need to separate from them because the Fulanis are getting them a bad name now with that Islamicization of the northern part of Nigeria. Just fucked up.
Yeah, of course, Steve.
I got a lot
Hausa
of
was
Fulani
traded.
friends, man. We're not gonna denigrate all Fulanis, man. Come on now.
No, there's different kind of Fulani. There's people Fulanis from Liberia, from Guinea, from
Listen,
Senegal. So
you just
different
got to be
kinds of
I
real
think you
Fulani.
about
guys are
history.
referring to like the more reformist sort of Fulanis.
Hausa, Ja, you just got to be real. The Hausa was traded Africans
Nah, I
to
always heard that
Arabia.
narrative. I always heard that
It's
narrative and
true.
like Pan Africanism that
When
Fulani
the
also were
Fulani
selling
capture
people, but
the
that
Oyo
was
Empire,
every kingdom was doing it. Like it wasn't like just
and they
specific to
started
one
selling
people or
the
one.
inhabitants of the Oyo kingdoms and the Dahomey kingdoms, started selling them. That was usually the Fulani who was in charge of it. Yeah, the Hausa was the foot
Ja,
soldiers,
who's still
but they were the
capturing?
No,
emirs of the kingdom.
Ja, who's
wasn't
still
just the Fula,
capturing
the
people right now
Mandingo,
in West
But
Africa and trading
Elvis,
them?
what it really,
the
I think it's a
Menzi.
little bit more complex than that, Elvis, because I think when the Europeans and the colonialists, when they first contacted the Africans, they seen certain groups, they prioritized certain groups over others, right? So those more Islamic sort of groups, they seen them as more centralized and having a more centralized system, and they work with them and prioritize them and did deals with and trade with them first before they, got to the other kingdoms and
You
stuff,
see what African God just wrote.
No.
You see what y'all see what African
Ja,
God
you got
just
it
wrote.
wrong. The truth of the matter is let me use Nigeria as a case of example. When the white people came, the southern part of Nigeria was very aggressive. They didn't want nothing to do with them. They don't really love them like that. It is the Hausas who want to, be children to the British. You understand me? That's why in Nigeria, the northern people could get the power because the British play what called a game. Look, if we allow this aggressive southern part of Nigeria to get this power, the independence, they want to chase us and chase our interests out. The Ahmad Bolos and all those guys, they were like, oh yes, master, stay master, stay master, stay master. You understand me? So the outside is the one that really love the white man. That's what today.
Thank you. At
And
least
but
Kidola is telling the
hold up.
truth today.
Hold on. What about the oil people who had deals with the Portuguese dating back to the 1500s? Why you don't talk about them?
Is the Benin that deals with the Portuguese? It's not really the Oyo people. It was the Benin because you have to start.
Oh, the Benin.
The Oba Benin already sending peace to Portugal to study and learn their language. It
Exactly.
was the Benin that
Okay,
now
you
peace.
guys.
Wait, so Kidola, are you saying that the white man came and saved us from ourselves? That's what you're saying?
That's why the Benin could
The
conquer
white man
land.
came and saved us from the houses. That's what he did. He came and saved us from the houses.
The white
No.
man didn't come and save
There
the
was
white
this
from the
war. There was
outside.
different wars breaking out already. He took
The
advantage
outside
of
was
the
just
situation.
Yeah, you had these Muslim savages that left
No, you
Timbuktu.
can't just put it on them. The Congo was not Muslim. And they
Exactly.
had deals with the Portuguese. The Senegalese, some of them they were
But
Muslim, but they had deals with the
disagree.
Portuguese.
Listen what I'm saying.
but
When
what is
those
the difference?
when
What is the difference
Songhai
with this
when
burning
Songhai
says? What is it?
and Timbuktu collapsed, they started raiding all these other
Let me
African
honest.
tribes.
But Kala, can you tell me what is different between slave traders and what is going on in America in the music industry in the past?
What you talking about? What you talking about?
Puffy and Jay-Z what they're doing to other people. That's also slave trade business too. You sell
Come
people,
on,
you don't want to
Killer.
let them
Jay-Z.
go.
What the hell's they got to do with slavery, kid?
You can't compare
No, no,
Jay-Z to no houses.
whoa. Hey, what is going on? Mays could not kick out of himself out of Puffy contract. A lot of slave, you see the same pattern too. So
You
the
talking
black
about
people
like human
naturally have,
trafficking, right?
what James did, what Puffy did to Mays. They give you contract. They don't want you to
We're
leave.
talking about
They
indebted
give
when you become indebted to somebody and and you become their indentured servant.
Hey, obviously, I have a
yeah,
question for
that's
you.
what I mean.
Where did
That's
you
what
learn
I mean.
that the Fulani conquered your empire? Where did you learn that?
Oh, if you okay, Mike, if you said it didn't conquer the
Uh-oh.
oil empire,
No, I'm
fine.
just asking you a question, man.
No, I mean, I might be wrong. I'm not going to argue with you. If you say I'm wrong, fine, I'm wrong.
They did
Mike,
conquer.
you
They did
Fulani?
conquer. They did conquer. The Fulani did conquer the Oyo Empire. They fought each other. The Fulani came with a sense. See, the Fulani people, they are very, very smart. They will,
Hold on, I want
they
to
will
ask
say,
Mike a
let's
question.
settle, let's settle, let's settle,
Mike,
let's
what
settle.
what about so Mike, what about Ilorin? Why is that region of
Yeah, Lawrence. So
Yoruba?
no, you said they conquered your empire. They didn't conquer
They
the
did
Well, they
Ilorin
didn't
conquer
people.
the
conquer
empire.
the, but they didn't conquer the. But I've read that
The Ilorin
there's.
people is the town that borders the northern Nigeria. It's the farthest. It's kind of like a town in the United States that border Mexico, right? Or one that border Canada. Let's say that town is trying to break away from the United States. Kind of like just like Kilo has been telling you, internally within the empire, they were already strife. So Ilorin people wanted to break away from your empire. So what they did was, since they bordered in northern Nigeria, they kind of worked with the Fulani to help them break away. So Ilorin broke away from the Oyo Empire. You understand? The Oyo trying to,
But you don't see that being a contributing to like the downfall of the oil empire.
but no, it's not. It's just a small part of the Oyo Empire. Even
That's part of
if
the.
you,
No, I'm saying contributing. I'm not saying that it's the primary reason,
the
but
Oyo they never fell. Oyo is still alive.
okay.
No, but
Even to
some
today,
of the parts
the Benin
y'all
Kingdom is
claiming to
still
be royal.
alive.
That's not.
Your kingdom is still alive. So what is this? What is this dumb shit that Elvis is talking
Or,
about? That the Fulani came
Oyo
and conquered the
Yo,
Oyo
Empire.
Empire.
Mike,
Oyo,
I think Mike, I think. Go ahead, I'm
I
sorry.
think what is wrong is this. The Oyo, the
The new
Cotonou
the
Treaty.
the Nupe people also helped conquer the Oyo Empire,
What do you mean
along
conquered your
No,
along
they
with
never
the
empire?
conquered. They
internal
never conquered.
Hey, Mike
What
don't
do you
like
mean
along
what
with
that
the
they
shit.
internal
conquered though?
fight that
Every
was
Mike don't
going
empire,
like
on.
that,
The
bro.
empire declined slowly.
well, you can say decline. Every empire decline. Just like Okidola saying, we're already in a downward spiral as far as decline, but there's no one is conquered. I mean, everyone is still there till today, but it's more like there were no every empire is still there. The Benin Empire is still there. The Oyo is still there. We're still there. But we just not
Damn,
before
they
you
said Netanyahu
we were
fled Israel.
huh?
What?
I mean to derail the
John, to answer
conversation.
your
They
question, the
Yeah,
white
said
you
man
know
that.
really
why?
came to
Because
save
Iran's
us from
putting belt to
our.
ass on them right now.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The
Look at
paper
the
shot.
Telegram group. I posted some videos from an Iranian news site.
Yeah,
Hold
I
up.
gotta
What?
go tap
What
in
is
and
it?
stuff.
What is it even coming from? What are y'all talking about, man?
Nah,
God,
Kwame just randomly said it. Yeah.
I was reading
let me
something. I'm
say
like, damn,
something.
I didn't know
God,
he fled.
Kwame, you're a heathen, bro. You're a hater of Christians and Jews.
So let me ask you, Mike Olawale, is there still a king of Oyo? Like
In
Oyo
Elvis,
has a
Muslims.
king?
In
I'm
Muslims.
talking about Islam,
Yeah,
and I'm calling them
yeah,
Yeah,
In
Christians.
you
Why?
you
Muslims.
Why?
you you're reading from an Islamic website. The Israelis are gonna pummel the Iranians, and if the Iranians get the upper hand, the U.S. is gonna go in there and kick their ass. So either way, they're gonna lose.
Nah, it
The
ain't that
political
easy taking out Iran, partner. It
it's
ain't
gonna
that
be a
easy.
complete destruction if they really go all out.
Iran ain't got no nuclear weapon. Israel have nuclear weapons,
But
so
no one's
Iran
gonna
can
use
never win a
nuclear
war with
weapon.
They
Israel.
got
Are
they
you saying
got
they're gonna use it on
hypersonic
Iran?
missiles that could
They're gonna
overwhelm
wipe
Going to
out
war
those.
with Iran is not going to be
They're
a
gonna wipe
cakewalk.
out
I'll tell
those
you that.
Islamic terrorists in Iran, and we can't wait for
Hold
it.
on, but the
they
Iranians
overwhelming them that tinfoil dome that they got.
Bro, they
exactly,
killed that top military guy. Who they killing? Which one of the
and
Israeli
they
top
bombed a lot
military
of
guy
their
they killed?
military sites as well. So it's like it's
Right. So
going
what are you
back and forth
talking
right
about,
now.
man? Iran
Yeah,
But
ain't
they're going
but
shit.
back
they're
and
still
forth.
fighting though. It's not
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
Iran is not Iraq, man, and these people are not
Elvis,
Arabs. They're Persian people.
why you want Israel to win so bad?
So fuck the Muslims, man. The Muslims are terrible people. Fuck them.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true.
Come on,
Iran is
man.
not really. Iran is more like Persians, man. They're not really.
Yeah,
Exactly, Persians,
Iran
exactly.
is Shia, but
And they're
still
very
they're the
They're
worst.
very modern. They're very
They
modern.
practice
Yeah,
muta. They do all the terrible things of Islam. They're terrible people, man. Fuck them.
compared to the
Nah,
Sunnis, the Iran
so
is
I mean,
you
Sunni,
probably
yeah,
never
but
met an
Sunni's a little
Iranian. If you
better.
ever met an Iranian, you would never say that. They're some of the genuine,
Why is
most
that?
nicest people you'll ever meet in your life.
Fuck
Elvis.
them. They're Muslim, bro. They worship Ali. They
He's
worship
a you're a
Hussein. They
Christian
worship
extremist right now.
Hassan.
You sound like a
They
Christian
think
extremist.
they think they're Muslim. They think they're
So
made
so
from
so
the
so
light.
Elvis, you think
Muhammad and his
This what
descendants
I
were
think,
made
man.
from light of
Elvis,
Allah. All kind
so
of stupid
Elvis,
shit.
they
you think
take
the
us
Let's
out
go
of the
slave
back to the
way.
trade
oil.
was
Let's
Let
talk
that's
me
about
how
the
we
oil
got
though.
Jesus, right? The slave trade was good because that's how we got Jesus.
Jesus ain't never told you to enslave your enemy. Jesus
So
ain't
he
never
went.
told you to capture your enemy and make
So
them
so
pay the
so
jizya.
what was the papal
Jesus
bull
never told you
about?
that shit.
What was the papal bull about?
Is the Pope Jesus?
Elvis, it
He's
looks
the
like I
vicar.
know the
He's the
Bible
vicar
more
of
than you,
Christ.
man.
According to the church, he's the
The,
vicar of
the, the
Christ.
Pope is in the Bible.
He's
Have you
the
seen
he's the
Elvis?
vicar
Have you
of
seen where
Christ.
the God of Israel is telling the Israelis to go like wipe out
Why about the Canaanites?
yeah,
Did
and
you
Yeah.
see where in the Quran it
you know
says that that Allah gave the land of Israel to the Jews? Did you see that in the Quran too?
Yeah.
hey, whatever it
Yes.
is, man.
Okay
I'm just
then.
saying both of them
It's in the
are
Bible as
really
well.
they're both violent,
The
man.
Bible, yeah, Bible is very gruesome. If you read the Old Testament, it's very gruesome.
Yo, the Old Testament is like a Taliban playbook. That's what I call
The
it.
Old
The
Testament is
Taliban
a history book
playbook.
of the history of the Jewish people.
Yeah, and it's the history of
Yeah,
how they
it's not
wipe
telling you
out,
that God said do this and
genocide,
do that. All of the action of the
rape.
Israelites were not directed by God. They even show you rebellion against God in
So
the Old
so
Testament.
so Yahweh
People who went
Yahweh didn't
haywire.
authorize Yahweh authorized the stuff. He told them to take women and children. He told them to
Yeah,
grape them,
yeah.
wipe
Oh
out the
yeah, yeah.
Amaleks.
When they were killing the Jews and attacking them and killing their babies and raping them, God is a God of justice, right? He's a
He
God of
said he's
justice.
a
He's
god of. He
just.
say he
He's
also
not
said he's
going
a
to let his
god of.
people get killed and then God, who told you God is he's a non-violent God? Who told you that?
Now, hold on, but
The Bible say our God is
Elvis,
vengeful. He has wrath. Our God has wrath.
Elvis,
He's not a
Elvis,
pacifist. Nobody should lie to you. If you don't know the
Elvis,
Bible, read the Bible more.
I know.
Elvis.
I
But
read the
you,
Bible. I
hold on.
see how Yahweh works. He's a evil God.
Now that's that heathen coming out of you. Go worship your Mahat
Nah,
and those
you gotta
Egyptian
read the
gods. Go
Torah. You
worship
gotta
those
read the
face
Torah.
God.
You gotta read the Torah for yourself.
No, I'm
And the
not,
prophets.
am I fucking a Jew?
But
yeah,
you,
Come
but
on,
you,
man.
but you, but
yeah,
Elvis,
Don't
you
be
do have
making
to admit
silly.
the book is a bit biased. You got to admit that because they're
Even
doing a lot of
the
sin.
Islamic people told Muhammad, Allah told
Yeah.
Muhammad to listen to the people of the Ali Kitab, the people of the book, the Jews and the Christians.
yeah. So you
Because
so
and Muhammad confirmed everything that was with them. And he
yeah. So
confirmed their books.
everything Muhammad learned, he learned from the Torah. That's what That's what he learned from. To
Yeah.
me, Muhammad followed the Torah to the T. Wipe
Yeah,
out the
his uncle Walakad Nauf, who was
yeah. It was a
tutoring him,
story. It was an Nestorian Christian.
was a
You know that.
Nasara. He was a Nasara, a Christian sect, which is a
Yeah,
cult.
no,
It's not real Christian, but he was a Nasara.
Nestorian Christian. He was a
How
Nestorian
is it not really
Christian.
Christian and they're the original Christians? What are you talking
Nah,
about?
Nasara are not the real Christian. You don't even understand the history of it. They're a
The
cult.
original Christianity was subsects of different little cults that kept the teachings
Nasaras
of
were a
Jesus.
cult. They were not a real Christian sect.
According to
That
you, you
based on whose
you would
terms?
say you would
Read the
say
history of the Nasara.
They consider all these different original Christians as non-religious, I mean, or non-Christians due to the fact that they had other things mixed in between. But these are the people that were the foundation of the original Christianity.
Elvis. It was no
Not true.
standardized Christian until the third, fourth century. All these different
The,
sects was
the
all
Catholic Church
Christians.
is the one who organized it and formulated the
Yeah.
Bible that you read today and all this kind of thing. Before there was scattered scriptures and they was persecuted by people like Paul, the same
Are you
people
out of
that
your
you
mind? Do you know
proclaim in
that
your book. Paul
you
was
know how
killing Christians,
Christianity
bro.
spread?
Paul was
You know how
killing Christians,
Christianity
bro.
spread?
By the
You think it was
sword.
spread by
So
the
the
Catholic Church?
disciples,
The
By the
Catholic
no,
sword.
Church got
before.
converted. The Constantine got converted on the battlefield. So there was Christians before the Catholic Church was even
Absolutely,
formed.
that's my point. That's my
Okay,
point. But I'm
then. So don't
saying
say that's how
the original form of Christianity wasn't what you're talking about
that
today. The
wasn't the
Bible that
original form
you
of
flying around
Catholicism is not the
is from
original form
the
of
Catholic Church and
Christian.
the Protestant Church, bro.
Elvis,
Catholicism is not
what's
the
the
original
original?
form of
What's the original
Christianity.
form of
Yo,
That's what
let's
you
go
have
back
to
to
The
understand.
people
Bible
who
history,
gave you
man.
the
I don't care
Nicaea
about this.
Council that led the Protestants and all that kind of stuff is through the ordeals and the order of the
That's in the
Catholic
Middle
Church,
Ages.
Protestants.
That's way
That's my
after.
point. My point. So the people that you call not Christians are the original Christians. So you proving my point.
What are you
That's all
talking
I gotta
about?
say.
Nasaras are not original Christians. What do you
Don't do that
don't
to
you don't
They
understand what
are.
you're
You
talking
proving
about?
my point. Play it back. You
You don't
proving my
understand what
point.
you're talking about, brother.
Let's get back to Africa.
Let's get back to Africa, bro.
You guys are not Christians.
Y'all
You're
fighting over the white
Muslims
man's
or some
the white
heathen
man's
No,
economy.
religion
no,
that you
I was
follow. You
raised
can't
just
tell them
like you
about
was
religion.
raised
You
in the
don't know
church,
anything.
bro. So stop it. I was raised
Yeah,
in the
but
church.
you don't believe in the
Stop
Bible,
it.
so don't talk to me about it.
I
You
believe it
don't know
more
what
than
you're
you do,
talking
bro.
about.
I seen your contradiction many
Okay,
times,
who are the
bro.
Nasarans? Tell me
I
who they
seen you
are. Who
defend
started that sect?
Fruit Loops. I seen you defend Fruit Loops. I never defend no
Who
sect Fruit
who
Loops
are
at
the
all.
Nasarans?
So
Oh
so
man.
no. So whatever.
Wait,
You can
you
name more
defending
than one of those. There's
Who
homosexuality?
are
different
the
Hold up.
sects.
Nasarans?
There's different.
Prince of Peace. Since you want to
The
go there, let's have the argument. Who are the Nasarans?
Narcotics and all these different groups
What
for
are
the
you
original
guys
Christians, bro.
Negro babbling about, man? God
But
damn.
Yeah,
but
what are you
but but
talking
but
about?
Mike,
One thing I hate
but Mike,
about
can
being
I
on
ask you a
Black
question?
Panel, it's like they be talking over
Okay,
each
Mike,
other,
Mike,
and they're
Facts,
not
Mike,
hearing each other.
Mike,
facts.
Mike, my fake Babaloa. Can I ask you a question, bro? My fake Babaloa who told people to forget on Wednesday, but now he's saying something different. Can I ask you a question, bro?
Now I don't talk to
My
Asian
fake Babaloa.
Mambos, man.
No, so Ogun. Mumba is the woman.
These,
Ogun is
these
the.
these Jamaicans and Haitians, they want to dabble in all these fake religions. You want to be an Ifa guy now?
Exactly.
You're
No,
looking for a
that's not my
babalawo
culture,
to do
bro.
a ritual for
That's not
you?
my culture. I'm both a Christian and I
African
keep my
spiritual
tradition,
system
bro.
is fake compared to Christianity. That's what you're telling me?
No, they're intertwined. They're similar, but because they're doing some mystic in the Old Testament that these guys don't want to talk about.
This is
But
why we
Mike,
gotta
can I ask you a question?
eradicate Islam and Christianity
Nah,
out of
man. Usually your
Africa.
No, you don't
country is
have to
doing
do
low
all that. You don't have to
IQ,
do it.
so
Mike,
I
can
don't
I ask
think
you a
that would
Just
make
question?
leave
sense.
everybody's religion alone. Just leave everybody's religion alone.
You don't got to do all that. I
No, you know
respect
why?
Elvis.
Because
Elvis is
if
very
we don't,
knowledgeable,
if
and it makes him a better man.
Africa don't eradicate Christianity and Islam, they're gonna eradicate Africa.
We're gonna
That's
eradicate
not
your
true. It's not
Hotep
true.
ass first before you eradicate anybody, Mr. Kwame.
Can we go back to the African history, man?
Yeah, let's go back to the
Yeah, let's
Africa
get back
thing.
to Africa. Let's stay out the politics of the Middle East. Let Yahweh and Allah fight their
It's
battles.
crazy how the whole conversation changed because we were talking about somebody brought up Iran
Nah, I
and
think
It was
Israel.
Kwame.
That
That was
was the
Kwame. That was
Jamaican beef
Kwame trying
patty
to
we
cheerlead
smoking.
for the Arabs. For not the Arabs, the
nah.
Persians.
That was the
They're
beef
trying
patty,
to
bro.
cheerlead for them.
Nah,
His
I just think
Christian
so.
hating ass and his Jewish hating ass.
But Nah, I think when it comes to the Iran and Israel thing, I think one way it can benefit Africa, or at least Nigeria, in that way, is if the war if the war persists, right, and Iran decides to close the Strait of Hormuz, the oil prices are already is rising right now. So I think
Yo,
Nigeria
it
can
went up. It went
benefit.
up 10. It went up 10% as soon as Israel struck
Yeah.
Iran. ten
So the
percent.
Good,
the
good.
more
They
it
didn't keep
prolongs, I
striking
think
them.
Nigeria can benefit from it in terms of oil production. I mean, oil
You know
revenue
how
and
else
stuff.
Africa can benefit? They can see how Iran develop hypersonic
Nigeria could
missiles.
benefit really.
Africa need
Start
to
selling
start
their oil
developing
Nigeria,
cheaper.
hypersonic missiles.
Senegal got
Leave
Newports,
that OPEC Arab dominated organization and make their own
Angola.
oil prices and not be controlled by the fucking Arabs. Nigeria can benefit a lot
True, true,
when
true.
they leave the grip of the Arabs in OPEC.
And
Hold
another
on,
way
Elvis.
But
Like, what do
they
you
Elvis, they
could
got
all come from the
against
same
them?
customers, man. So it's
another way
best they form a
Africa could
union. I mean, I don't think any much is wrong with OPEC. If
No,
they,
it's dominated by the Arabs. They set their own prices.
yeah,
They're dominated,
I
and
don't
Nigeria is
necessarily.
there just kind of going
But
along
Iran
with
is
it.
not
They can
part of the
sell their own
OPEC, though.
prices. They can, you see what the Asians do, how they can cut their prices and sell more oil
Yeah,
and
that would
become
make
more,
sense if you
attractive
have
to the global
if you have
market.
a base customer. If you have a customer base that you can decide. It will be difficult if nations are just fixing their own prices and up and down because all the customers is going to be
Yeah,
doing is
because
keep
OPEC is
asking.
like a cartel. They're running it like a cartel.
That's what I'm saying. So it's best you join a cartel. Then it's kind of like you want to be a drug dealer, right? If you don't work with a cartel, they're going to kick you out of business. You got to work with the cartel, because
But the
they've
cartel
been.
are people who hate your people. The
No,
Arabs
no,
who are racist,
whether they hate
hate
each
black
other or
people.
not, hold on, calm down, dude. You gotta learn how to
Mike,
understand
what
people
is
that
up
talk.
with you in this calm down thing? Is
You
that your
got
niche?
you need to talk less and listen more sometimes. Because you think
Mike,
you have monopoly of
Mike,
knowledge.
don't tell nobody to talk less. You talk the most when you come on the platform. You can't
No,
even let the
no,
host talk.
no. If
yeah,
you
but
don't
You
want
go
to
we
on and
haven't.
explain
on and
that,
on and on.
okay. Can we at least focus on what we're
Yeah.
discussing? What I'm
Yeah,
trying to
go ahead, I'm
explain to you in
listening.
business is, if whether we like each other or not, if we're part of the same union, no one can cheat. We set the price. We go by the same price. We go by. It's a rule. We have to make rule among ourselves. So whether we like each other or not, it's the rule that dictates what goes on, what was done, what's decided. So if OPEC set a price, right, and then among themselves they'll decide who makes how much production we will make, but we put our uh, stock together and sell it together. So we both make money. So there's no someone flipping anybody or anything like that. But if you decide to be on your own, then all I I have to do is just one of us just convince the customers to only come to them and not come to you, and you may one of us might be out of business. So it's best to work together and say, hey, how about we put our voice together and sell it together?
Mike,
Selling it
I
from the
like the
same.
fact that you're trying to make a convincing case for Nigeria to be dominated by the Arabs. Good job, Mike. You
Well, I
convinced
don't
me.
see anyone
Let them
dominating
keep being
Nigeria. I don't
dominated by the
really.
Arabs.
You're just one of those Negroes that just like to be victims, and only see
Yeah,
yourself as
it's not my
oh,
country,
they're
brother. That's
dominating me.
your inheritance.
I'm not
Nigeria
smart.
is your inheritance,
Arabs gonna
sir.
dominate me. Chinese dominating
And
me.
they're dominating you right now with the OPEC because
Well, I don't know how.
if shit goes on in the Middle East, they're gonna tell you raise
Well, you're not
the
explaining
oil
how they.
prices, and then
Okay, can you
Nigeria like
explain how
stupid
they're
fools.
dominating? Or you just want to just make statement without just out of.
They control the oil prices. They're gonna start raising the price of oil
No one
because
controls the oil
of
price.
what?
It's the board that decide the price. Everyone is a member of the board. So what are you
Yeah,
talking about?
okay, Mike.
Okay, okay.
You
Just so
can
you
say
don't
no, and
know, and if
everybody
they
else
want
will
to
listen
learn,
to
they'll
you.
teach you. Okay.
No. You're
If you
right,
don't
Mike.
know, just so you don't know, then let people teach you. If you
Mike,
come
you're
and just
right.
start
You're
talking,
right. You're
just
right. You're right. Nigeria has the
just to
power.
do roasting. That's what you know.
No, Nigeria has the power, brother.
Somebody told me say black men are like children. I'm like, I thought the white guy was just being racist, but when I thought about it, I'm like, dude, every time I get these black men, it's like I'm talking
Whatever
to
you
children
say,
for real.
Mike, Nigeria is doing well in OPEC. I'm not arguing with you, brother. You're right.
Oh no.
Where did Kwame go? Kwame, where you at? Did he drop off?
He said his internet went out.
His internet went out. What?
Yeah, he said in the comments, internet.
Pay his internet bill.
As soon as I mentioned small hats, my Wi-Fi kicked me off. Okay, he's back on. I'm like, what? I can't get internet go off. You live in America. You're not in Jamaica, bro. You're not in Kingston or Jam Rock.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mossad. I would never mention your people
They're
name. I'm
watching you,
sorry.
bro. They're watching you, brother.
Sorry. I'm
They're gonna
sorry to
drop
the
a bomb on your
connect.
head top, man. You talking shit about the Jews.
Yeah,
Don't apologize,
I'm
Kwame.
sorry
Don't
to the
apologize.
connect and Mossad.
They're
Don't
watching you.
apologize. Stand on your word.
What you always got to do is anybody that's like oppressing you or misfortune, you got to be in their proximity or in their league at least. Black people in no league with the Jews. So how the hell the black people, the small hats, like they got some high level business deal that was sabotaged by the Jews or
The
whatever.
black
Sound
Jews
like it's
benefit
called
from Jews
Kala,
from
you
black
play
people in
Pastor Man
entertainment
in
and
the
sports.
Yeah, well, hold on.
They
That's not.
benefit from black folks.
Look, the bottom line is this: because let's be honest with ourselves, because Jewish were the ones, only people that looked at black people like, something. These people got talent. Let me hire them. Whatever,
And they
like
could
that.
take advantage of us.
Hold on. It didn't matter. You lived in a
Not
world.
true. They give you the most money through contractual negotiations.
Hold on. Black. They gave. They're
Come
the
on,
ones that
Elvin,
basically
stop
gave
it.
black people a foot in the door, because after that, black people started doing their own thing. Jews are the ones
Kala,
paved the way for that shit. We had.
Yeah, I mean these guys they don't
Look,
like to be honest. They just hate the Jews, man. Stop hating the
Kala,
Jews.
you
there
played
would be
Pastor
no
Man
Puff
in the other
Daddy.
day, and what did
Oh,
he
there
say?
would
What
be
happened to
no
Marcus
P.
Garvey?
Diddy if it wasn't for people like Clive Davis. Let's be honest with Jimmy Iovine. Like that, it wasn't for those guys. They would now we could take it to a next
Good
level.
point, Kwame.
And you played Pastor Man in the other day, and you heard what he said. What happened to Marcus Garvey? And you heard
Right.
who.
Hold on. First of all, it was basically Jews were behind Marcus Garvey, but let's be honest with ourselves. No, what he said was it was Negroes that brought Garvey down. My freaking grandfather used to tell me that it was black folks who sabotaged the Garvey movement. Black people.
And what did he say verbatim? He said, "I am a Zionist, but I must admit,
Yeah, hell
it
yeah.
was."
Hold on, Jews. Look, we could blame everybody else, right? Like in the movie Sinners, right? He goes, "Come on, invite me in now." He goes, "Why do you need a visit?" Well, let me in. You see, you got to invite somebody in. See, we invite people into our community, culture, and whatnot. And then when it don't go right, whatnot, like, if we would have never fucking did all this shit with trying to integrate into America, Jews gave us the thing about the Jews is the only problem I have with them is this: they're the ones who convinced black people, right? Because they would for their own selfish reasons to try to stop what we're doing. We were making progress building our own communities. We built the Garvey movement. We were on our own. Jews were the ones who got there and created the NAACP and steered our community through the academics towards integration. Integration is relatively new. Most of Black in history, Black people were Pan-Africanists, nationalists, repatriation. That was 400 years old.
Hold on, Kyla. I don't understand. You want to give Clive Davis, Jimmy Iovine these credit, but you don't want
Okay,
to
hold on.
blame them for drill rap.
I'm not saying I'm not giving
gangster
credit.
rap.
I'm just telling you, look, I'm not going to give I'm not giving credit. I'm just trying to tell you, if it was not for some of these things, how do you think Cosby got on? You know?
Yeah, Clyde Davis gave us Whitney Houston, Usher,
what about
P. Diddy, and those guys.
That was look. That was just fucking reality.
What about
Jimmy Iovine gave us Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, Eminem. They brought a lot of things to the table, bro.
They paid gangster raps to
yeah, we know that. Hold
community.
up, look, that's a fallout of it. But the bottom line, all the best R&B artists, everything that we know, like most black culture, whether it's Rick James, whatever like that, most of the freaking people in the music industry were Jews, you know? So you can't just take one side of the bad equation, the gangster rap, and say that's the whole entire black Jewish experience. That's not fair, you know?
Oh, but Colin, you're not being fair before too, because some of the people that was breaking the artists in were black originally. Now they're not. Like some of the guys are just non-black people.
That's because our community changed over the years. We didn't tell Suge Knight to act like a goddamn fool and try to hit somebody in a fucking thing. We didn't tell
it used to be like chilling circuits and black club owners.
People, hold up. The problem was when black men got money, instead of being professional and staying out, keeping their nose clean, like white men do, and they're gonna do that. They're gonna do it in the Dominican Republic. They're gonna do it offshore. They're gonna make sure it doesn't get back to them. You know, black people don't want to do that. If Diddy want to have his fucking parties like that, right? He should have been doing them in a fucking third country or something. You know, but he does it right here in America. Dumb nigga, man. You know, and think they're invincible.
Well, Diddy probably doesn't have a passport, man.
So Colin, you don't think
white men are smart enough to do all that dirt overseas? You know,
that's not true. What is the Hugh Hefner mansion, Playboy mansion? What was that?
That's
and Dennis Hall, and don't forget Dennis Hoff.
I don't know who that is. You know,
the Bunny Ranch. That's the dude that
he didn't mention.
Hold on.
Bunny Ranch.
Yo, you remember Chris Rock said this one thing in 2004? He said, he said, there's one rule in America you understand. Only the white man is allowed to what? Profit from pain. In other words, he goes, if you're black in America, you can get rich in America. You can prosper in America. But the moment you do something where somebody is hurt, you will be destroyed. Only the white man can profit from pain. You know? That's what the white people do stuff all the time, hurt people and whatnot, you know, whatever it is. And they're the only ones that can get away with it. So it's a white man civilization. So you can't go by the do the Bunny Ranch and Hugh Hefner if you don't learn that thing. That's why you get caught up like Bill Cosby. You can't do what he was good friends with Hugh Hefner. You can't do what Hugh Hefner does. Cosby forgot that general rule. You cannot do what the white man does in his country. You know.
No, the thing is, Hugh Hefner was signing a contract with these girls, these playmates, and it was consensual, and they knew everything he was about. It was in the open. Bill Cosby was pretending to be one way, at the other time being a damn degenerate and a freak behind the scenes.
So you believe that Bill Cosby is guilty?
Of course. I know. Check this out. I do think that he shouldn't have never put himself in that situation. You know, I don't think he's guilty, right? But when you're a black, look, there's cardinal rules about a black man in America, right? Whatever you do, one thing, stay away from white women, right? And whatever you do, don't drug no white woman under no circumstances, right?
You shouldn't drug anyone. You shouldn't drug any poor woman, Carla. What do you mean don't drug no white woman?
Hold on. I know any women, right? But when you cross the racial line like that, you know, you're just freaking asking for it, you know?
Carla, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why is the only group that we can't criticize is the group that are silencers, take our money, take everything from us?
Because they're smart enough to have power. That's why you don't have power. You don't
call that name, Kwame. Don't be a cow. Call that name. What's the group?
They might shut down. Hold the channel. I don't want that.
Bottom line is this: if I did a show saying if I was a Jewish guy and I did a show called like I said, would the world be happier if we talked about the Holocaust or not? Man, people would come and no, hell no, never forget, never forget, man, what they would do. Tonight, how many people call in tonight basically like, yeah, Tupo, y'all talk too much about slavery, y'all whine too much, Principe, y'all nag too much and whatnot, That's
you nag, bro. You nag a little bit too much, man. because you guys, every time I point out how the power you do have, then you just act like you don't have any kind of power.
Makala,
You're
the
helpless.
Anglo-Saxon got
You ever go?
the
Would you ever go to the
Anglo-Saxon got
Jews and
power.
say, "Oh, you ever go to Jews and say, why y'all complaining about Jews complain all the time? Y'all got all this power and got the state of it." I say the
No, but
same thing.
they utilize it. They utilize it
What the hell? They
to
got the
their collective.
hold up. The bottom. What? Look. This is another thing. What happened to us, right, in America, right? And I believe white America is our fucking enemies. I really believe that, right? Don't you think if Jews could say that about Germany, and Germany was good, actually really good to them, Russia was good to them, right? England was good to them, but they forsake all that, right, to support the state of Israel, their homeland they own. Why is it that black people, after everything that happened to us, people think it's
Germany was not good to them after.
no,
afterwards.
that was the Nazis. But I'm saying for the most part, Jews got rich in Germany.
They got ran out of Russia, and Germany was the only country that welcomed them.
But Kyler, you're not even putting in fault because they got ran out at the Crusades.
They got ran out because of their religion. When the Bolshevik came in, they got ran out because of their religion. They didn't want to become communists.
They have a long history of being mistreated.
Germany killed 60 million Christians in Russia.
That's what I'm saying. And the Jews was Jewish. They had a religion. The communists, they didn't want anybody to have a religion.
Jews were given sanctuary in Germany, England, France, all this country, but they still felt in the United States. They still felt the need to lobby for their own state. Why Black America? Everybody, when I say it,
no, because of what happened with the Holocaust. They wasn't agitating for their own state that much.
Killing 60 million Russians.
This is the way I see it as an African American. I think what happened to us in America was a Holocaust. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Again, who's stopping you from going to
you might be right, but what's the definition of a Holocaust, Carla?
But I'm saying I'm up against a whole
to target a specific race or
that
people.
The best thing that could have happened to my ancestors was being in America, and Jews are
the slave trade was targeted against Africans, Black Africans, so that's a Holocaust. When you target a specific race
also,
or
we're
people,
we're the recipients of that, we're the end result, we're the story of that, Black America,
How y'all the story, Kala? And
we
only
are
4% of slaves. Brazil slavery was far worse. And
Brazil slavery was not far worse, bro. We're the story, because of us, America became a superpower. Brazil's still a shithole country, so we're telling you,
Brazil is not a shithole country, Colin.
Brazil's a shithole, man. Come on.
Oh man.
Donald Trump even said, well, they don't, what about Brazil?
So because Donald Trump says it's true.
Some Latina lady asked Trump, well, what about the Brazil? He goes, I don't know. We can do something, but we don't really need them. Like, damn, I thought Brazil was important. He said that when he was signing those executive orders. He said, they're not important. What do I care about them? They come here, I was like, damn. Donald Trump.
Yeah, America got the main character syndrome. America just think they the biggest, the baddest.
But Kwame, you agree because you basically joined them by saying that you're honorary, whatever. So
yeah,
you agree with that
honorary
notion.
FBA now.
Exactly, I don't. So I'm a proud Haitian American. I salute African Americans, but I see what he's doing is basically he's trying to play victim. You see what I'm saying?
Ooh,
so
how you trying to play victim?
Kyle, look, you telling me the Brazilians been enslaved since the 1500s, bro? Some of them are actually literally mixed out to the point where they don't even exist.
Let me say this.
So he's trying to compare himself to them and basically minimize their existence.
Most Black Brazilians are barely.
Yeah, I do. I would agree with that. Kyle do.
They're persecuted, marginalized. You don't even see them on TV. You see African Americans on TV. African Americans.
I would agree. I would agree that African Americans have main characters.
They're in a worse off position than we are.
They're getting slaughtered in the favelas. This guy that.
A lot of that
said, bro. Even
according to Kyle, picking kind is worse than sugar plantation. According to Kyle,
it is, man. We nobody.
Oh my god!
I'm not. We're not trying to compare the different light. I'm trying to say at the end of the day.
Kwame, have you ever tried picking cotton and tried picking sugar cane?
Give you more power. And he's shitting on his leaders, bro.
Sugar cane is easy, bro. Cotton will grind your hands. It's terrible. You think cotton is soft?
I'm talking about the psychological, right? Because we were a minority.
Color.
You can't,
Colin, your people
Elvis. You
fought
can't
for you
pick
to have
certain
more
things. You gotta
rights.
chop it.
Look,
You gotta
Jamaica's
chop
had
it.
rebellions. We never had.
People pick
Yes, you
cotton with
did. Yes, you
their
did.
hands.
You don't know
Sugar
your
cane, you
history.
gotta root it out of the ground or cut with a cutlass. So
Hold
it's
on,
easier
Elvis.
to
Hold on,
pick sugar
Elvis.
cane.
Hold on, Elvis. This man just said what? What did you just say, Colin?
I
You
said
said there was never no rebellions in America. Are you serious?
maroon
The
community.
Stono Rebellion.
There was no such thing in black. We had maroon.
Denmark
Yes,
VC.
it
You had
is.
Denmark VC. You
Also, but
had
my whole thing
I mean,
is
you know all the names, bro. We know.
Denmark VC. Before he was even doing anything, he was sold out by a couple of hungry Negroes for a meal.
Oh man,
You
they were
know,
hungry.
it was a
Colin.
it don't take much for Negroes to sell out.
what
There
wasn't the
was
Gullah
listen,
Geechee
one
a
movement.
maroon
There's
community?
one movement that nobody talked about. I've learned about this in high school, right? In high school, there was this black man who was trying to gather slaves by the thousands. You know about Harry Tubman. We don't know about this guy. He was this was like before Nat Turner. This guy was going to orchestrate a magnitude. I think Nat Turner was inspired by this guy. It was a movement that black men, slaves had on the pain of death, an oath to keep secret, right? That one day was going to have this big movement. They were going to kill every last single white person in their vicinity. They had tens of thousands of members, and they were going to do it too. And they launched one thing in Louisiana, but they were all captured, hung, and beheaded and put in a stake. That's how brutal it was. Look, the history in America is friggin' bitter and brutal. It ain't like the islands. I don't know what y'all kissed and made up with the white people after they left. Whatever like that. Don't even compare your shit, because there's nothing in relationship with us and white people in America. Nothing. You got Jamaicans, y'all just love yourselves some white people, particularly y'all rosters, man.
How do you?
Y'all make money off of them coming in tourism in your country.
Let's stop generalizing.
But the same thing is done in Louisiana when they had the carnivals every year. Who you think is just going to? Come on,
They
bro.
have carnival down there, but the bottom line is this:
my people
I
didn't sign.
I went to Martin Luther King Memorial down in Georgia. Who was there? Black people was there. Also, white people was there. Come on, but what are you talking about?
College Jamaicans didn't sign contracts to be sharecroppers.
What?
Jamaicans didn't sign contracts to be sharecroppers. They
Kwame,
had to bring it.
you
They had to
honorary
bring
Why,
FBA.
what you doing, Kwame? I thought you
You
was honorary. What's going
FBA,
on,
Kwame.
man?
Nah, I am an honor.
He smoked too much weed. He confused, man. You smoked too much weed, bro.
I'm
He
definitely
confused.
I'm definitely an honorary tether. I'm definitely an honorary FBA member.
I can stay on. I gotta go to bed. It's late. We're on 6.5 hours, man. I'm talking 6 hours and 15 minutes. I'm sitting there talking to y'all for a time.
Good show, Colin.
Every 80,000 people killed in Germany, Southwest Africa, between well, everybody always got their sobs. I mean, I feel bad and everything like that, but all these people got land, man. We're the ones who didn't lean up with no land.
How?
No,
You
hold on,
got
but
Liberia.
We got land too, Colin.
You got Liberia.
You ain't got no land that you control. You can't make those. Show me what law you make.
Liberia.
Colin, you be defending your own argument, man.
There's a land. I appreciate the offer, and we could go there. I love going there and whatnot. But when I say our land, that means we are the master. We don't have
you
that.
you want 14% of the population to control the United States of America?
Hold up. Was there anything signed that said that we, the African Americans, want to be 14% of a fucking country that hates us?
Yes.
When was this?
The fact that y'all still there.
The Civil Rights Act, Carla. The Civil Rights Act.
Black people had a choice to either go to Liberia or stay in America.
Most of them stayed.
That's another lie.
Stayed in America.
The Voting Rights Acts of 65 and the Civil Rights Acts of 64.
Check this out. Hold up. We had no freaking choice because the bottom line is this. Aside from the book where I know
abolitionists.
Hold on. There was no money to go to Liberia. You had no choice. If you couldn't raise that money to make that transport, you were dead ass. So the government couldn't even do that. So they couldn't even say, if you want out, we will fucking pay for your way over here.
Are you saying abolitionists they finance ships to go to Africa?
No, that's not what happened. The first 50 years, yeah. But after the Civil War was over, man, all that stopped.
The first 50 years? That's a long time.
The first 50 years, that's when the Liberians came there. After 1865, it stopped. Why? Because after the Civil War, they need us to rebuild the South. They still need our labor. So they put an end to that. They said, hell no, y'all ain't going nowhere. You know, so
But
that's
but
But Carla,
realistically,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
No, you go.
Carla,
You go, bro. You go.
Realistically, at that time, how many like Black Americans actually want to go to Liberia?
no, look, the black people in that time were suffering from, like I said, you're white minded, so you wouldn't know.
No, my God, I'm just asking a legit question.
Black people at that time, look, black people at that time were hustled by the Klan, enslaved, lynched, killed for sport and whatnot. The old black people basically said they'll go anywhere. This one guy said in North Carolina said, "Would you go to Liberia?" Heard about North Carolina? Said, "Are any white people there?" They said, "No." "Yeah, I'll go." He goes. "Any white people or mulattoes there?" He goes, "No." He goes, and he said, the quote, a chilling quote. He said, "The worst thing, even worse than a white man that God ever created, was the mulatto. They're the ones going to hold us in bondage in this country forever."
Carla,
That's what a man
That's true. It's true.
who
said that. He said, "Look, as long as there's no white people or mulattoes, whatever like that," he goes like, "So I see one, I'm gonna kill him." You know, when I go there,
He ain't got to go that far.
right?
Carla,
He said
more
the worst thing God
inspirational?
ever created was a white man and a mulatto. His mulatto.
Carla, who's more inspirational, Frederick Douglass or Martin Delany in America?
Well, I know about Martin Luther King. All I know is Frederick Douglass, right? He's known in America, but you got to be careful. Like I said earlier tonight, a couple hours ago, I said right now we're at the point now where we got to question everything. You know, why was Frederick Douglass put up before us? Why was W.E.B. was put up before us? How come we don't know much about Martin Luther Delaney? How come we don't know nothing about all these other people that existed?
Marcus Garvey. Yeah, true.
We don't learn about Marcus Garvey in school. We learn about Frederick
Exactly.
Douglass.
Check this out.
You learn about exactly.
Hold up. You look in the encyclopedia, right? When you go to the NAACP,
Paul Coffey too.
Hold on, check this out. They give the NAACP 4 pages in the encyclopedia, right? You go to Marcus Garvey, the largest mass movement in Black history, the largest movement ever existed in Black history. He's reduced, but not even a 2-inch paragraph. You know, and you think that's the thing? I noticed that stuff a long time ago. I said like this: when they talk about civil rights, they give you all this stuff like this, pages and pages, reference and whatnot. When it's about the Black Power movement, the Black Nationalist movement, they minimalize it and basically like this. They know it's done deliberately. So in Black people's mind, we think that Black people are civil rights integrated. Like this guy Steve sitting there talking about how many Black people are. Actually, they know the majority of Black people. Like you know what the book or you read, Stephen? Read C. Eric Lincoln's The Black Muslims in America. You know,
Kyle, I'm coming here to learn and whatnot. I'm not saying that.
Okay, I don't mean to insult you like that, but
all right.
Check us out. I'm giving you book references. You write this down. C. Eric Lincoln, Black Muslims in America, right? After you read that book right there, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Black Nationalist movement is real, you know? And they said it's often underestimated, you know? And they
Dusty Brother said that mulattoes are black people. You agree with that?
No, I'm saying like at that time, check this out. At that time, there was a lot of Black people, right? It wasn't mulatto's not a color. Mulatto was a mentality, you know, that Black people saw. There were people that were mixed race that people didn't consider mulattoes. Mulatto was a mindset, you know.
So Steph Curry not Black no more?
I'll say no. If somebody
Steph Curry is not a mulatto.
No.
Steph Curry is a Black American, but Black American is an ethnic group.
Steph Curry is not mulatto. No,
his mother is not white.
Oh, mulatto
half
is
white.
a mentality. Mulatto is a mentality. That means I'm not Black. We're not. So basically, they think like white men. They try to pass for white men, or try to be the go between Black and white, or they're not fully Black, but they basically like this. So they want to keep their position and their proximity to whiteness. You know, that's a mulatto. You know.
Kyle, a quick question. What's the name of that book again?
C. Eric Lincoln's The Black Muslims in America. It has many different volumes, but get the latest volume because they some people add on to it. Whatnot. The last volume of it was made back in '93. That was the last volume of it, you know. But that book is powerful. It just
Kyler, Dusty Brother made a good comment here, and you might want to hear it. He said Kyler doesn't know whether he wants to be white or light-skinned mulatto with good hair. Kyler is envious of white people and light-skinned people. It comes straight out of him every episode. You think that's true, Kyler?
Question like that, man.
Dusty Brother be saying the craziest shit. He talk shit about like beer. He talk shit about Kyler's race.
Negro.
That's crazy.
fucking
Nah,
respect.
I give Dusty brother. He's a fair person. He's a fair person.
He's a Captain American Negro.
He's a fucking clown, you know. So
Dude said that he gets a lot of stuff about Liberia in his feed on YouTube.
I only said that because that's what the guy quoted. I don't believe that, but that's what the guy quoted, right? He said, "Look, you know," he said, because when somebody asked me how many black people actually go, they did a lot of polling back in the days. You know, majority of black people was game for it. Now, since a lot of black people couldn't make that voyage to Liberia or Africa or whatever like that, they chose other places like Nicodemus, Kansas. You know, the Kansas Exodus. Some people went to Mexico, Baja California, and built a community there. You know, so some people went to Canada. You know, so this idea that black people
out of that population, how much stayed?
Well, I would say the majority of black people had to stay because of economic reasons. You know, that was it. Because there was no real plan. Because we went to Canada, they suffered. There wasn't a lot of opportunity there. They went to Mexico, they tried to earn a living. But the whole thing is this. And then
New York, Chicago.
Black people moved to the Great Migration. W.E.B. Du Bois just said, look, just come north, right? And so I could tell you, show you towns in upstate New York, where like Haverstraw, Sullivan County, and stuff like that in upstate New York, Silver, Saratoga Springs.
Was Poughkeepsie one of them?
What?
But was Poughkeepsie one of them?
Poughkeepsie, yeah. Poughkeepsie, Newburgh, all those places. If you look at the history, these are black refuge places of black refuge. Beacon, New York, Newburgh, Poughkeepsie, Peekskill, all these places like that, you know. Haverstraw, you know, let's see, Danbury, Connecticut too. Also, places like Tarrytown, right? Tarrytown, Vanessa Williams' family is from. What you call all those places like that, Nyack, Spring Valley, all those places were refuge of African Americans who fled the South, you know.
So yeah, but wasn't Booker T and W.E. Du Bois against that?
Oh no, W.E. Du Bois said come north, you know.
No, but in his book, Philadelphia Negro, he was saying that too much of them came and too much of them were ill-equipped.
But he told black people that come north because the violence and the racism was so bad in the South. You know, there was no prospect. So millions of us came to the north. That's my family came from the Great Migration. Millions.
Booker T said I was exaggerated.
Well, no, Booker T did see. Like I said, these people that like this, we got to question everybody in our history. You know, just because somebody has a name, you got to think principally. You said Booker T. Washington. Well, who chose Booker T. Washington to speak for us? You know,
the majority of black state in the South.
Most black people never heard from Booker T. I didn't know who this guy was. They didn't know who he was.
Marcus Garvey heard about Booker T in Jamaica.
Yeah, all the way from Jamaica.
Marcus Garvey did, you know, and he only heard about his Tuskegee experiment like that, you know, but he died before Garvey came here, you know. But the whole thing is he was just building on the Tuskegee. But a lot of other stuff. I want to know what Garvey would have thought when he said, "Don't leave the South," or "The South is our natural home." Blah blah blah. It was.
Aren't you a little biased because you're the descendant of the people who didn't listen to him and didn't like him?
No, I'm saying like this. Booker T. Washington told black people at Atlantic Compromise, cash down your buckets where you are. In other words, forget politics, just build yourself up, right? Black people did just that, right? You gotta know you gotta know your history. Black people did just that. They said, listen to Booker T. Washington, and that was the last time. Why? Because the black people were making too much progress in Atlanta, right? And then next thing you know, somebody published an article about black men attacking white women. A white mob came in there, almost wiped the black community out in Atlanta. You know, they said, black people said, never again, never again. We compromised and we said, we're going to listen to Booker T. Washington. We're going to try to get along with the whites and things like that, but no more. Black, and then a couple of years later,
but Kala, those same things happened in the North. Even in his book, there was a situation that happened in Philadelphia.
A lot of black people
with mob attacks.
Because of those riots, millions of black people fled the South. You know, Wilmington, the whole town. Asada Shakur, her family comes from that area. She's a victim. Her family was a victim of the massacre of Wilmington. That's why she was what she was. It affected everybody. So The bottom line, I say you can't come here, principally, teach me my history. I know it,
I'm not saying I'll teach you, but I'm saying you're trying to make it seem like those things didn't happen in the North as well. They happened in the North as well.
It
Mob
did not
attacks.
happen in the North like that.
People
We did
getting
not
beat to death.
stuff like that in the North. There was only
That shit
one.
was happening when I was a kid.
There was only one
When you
mob.
like certain parts, you.
Oh, hold on. There was only one mob violence in the North. There was a place called Port Jervis, New York, where a black man was killed in like 1922 or something like that. That was it. But for the most part, if you understand what I'm talking about, you would be walking down the road, right, and you would see dead bodies of black people laying in the road. That's whites at nighttime go around lynching, shooting black people at will. That was the South. That's how we lived under terror. You have no idea what we're talking about. You got to try to fix this thing up. I'm not going to candy coat America for you. I'm sorry I'm going to make people happy. I'm going to tell my history. America is the most dangerous place for black people. We're literally hunted like animals, right? They basically, after the Civil War, the war against Black America began, 1865 to 1965, right? White people waged a full-scale war against us, terrorized us, right? Until we took up arms, like the Deacons of Defense, right? And started arming ourselves, and then it stopped. It wasn't no Civil Rights Act. It was groups like the
But Kyla.
So, Kyla, can I ask you one question? So
South Brooklyn 30 years ago though, you couldn't go to certain parts of South Brooklyn.
Can you give the percentage of the
Jones
people,
Beach?
Do you know the percentage of the people that wanted to leave versus the people that wanted to stay?
Well, I was like this. My whole thing is this. They did a lady that found the peace movement, right? She was basically she did her polling in Chicago, right? Even black people prosper in Chicago, right? She worked the racist Senator Bilbo because she wanted the U.S. government to finance black people, all of us, to leave the United States. And racist Senator Bilbo was all for it. He wanted to get rid of black people out of the country. And she got a huge support. Her movement was so successful that the peace movement sent the volunteers that actually joined the war effort with Ethiopia.
What's her name?
Ethiopia. The peace movement, or black people that volunteered to go fight. The peace movement was a post-Garvey movement. It was like the Garvey movement. Look, had African Americans alone had 6 million people. 6 million. It was one of the largest mobilizations of any organization in history. So you can't just stood up. How many people want to go? Millions. Millions. Garvey was able to purchase like 6 ships, That's how strong the desire was to get the hell out of America. In my book, Journey to the Promised Land, I talked about that. There was people that wanted to get on the Azores ship in 1878, whatnot. There was people coming from all over America to converge in Charleston, South Carolina. They thought there were going to be multiple ships saying black people wanted to get the hell out of this country really bad, But the Azore was only one maiden voyage, and the company collapsed because of mismanagement, But then 40 years later, that thing was taken up by people who remember the Azore trip and the Garvey movement. Garvey didn't have a plan for Liberia. That plan was already in effect. And they were just one of the plans that came together under the Garvey banner, So, yeah, there was the idea of a black nationalist or exodus out of America is real. It can happen even in our lifetime. It can happen.
Hey, Kyla, Dusty Brothers say you need to go to Norfolk State, get a degree, and assimilate into high black American society.
I am in high black American society, bro.
When you assimilate into real black American society,
I was born into high black
your anger
society.
will dissipate.
I was born into high black. Ain't nothing really going on here, bro. Trust me. Ain't nothing going on here, bro. Same old thing. Negroes, no matter how much what their society is, it's the same old thing. Racism, white supremacy. You can't tell the difference between a poor black and a rich black, to tell you the truth,
Really?
So you can't tell the difference between Jay-Z and a homeless man?
No.
Really?
I'm talking about the average black person. I ain't talking about Jay-Z, but you don't know what Jay-Z's saying behind closed. He got to keep on that public persona. You don't know what he's saying behind the closed doors and shit like that. All black people talk the same, They fucking hate this shit, They do what we got to do to get along. That's all
we hate what?
No, most black people hate white people. They hate America. That's
not true.
No, that's not true.
I'm telling you, that's the deal. Look, every time you look around, man,
people. They are Americans first and foremost. They love this country.
Bottom line, look, Elvis, There is no fucking badge of honor being a fucking American. I know to you coming from a third world country, it is,
Hey,
right?
thank God for America, Tyler.
There's no badge of honor being a fucking American. I was one of my
It
whole
is, Tyler. When you go to Liberia, you run to the U.S. embassy.
So unfortunately,
you run to the U.S. consulate and make sure you're there so they can protect you if anything goes left.
You did say that, Colin.
I'm a U.S. citizen. I never say I'm an American. I'm a U.S. citizen.
What's the difference?
I'm American. You know?
What's the difference?
American is a way of life, a mentality. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, but you got a house. You brag about your house. You brag about your money, your bank account, your education. This is America. That's the
Principally. Shut up for a second. Let me ask you. This is I'm gonna give you an American test. I gave Kwame and Steve. Now, Principally, can you answer these questions? Right. When you see Mount Rushmore, what do you feel?
That's the heroes of white America.
You're not American.
Those are your sons, Principe. You help raise them.
You're not American. You're not American.
Those are the heroes of white America.
Yeah, Principe, what do you think about?
According to some Black Americans,
what do you think about Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
It's like imperialism. It was American expansions.
Well, you're not American. Sorry.
Dang, he felt it just like we felt it.
You answer your question. You answer your question. What's correct?
According to some Black Americans,
America say fuck the Jabs. They'll say fuck the Jabs, you know, like this, and they'll say, yeah, that's how Americans think. You ask them, what do you think of Hiroshima?
Yeah, they deserve that shit.
Ask Steve those questions.
No, he asked me. He said I'm not a real American the other day. I told him I was American, but he said I'm not a real American. So I failed the test already.
So you failed, you know, 0 out of 0.
I failed it.
Colin, so Black American women didn't feed Thomas Jefferson.
Man, if she did, fuck her, man. She should have poisoned his fucking food, you know. Devil, you know.
Thomas Jefferson, he got some descendants in Virginia right now. Black descendants.
But all those dumb. Every time we see these people, the stupid people out there, the descendants of Sally. What is his slave name? The black people, the black descendants. They show up there. I mean, look. Right now, you wonder why I changed my name. Why not? You know, you see them out there. I say they don't do it that much anymore. The Hemmings family are gathering with the Jefferson family, and they're having a big family reunion on Mount Vernon.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I was sitting there like, yo, man, get me out of this fucking community, man. You know, I hated being Black American because it's so embarrassing.
I agree with you on that, Carl. I wouldn't do that. I'm over slavery, but I wouldn't want to meet with the people that own my ancestors.
So bottom line is this. So I say, yeah, you know.
So Steve, you wouldn't go to one of the picnics on a plantation that people be having and all and stuff like that.
Say it again.
You wouldn't go to one of the picnics.
People go there, man.
No, I don't go to. Listen, I don't even go to no like slave anything that had anything to do with slavery. I don't even go to no plantations or anything like that.
So Steve, you might be an honorary tether. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
Nah, for real, because you know it's Black people in the South. They go to the plantation. They have picnics.
Yeah, my family was going there, man. I never went, man.
It's the same thing with people that want to go to the slave castles in Africa. If I go to Africa, I ain't going to no slave castle.
That was the reason I changed my name, because I didn't want to be associated with no fucking devil. You know, let's see. And Cypher said, college those Black Americans get their university and then go back to the community and tell the rest of the Black people just a piece of paper don't mean anything. Look, the bottom line is this: degree is everything. Like I value education, right? But the whole thing is this: there's a difference between a degree in white world in our community, right? The white man you say the University of Missouri, right? The Missouri was just a flat land, nothing, right? So basically, you have people out there. You study history of Missouri. People coming to the prairie. People illiterate, backwards, stupid, and ignorant, whatnot. But guess what? They built a fine university, right? And out of one generation, man, people transfer into a modern civilization, right? That's what a university is supposed to be able to do.
Colin, I got.
Hold on. We have Black universities, right? But look at our Black university. Look at Howard and look at the Black community in DC. No transformation, you know? All the Black university do is being able to get a few jobs, create this little Black community. that they can live above the average black person and say they achieved something. A white university, no matter where it is, you see the transformation of society because they get into power and make decisions, and they solve problems and whatnot.
Are you saying black people shouldn't go to black university? They should go to
No,
these
I'm
white.
no look, we have no choice. But I'm saying the fact of the matter is, I don't put no much stock into. Now, black universities are good as far as educating people and getting good jobs and everything like that. But if you think black universities have the capability of transforming Black America, that's the biggest lie ever told. They don't.
Carl,
Numbers,
Carl, I have to address his comment by Little John. He said Carla suffers from self-hate. How can somebody that claims they're Aboriginal say that somebody else suffers from self-hate?
That's what I said, man. I take.
Oh, Lil John is he's a tether feather.
Okay. Yeah. What's up, Lil John?
Yeah, he's a Ghanaian.
His father's Ghanaian too. Like, how can somebody that says they're Aboriginal say another man suffers from self-hate? He's
a Ghanaian who wants to be FBA, man. That's
weird.
He's a Ghanaian that wants to be a FBA. His name is Kwame too. He was a Ghanaian that wants to be a FBA. As a foundational.
Did you see what Dusty Brother say? He said, "Colin, don't be surprised with that African name that you that you got that Donald Trump don't deport you to Burkina Faso."
I thought about that. Man. I thought about somebody walk up to me and say,
"Listen,
and I got to prove
okay. We as Black Americans can't be deported, right? But I always said,
but I got an African name, man. So.
Steve,
I understand that, but I was like, even if we did get deported, I wouldn't worry about it either. We survived much worse.
Hey, Steve, the Republicans, they want to get rid of the 14th Amendment.
That's fine. Like I said, if we get deported, which we won't. If we even did get deported, I wouldn't care.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Steve, what take you in Liberia? What sent him out of the Congo to go back to his ancestors?
Bottom line, they really want us. They can just make it give every black person $50K, man. They'll be out of here, man.
Yo, Elvis, they watching Collar Channel. They gonna send Collar to Makoko first.
There's no way they do
it. Collar already said that he'll commit suicide if they try to send him to Nigeria.
No, I just said if I was a Nigerian, I'd kill myself for
you would never kill yourself if you was a Nigerian. You'd be very proud. Nigerians are very proud of their country and their heritage.
I kill myself in order, maybe. Somebody said, "Is it time to have an African name?" This is the time to have an African name. Oh, I'm scared, Jesse, bro. I'm terrified.
Yeah, Carla, you did change your name to an African name.
I'm
terrified. They're gonna target you, bro, because of your name.
Grabs up collar, he'll scream. He's American.
Especially when they watching your channel and you saying that you're not a real American.
Yeah, I tell you, I'm not American. I'm a U.S. citizen.
What if they start investigating black people that that's anti-American and say, you know what?
Carl will be the first one to go.
I'll be out in a minute, man. I'll be like,
I was born in New York. I live in Virginia. My family's from North Carolina. I'll be making you'll be pleading all his case with the ICE agents.
Satisfaction, Elvis. I'm not an immigrant. I know I can go anywhere in the world survive. I know.
Okay. Carl, you
we're just that great, man.
So you can survive in Africa for long periods of time?
Well, depends. I would have to take
West Africa,
but I can make it work.
Okay.
It would be tough. It won't be easy, but shit, I can do it. I know I can do it. I'm just that good. I'm just freaking. So
Kyler, would you support the Republicans repealing the 14th Amendment?
First of all, the Republicans, I can't tell you illiterates, right? They can't.
You're illiterate. Can you imagine?
You know what it takes to overturn an amendment to amend the Constitution? You have to have 2/3 of the legislatures on every state. Every state legislature have to vote 2/3, right? That means 2/3 of all chambers of legislature have to vote for it to pass it through, right? The governor of each state says, my state votes this, whatever like that. They put it together, right? And then basically, it has to take 2/3 of Congress, right? Right, 2/3 of Congress, both houses, right? And then it's got to be ratified by the legislature of 2/3 of the legislatures in the country. You know how impossible that is to freaking do? You know, that means you got to get 2/3. When's the last time you have a 2/3 vote in both houses of Congress?
Kyle is just trying to tell you that it's an ironclad protection. He won't be deported.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying. It's like I said. The bottom line is this: we were never at the table of negotiating. If I was at the table, I'd say, "Okay, look, if y'all want us to stay here, that Gullah Geechee corridor, you know, we want that territory. Any white man comes here, we'll kill him. You know,
Okay.
I'm dead serious. Any white man shows his face, we'll kill him. You know, simple as that. That's the only way we could have stayed. Should have stayed in America. You know, other than
Colin,
that,
who control the House right now?
Well, it doesn't matter. You know, the Republicans control the House and the Senate, but to get 2/3 vote, you know what that means? That means you would have to get majority of Democrats.
You're gonna need Democrat vote too. You're gonna need some Democrats and Republicans.
You have to be both of them, you know. So the bottom line,
And you're gonna need some independents too.
Independent. You have 2/3, right? That's the framers of the Constitution knew that's almost impossible to do. 2/3 of the both houses of Congress, right, to advance amendment, and then it gets to pass it, and then to ratify it, it has to go to 3/4 of the state legislature. That means like out of 50 states, about 37 states have to vote yes, you know, on it. 37 states.
What if Trump passed it by
Trump
with
can't do
executive order?
anything. You know, say that's why I said you got to learn, get educated. The Trump has nothing to do with the fucking constitutional amendment. You know, that's Congress and the states alone. The states and the Congress, right? The states decide that. You know, and the Congress. You know, the U.S. Congress and the states. The presidency has nothing to do with it.
I'm just saying that's a growing thing right now. But
yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a growing thing, man. They cannot do anything. You know, you have to get all the state legislature. You would have to get New York, California.
How they not gonna do? How no, they can't get New York and California.
Yeah, so we have to get all these states. Just check us out. The legislature. That means you take out of all the legislatures, right? Numbers in every state. California probably got how many in their legislature, state legislature. Take those two numbers right there, and they're in New York and California. It's impossible to get 2/3 vote. You know, impossible. You know, because that's a huge chunk of thing. All they have to do is have one more state that says hell no, like Michigan or whoever says no. It goes at 3/4 of the legislature. I mean, 3/4 all voting legislatures in each state have to vote. That means if you have, like, let's say 30 legislatures in your state, you know, 3/4 of them have to vote, whatever, like that. You got to join with a certain amount in each state. Got to join with the thing to pass it. You know, if you can't do that, dude, you know how possible it is. Do you think you're going to get like 40 votes from a California legislature? No. New York? No. You know.
Yo, wait! You don't think the Mexicans would vote on?
So no, that's stupid, man. Kwame, you're acting silly now. You know, that's dumb. First of all, it's never going to come to that. You know, repeal the 14th Amendment. What the hell for? Right?
Yeah, we are very secure in America. We got nothing to worry about.
So the bottom line, that's not going to happen. You know, it's not going to happen. You know, so yeah, like this. I would love something to shake up in our history when maybe we could have a settlement. Say, look, man, let's part ways forever. I wouldn't mind it, you know. But the bottom line is unfortunately, it never happened, you know, because white people cover themselves by giving us citizenship, you know. And look, we gave you citizenship was your reparations, you know, early. The 13, 14, 15 minutes was your reparations. Live with it. We made y'all citizens, you know, and y'all, you're the only group of people that can't be deported. That's your reparation. You're born into citizenship. That's your really.
Yeah, we were born into citizenship of the greatest country in the world.
Well, hold on. So take it as it is. So I know for a fact of the matter, America is the only thing Negroes could do because a lot of you people are just stupid. You'll never be able to think about building something on your own. So the white man will take care of you. So do it, man. You know, me, I'm one of those exceptional Negroes. I think I'm better, man. I don't think I'm smarter than he is. So it bothers me that I gotta listen to his fucking rules. You know. You know, so
Tyler, come on, man. When you gonna let it break on Kala Village in Liberia, man? Everybody know you sleep with your
like,
passport,
I don't know,
your
but
birth certificate next to your head.
Anyway,
Everybody know you do that.
it's getting late. Nigeria's at least cause problems. You know,
It's
oh,
4:22. Nope.
thanks for telling me something about myself. Jeez, I'm my biggest problem. Okay. What's the maker? What this guy? These people come out of nowhere, man. What the fuck did this guy
Hey,
come
he
from?
said he schooled you before on your panel one time,
Yeah,
Kyle.
he said
Like,
you
You gotta
great.
come up. You gotta come up next time.
look, I don't know, he never called in this show, you know.
He
He
said
never
something
did.
He
about
said he gonna wait
Here
till Afrodamus go live. He gonna call on Afrodamus
check
show.
this out.
what he said about Dollar Bill. He said something about like that Kyle used Dollar Bill to like escape from the
I have
conversation.
no idea who this guy is. You know, he's lying.
Where's
He said
Dollar
he
at?
came on
Where's
here.
Dollar at? Uncle Dollar. Where he at?
Well, I don't know where Dollar Bill's at. You know, I don't know
Oh
where he
man.
probably all sleep because he got to get up in the morning every day. You know, so he's tired, man. He can't do this shit
Yeah.
every day.
He said he gonna go on. Bro man said he gonna go on Afrodamus show next time he goes live, so he can go at you, Kyle.
Yeah, go ahead, come at me, man. But I don't know who he is, man. Look, you got to at least tell me who the fuck you are, man. Shit,
He
you
said
know.
he said that you and Dollar Bill basically jumped him, verbally jumped him.
You said McLean is that's Ant Nam. Oh yeah. Dollar Bill banned him, not me, man. I like Ant Nam, you know.
No, I don't think he's Ant Man. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, check this
Kyler,
out.
before you sign out, I wanted to ask you, what's your main problem with Africans think tank?
I have no problem with Afro Think Tank no more. You know, I don't. I like them. You know, I like them a lot. You know, I like Afro Think Tank. You know, I like him a lot. Look, lately he's been saying lots. Maybe because I had a falling out with him over that. Him supporting Kamala, which I thought was a
Yeah,
disaster.
you were supporting
Yeah.
Trump, and that's
No,
where him and Brandon fell out
no,
too.
I was against.
The elections.
I'll tell you what I was. No, I'll tell you what I was for. Right, I'm against men fucking playing in female sports. I'm against people coming in telling telling children you could choose a gender and stuff like that.
100%, 100%.
You know, I didn't give a damn who was it. If that was the position of the Democrats, I would have supported them. You know.
So politics made you coin the term African think tank.
Well, yeah.
Who was that? Brandon first, or who came up with it?
I did. You know. So
Oh,
I
okay,
did.
it was you.
And then Brandon picked it up. You know. So.
Okay.
And
I don't agree. Like I said, I don't agree with his politics, but I mean, he's actually doing stuff in Nigeria.
He's a good brother. He's a good brother.
Yeah.
Like I said, man, one thing I'm not going to do, man, is I'm closing ranks, man. I see good brothers, man. I'm going to support him, man. You know, so and I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, whatever like that. But you know, he can't be half bad. You know, they demonetize him, right? And
yeah, they demonetize him.
How is it that somebody like Anton Daniels could go say stupid shit, Charleston White says dumb shit, Tariq Nasheed with fucking tether shit?
They don't want that message to go out there, Kyle.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, you're gonna demonetize somebody like Afro Think Tank, man. Come on,
I seen it on Afro think tanks that the AES, I think the militaries are supposed to be joining together, something like that.
Yeah, well, hopefully they get together over there because the stronger they are, the stronger we are. I am rocking.
Kyle, we don't need more division, man. We need to start building bridges with like-minded individuals.
Like I said, I'm not going to do that.
That's right, my honorary FBA brothers.
I don't have a fucking ego. The one thing I don't have is an ego. Like I said, I see people doing that thing. I'll tell anybody. Go over and check out this brother Afro Think Tank, man. You know, he makes good content.
And Neferkari too. Neferkari does a lean. The Haitian brother.
I said, my little bro.
Demonetized too, bro. He demonetized.
I love
he got
Neferkari.
demonetized.
I love Neferkari. He's another good one.
A
lot of good content. A lot of good content.
You know, they coming out.
He's somebody I learned a lot from.
I think it's time to start building bridges, you know, and because we as a Pan African, we under attack by many groups.
And Kyle, you're right. You're right about us getting our own social media network, man.
We had our own platform where everybody was on. I said the same thing. All I'm waiting for is somebody like a Jay-Z and all of them. Put like $20 million up, and let's build our own parlor. Imagine we get everybody to come on that, and we have no white people, no Asians. We don't give a fuck about your opinion. You're not gonna have an account here.
Are we able to do that though? Like,
maybe you should do a show.
We have enough. Look, black people.
You can't do that, bro. That's discrimination.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. You could basically You could say this platform is for black people or whatever like that, or you basically,
You can say it, but you can't stop them from
How
coming there.
about this? How about this? Every time a white person come out, they can't help themselves by saying something stupid like, "Oh, why do black people?" Guess what? We'll flag them, and guess what? People, our review board, community guidelines look at it like, "Yeah, that was racist." Bye, boom.
That's what white people do to us too, Carla. You just do the same thing back to them.
We should look. The bottom line
maybe you
is,
need to do a show
we
on
should be our own
technology.
platform where we tell who's on our platform, who reaches our people. We control.
We get advertisers and stuff like that.
All the advertising, we control advertising. You can't just put out garbage on like Facebook. I'm like I said, I look at my timeline, right? Tell me why I'm fucking going to my Facebook and I get a timeline. A thing. Look at this stupid shit. Hold up. I don't.
Maybe you need to do a show on IT and technology. I mean, maybe
we got the people. This is the bottom line. Nobody has the mindset. Everybody's basically lazy, and all we want to do is sit back and go along for. We got that little bit of money coming in,
There's brothers out there that do coding that's deep into IT and
I had a guy in my group, the BAO. He designed a platform like YouTube. Said, "Yo, we need our own platform." I said, "Okay." First time, yeah, but he designed a platform like friggin' YouTube, whatnot, where like we could go kind of. Only thing is, he didn't work the bugs out because it kept crashing, man. He said, "Yo, he signed an account when I gave me a password, and then he just kept crashing, man." I was like, "Oh man, you worked this out, it'd be great." Then I pushed that. I said, "Look, we have our own platform. I have my own social media network, Ning site." I said, we need our own interactive stuff like a YouTube and StreamYard, right? And he created it, He's a coding guy, That's what he does. He was one that went. So what I'm saying is,
it's more brothers out there, especially from Africa, that do that.
So whatever. The bottom line is this: look, I have sick of hearing about all these people that got all the skill, and we don't have our own fucking platform. And so you either produce or shut the fuck up about it. I'm sick of hearing about all these geniuses out there, and we act like a bunch of dumbasses. Why the fuck are we? Why are we making YouTube fucking money? But I'm talking about. I have somebody put this thing L1 marketing, right? They have an ad that says smash and forget. No fake accounts, no instant sign up, whatnot, browse photos, right? Why the fuck am I looking at something like this in my fucking timeline,
That's a porno website, man. That's
why the fuck is it on my timeline,
Hey, it's based on your behavior. Maybe you've been looking at things that correlate.
So, Colin, you gotta stay off the hub. You gotta stay off the hub,
Colin, what you been watching?
No, the fuck it's not. It's not even porno. It's just fucking some dating site like that. And I don't go to I fucking go into it. So I'm saying to myself, who does this come from? Let's see who this come from. I'm just making a point. Not interested. Report.
I ain't gonna lie. Every time I sign on Essence or clothing website, all of a sudden I see a whole bunch of clothes pop up.
It's the algorithm, but I don't fucking look. I don't look. I don't really go online. I'm not online. And I'm saying to myself, why does it? Oh, another one, right?
Maybe somebody using your IP address.
Hold on. Oh, look, check us out. A fucking interracial couple. Why the fuck do I need to see that shit? That's for that shit. I'm saying to myself, what the hell I need to see this shit for? Does
seeing an interracial couple make you mad or something? Like,
no, I just don't want to see it. Look, I'm like this. People do what they want to do, right? But in my privacy, I think when you enforcing that on me, right? In my palm of my hand, I'm looking at a fucking white man kissing a black woman. I don't want to see that shit,
Now, what if it was the other way around?
I don't like seeing black men kissing white women either. Oh, this one, check it out. There's one reel that came up with this dumb nigga. I think it was an African guy, right?
Oh my, that's how you knew he was dumb.
No, this white girl kissed him, right? The comment section was lit, like, yo, man, I bet she smells like a fucking used toilet. When I was like, damn, man, I was like, damn, man. I said, why did I look at it? It was on my reels,
Did you defend the African brother?
No.
Okay.
Colin, that's your brother saying.
What the hell? First of all, what the hell are you doing fucking kissing a white girl? And then if you're gonna kiss a white girl, what the fuck you gonna put on fucking line for? What do you think people gonna say?
Listen, you should have defended the brother though.
I ain't gonna
for what? Why?
Defend him for what?
Why?
Kyle, Dusty brother said
Not
you
not
be
because of
watching
who he
those big
kissing, but
booty.
just like they can't be saying stuff like that.
Yo. Bottom line, if you're gonna
Nah,
fuck
he put himself out there, man.
with white women and
Well, that's
whatnot,
true.
and then post it, you deserve what the fuck you get,
Yeah, yo, Kyle, what you do to Dusty brother? Why he always be coming at your neck?
I don't know why, because bottom line, he thinks I'm trying to force him to go to Liberia. I ain't trying to force him.
Yeah, that's his. That's what Dusty brother had nightmares about. Ended up in
Don't
Africa.
don't be like that black lieutenant governor from South Carolina who said that he wanted to see uh, African women having sex with white men, playing a slave master and a slave role.
Whoa, who said that?
Who said that?
Who said that?
I don't hear about stuff like that. So
Y'all ain't heard about that dude, Mark, whatever his name is. He was running for governor. Real fat black dude who was running for governor. I
That's
think
North Carolina. That's North
North
Carolina.
Carolina.
You talking
Yeah,
about Robinson?
yeah. Mark Robinson
Yeah.
going on these black porno sites, talking all kind of crazy shit about black African women. They say he's a pastor.
Marco, he's from North Carolina.
Oh
Yeah, that's North
man,
Carolina.
that's wild.
That's
That's
why
probably
he
the wildest
lost.
thing I heard today.
That's
The
why he
dude come
lost.
over and talk about Jesus Christ and preaching, but he's a damn degenerate, man. Most of these dudes who come up and talk about gay marriage, he even said, I think they say he had sex with a guy in the bathroom or some shit like that, and they be coming up against gay marriage and secretly they be gay. Shit's crazy.
Look. I don't make my thing. You don't hear me talk like that. I'm just saying, look, just keep it off my platform. Whatever, we're good. I don't go around, but I don't go around trolling gay sites. So the faggot this, faggot that. That would be sus, right? I don't go around that. I don't look. I could care less what's on the gay site, whatever like that. I'm not gonna be there when at the same time, right? So I stay away from them, right? All I'm asking for you is to stay the fuck away from me.
What did Umar Johnson say?
Shout out to Francis Quest Wilson and Irritated Genie.
I love Irritated Genie. That's my boy. That's my boy right there. We're cool, So the bottom line is, if you stay away from me, but Irritated Genie, only thing about him is he goes too hard with that shit. I'm like, yo, bro, see, no, we can't ignore this collar. He said, we can't ignore this collar. We gotta fight these people. I said, man, just ignore them, that shit like that.
I like Irritated Genie. He's a fighter. I like him.
He hasn't been around in a while, man. I don't know what happened to him, man. He hasn't been around in a while.
Nah, he's around. He just basically banned the shadow ban. He basically.
Speaking of somebody not, where is Kaiser at?
Who knows?
Kaiser back in Kenya eating yamachama.
Okay.
He had a child. I think he's taking a little break.
He can't get on the
internet. Okay.
He has no internet, so.
All right.
Why you say that? Why you say that? The hell?
Oh, people. If somebody calls from Africa, most of
Kala, they got real fast internet in Nairobi. Kala, stop
it. Every time,
Kaiser gonna come back and troll you, bro. You better chill, man.
Check this out. He's in Kenya right now. He probably can't afford the internet, man. Y'all gotta send him some money, man.
Shout out to Kaiser.
Y'all gotta start sending.
I mean, Cuddy got some good Wi-Fi. I can't even lie.
Yeah.
Cuddy Wi-Fi be A1.
Shout out to Cuddy.
I want Kyle to move to Liberia. I would subscribe to his channel, $20 a month.
That shit made me laugh. I didn't even finish reading it. That shit made me die laughing. Dusty brother just wants you to feel pain, Colin. He's a sadist, man. You want to watch you suffer.
Look, if everything
you'll pay for it.
Liberia, I can't. I would go.
Dusty brother, why you dislike Africa so much?
I can't do these.
A lot of these, you know what I noticed? A lot of these like FBAs, they like secret Pan African. They want to see something good in Africa so they could jump on it.
Look, you see how the FBA's talking about Traore? Sometimes I support Traore when I'm still FBA, but I support Traore. I was like, yeah.
Man, I seen the dude Tyreek eating jollof rice in New York yesterday.
Sound like a freaking fool. Talk about I always rock with the African, but you sound like a fucking fool. You sound just like you are a babbling freaking house Negro talking about I'm a foundational American, blah blah blah. Africa, they got their own problems. Him and Nakmeezy got their own problems. Now everybody wants to rock with Troy because the energy, is there.
Right.
Now he wants to be. That's a fucking fake. Nobody. Tariq is looking like a fool right now. So Tariq, man, do you think about that when you put out your tether video or your bushmeat video, tethered or musty
and cheetah pea and all that.
Oh, he was eating jollof rice in New York yesterday. He in New York right now.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is this,
He
the bottom
better
line is
he
this,
better hope
hey,
no he
the
better
bottom
hope
line,
no
these
African
guys
or
went too
Jamaican
far
notice him.
with that shit.
Ain't no African gonna do that to him, Tariq.
Yo, I'm
They went too
How you
far with
know?
that.
How you know?
Yo,
Maybe a
listen.
Jamaican or Caribbean, but
Yo,
African.
listen.
They gully
If
out
one
there
of
in the
them
Bronx, bro.
if one of them brothers from Senegal, from Harlem notice him, or one of them Jamaicans from Brooklyn notice him, I don't know. Tariq might be in trouble.
I don't know Africans for being like that.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. They tend to keep the peace.
Them Senegambias.
Africans are the nicest, most non-violent people in the world, man. We don't like
Yeah,
violence.
they tend to keep the
Elvis,
peace.
not the
In the
Africans
Bronx,
in New
not in the
York.
Bronx, man.